Good evening. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the November 18th, 2025 school board meeting. It is 6 p.m. and I call to order this regular meeting. I wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone present. This meeting is called pursuant to Section 1001.37 Florida statutes, where the superintendent acts as chairman until the reorganization of the board has been completed. Thank you for taking the time to join us this evening and your interest in the operation of Flagler County School District. Please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you. We will now have the presentation of the colors. Tonight, the colors are being presented by FPC Air Force JROTC, by Cadet Master Sergeant Sophia Thomas, Cadet Technical Sergeant Liam Vidal, Cadet Staff Sergeant Matthew Wickham, Cadet Airman First Class Isabel Perez, led by Advisor Lieutenant Colonel Melvin Baskerville. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And tonight, I'm proud to introduce the Indian Trails Brass Quartet, and they will present the national anthem. You may now retire the colors. Okay, you may be seated. All right. In a few minutes, we will be recessing to the reorganization meeting of the School Board of Flagler County, Florida, this 18th day of November 2025. But first, I want to welcome and introduce to the audience the Honorable Andrea Totten. Judge Totten will be presiding over our swearing-in ceremony of the selection of board chairman and vice chairman for the 2025 and 2026. Thank you for being here, Ms. Totten. So now we will do our roll call, starting at the end of the dais.
Olivia Delgado, here.
Ava Muldoon. Lauren Ramirez, present.
Janie, Ruddy, present.
Christy, Chong.
Will Furry.
LaShakia.
Okay. At this time, we will recess to the reorganization meeting I would like to turn the meeting over to Superintendent Moore.
Good evening. It is 6:05. We will begin the reorganization meeting. I would like to say welcome to our public. Thank you for joining us. As earlier stated, this meeting is called pursuant to Section 1001.37 Florida statutes for the purpose of reorganizing our school board by the election of a chair and a vice chair. The first order of business is 2.01 to adopt the agenda for the reorganization of the school board. Board, you have before you the agenda for the reorganization meeting. Are there any changes to the agenda? Any discussion? If not, I'll call for a motion to adopt the agenda.
A motion to adopt the agenda?
Second, please.
Second.
We've had a motion by Mr. Furry, a second by Ms. Chong. All those in favor, please sign by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. It carries 5-4-0. According to school board policy, the board follows Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised. The Flagler County School Board is required to conduct an election for the chairman for the term of November 18th, 2025 through November 17th, 2026. The board will conduct their organization meeting at this time. Again, in accordance to Section 1001.371 Florida statutes addressing organization of the board and board policy 202 Flagler County School Board policy states that on the third Tuesday after the first Monday in November of each year, the school board shall organize by electing a chairman. It further states that it may elect a vice chairman and the superintendent shall serve as the ex officio secretary. Further, it states that within 2 weeks after the election of a chairman, that the secretary shall file a document with the Department of Education stating that whom our chairman and vice chairman are. I will accept nominations for chairman, after which the board will vote. Then I will accept nominations for vice chairman, followed by the vote. Nominations do not require a second. If only one person is nominated, naturally that choice would be unanimous unless someone would like to register a dissenting vote. I will now open the floor to accept nominations for chairman of the board for the coming year. Any board member may nominate a board member as chair. The floor is now open.
I nominate Christy Chong to be chair of the Flagler County School Board for the 25-26.
Ms. Chong has been nominated as chairman of the board for the 25-26. Are there any other nominations?
I would like to nominate myself as chairman and Ms. Ramirez as vice chair.
We are going to first just address chairman. So we have Ms. Ruddy has been nominated as chairman of the board for the 25-26 school year. Are there any other nominations?
I would like to nominate myself, Lauren Ramirez, for chair for school board, please.
Okay, we have Ms. Ramirez has been nominated as chairman of the board for the 25-26 year. Are there any other nominations? Okay, if no other nominations, then we will begin our vote in the order of which the nominations were submitted. We will first start with Ms. Chong. Ms. Chong has been nominated to serve as chair. All those in favor for Ms. Chong serving as chair, please sign by saying aye.
Ms. Moore?
I'm sorry.
Prior to that, is there similar to what we did last year? Perhaps everyone state why they want to be chair, their background, is that only when it's a tie?
Certainly it would be permitted to have board discussion prior to the vote on this item.
Yes, so we'll start with Ms. Chong.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Furry, for the nomination. It's my fourth year of my first term, so I would really love the opportunity to be able to serve this time around. I am also going to be one of the more experienced board members now. Also, part of what I do, I'm really good at time management and keeping things on track. So I do think I would be good at keeping our meetings moving along and organized. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we will go to Ms. Ruddy.
Sure. While this has been a really fast first year in office here, I believe that I have set a new standard for somebody coming into this position new. Not bringing in my education background, but the impact that I've had over this first year. For example, bringing in a contact from Fleet Services, which is currently under review for a potential $1 million saving to the district, to represent all of our students in their academic growth, not only in the areas of need, such as our IEP and ESE students, but also in advocating for gifted students, which our data shows could increase our enrollments. Helping directly with the facilitation of improvements for communication, such as the development of the Transportation Communication Board, which was significant to reduce anxiety amongst parents when we had some bus shortages, delays. And I collaborated bringing together transportation as well as the tech team. In addition, to improve access to information, another key collaboration was with the tech team to implement AI into our webpage in order to get the information faster to our community members. And so I've been an active voice and participant in our meetings in order to understand the modern challenges that public education has and how to navigate them best and hold our students at the forefront of every decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you. And thank you for allowing us to do this. So I feel, all of us, we've worked really great together and accomplished a lot, especially with our policies. For myself, I feel I have prepared for this role. Specifically, I have attended every single opportunity that has been provided to me from Flagler School Board Association. I haven't missed one training. I am over 70 certified board member credits now. I feel like that training has really prepared me for this role, potentially if it would be able to happen whenever it may be. But I prepared. I've been to every single training. I've also been recognized as an emerging leader because of that. And then I'm fair, professional. I think we all work really well together. But in this role, you really need to think outside the box. And everything that I've done and learned and been mentored with, I've taken advantage of all the opportunities provided from this role. So I just feel like this would be a great next step. But regardless, it's been amazing serving this first year that has gone very, very fast. So thank you very much.
Okay, I'd like to also add comment before the vote as well. I nominated Christy Chong because she is one of the most tenured board members that we have right now. She is in the last year of her 4-year term, and she's been a large part of steering the direction of this organization into the positive results that we've seen over the last several years. And I believe she would carry out this role very well, and she has served diligently as vice chair, so that qualifies her as the best person for the job from my perspective.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, we will now vote on the chairman of the board for the 25-26 year. We will start with Ms. Chong. All those in favor for Ms. Chong serving as chair, please vote by signaling aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
That is 2-2. We will move on to Ms. Ruddy. All those in favor of Ms. Ruddy serving as the chair, please vote by signaling aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
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 1-3. We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in agreement of Ms. Ramirez serving as chair, please vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
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 Ms. Ruddy, did you cast a vote? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry, nay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. That is 1-3. Without having a majority, we would need to vote again. We still have the same candidates, Ms. Chong, Ms. Ruddy, and Ms. Ramirez, unless someone would like to come out of the race for this position. Okay. If not, we will have a revote for, we will start with Ms. Chong again. All those in favor for Ms. Chong, please signal by a vote of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
That is 2-2. We will move on to Ms. Ruddy. All those in favor of Ms. Ruddy, please vote by a signal of aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
That is 1-3. We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Ms. Ramirez, please signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
That is 1-3. We will give the board a moment, and then we will vote again.
Can we add any comments or?
Absolutely, we can add comments.
I know next year we may have an entirely different board, and I would love to be supportive of one of you next time around. But I do hope that you'll give me this opportunity, being it's my 4th year. I'd like to finish out with this opportunity.
May I ask a question? So if you have this opportunity, do you feel that you will be able to go to trainings, like the chairmanship training, and, participate to bring that back to us as a
Yes,
chair?
I've already prepared for that.
Keep in mind that Christy Chong has been in office for 3 years, and she's been the vice chair for the last 2, right? So, I mean.
Oh, no,
Yeah, so she's already been prepared for it. She is the one that is most qualified for it, and that's why I nominated her for it.
And I do not disagree. I think Ms. Chong would be wonderful. I just am asking because, as a new school board member, 1 year in, and it's been a wonderful year, great experience. The opportunities that I have been provided for the training to become the best school board member for this district, I took every opportunity and attended. And I'm just hoping, I'd like to see the same for our chair. If we're going to have a chair, I would love to have that chair take the same opportunity and sacrifice as much as everyone does. And, I know you will be wonderful. We're all great because we wouldn't be in this role, but that's why I'm asking.
Ms. Ramirez, I've attended FSBA trainings throughout the years. I may not be able to make every single one of them, but I have attended.
And Mr. Ramirez, mind you, you're in this is your first year.
Yes.
And I do believe it's important to question the next leader that will chair the board. But Ms. Chong, again, has been here 3 years, and she's been to a lot of SBA trainings. We don't always go back and repeat them because, as we did in our first year, those were very valuable trainings, but we received the training. Now, of course, we received legislative updates, all those things along the line, and I commend you for the dedication that you have to your elected role and the amount of education and
You as well.
yeah, and so and I know that as Ms. Chong said, that there's a time for everybody, and she's in her last year here, and you still have another 3 years on this board to grow as well. and one day achieve the chair seat if the board agrees. So I'm just saying to take that into consideration. I definitely think that it's clear that Ms. Chong has the experience and has invested in her seat as well, just as you have.
Ms. Moore, if I may. So just to clarify, I highlighted essentially what were strategic outcomes that I had a direct hand in developing and coming to fruition within my first year. The role of the chairman role at the school board is not a leadership position. It is a facilitator to facilitate meetings and extract the best from the board. We are under some very rigorous, difficult decisions with Schools of Hope being recently passed. And we need to think strategically, we need to think deeply, and we need to be creative in that problem solving. All of those elements are items that I've highlighted. Being the chair is not an attendance recognition or a tenure recognition. It should be the member who can help us navigate these waters that we're about to approach. That's not to discount the heavy involvement of anybody here on the board, but I think it's clear that we need a strategic mind, and I have more than exemplified that in my first year of office.
Any other discussion? If not, we will resume to the vote. We will now vote again for chairman of the board for the 25-26 year. We will start with Ms. Chong. All those in favor for Ms. Chong serving as chair, please vote by signaling aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
We will then go to Ms. Ruddy. All those for Ms. Ruddy serving as chair, signal by aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
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 That is 1-3. I'm sorry. The first one was 3-1. The second one is 1-3 for Ms. Ruddy. We will then go to Ms. Ramirez. All those for Ms. Ramirez serving as the chair for the board, please signal by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
With a 3-1 vote, Ms. Chong will serve as the chair of the board for the 25-26 year. We will now accept nominations for vice chairman of the board for the coming year. The floor is now open for nominations.
I will nominate Mr. Furry.
We have Mr. Furry has been nominated for the vice chair of the board for the 25-26 year. Are there any other nominations?
I'll nominate myself per the previous talking points that I've outlined.
Okay, thank you. We have Ms. Ruddy nominated as vice chair of the board for the 25-26 year. Are there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate myself for vice chair, please.
Thank you. We have Ms. Ramirez for vice chair for the 25-26 year. Any other nominations? Okay, any discussion? Excellent. We will move on to the vote. We have Mr. Furry nominated as vice chair of the board for the 25-26 year. All those in favor, please signal by aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We have Ms. Ruddy that has been nominated as the vice chair. All those in favor, please signal aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
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 We have Ms. Ramirez that has been nominated for vice chair. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right, we will do the same thing again. We will give you just a moment, and then we will vote again.
Ms. Moore, I'm sorry. I was aye for Ms. Ramirez.
I'm so sorry. Okay, so with that, let's do that vote again so that I make sure I capture it correctly. For Ms.
You
Ramirez.
previously voted twice, so that's what we're allowed
Yes,
to do,
so
correct?
Ms.
Yes.
Ramirez, it was 2 ayes, 2 nays. Okay? So, we will go back to Mr. Furry. All those for Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Ms. Ruddy. All those for Ms. Ruddy serving as vice chair, signal by aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Ms. Ramirez. All those for Ms. Ramirez, please signal by aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I will, that according to their policy, they may select a vice chair. We can continue in the role of seeking a vice chair for this position, okay?
That's what I recommend.
Okay, perfect. We will have a third vote. We have Mr. Furry, Ms. Ruddy, and Ms. Ramirez, who remain candidates for the position of vice chair. We will start with Mr. Furry. All those for Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 May I make one additional comment for consideration to this board? I had not previously made a motion regarding this, but one item that I did have some concern around is perhaps the communication that Mr. Furry undertook after our executive meeting, interviewed on a local news station, released information that I felt was out of bounds to our executive meeting, and his interest in running or other pursuits may be conflicting with maybe some of those judgments that would be more in line with the guidance of how a school board member is supposed to control information. And I would hope that the school board would consider that information before this vote.
Okay, I'm going to respond to that because, first of all, that is not accurate. Those talking points in that article were pre-approved by our district office. I have it in writing.
Sorry, it wasn't an article, it was the news interview.
Right, it was, but you also commented in a Observer article the day before, which prompted the additional inquiries by the media. And so I just want you to know, I was called on by the media because it was already spoke about in the media. And that is the fact.
I would like to counter that. There's a fact that there was an email sent to every single board member inviting them to an interview on the news station. And after that, I had not responded. The only response I made was to the Observer, in which I specifically outlined that I was not to share information and spoke in general on topics that were already known regarding the public statements at the previous board meeting.
Thank you.
Right, and
Thank
if
you,
you-
board.
and if you
Thank you,
do-
board. I do bring the comments just back to the chair at the time.
With all due respect, Superintendent Moore, a charge has been levied against me, which is inaccurate.
And what I ask is that you guys give me an opportunity to facilitate the meeting. And so please just, before responding, please get acknowledgement from the chair, okay? So that we can make sure that this is not a back and forth. So Ms. Ruddy has finished her comment. Mr. Furry absolutely given an opportunity to respond to that.
So if the article in question that Ms. Ruddy commented in, if you if you listen to the interview that I did, it is exactly the same information that was given to the observer by the district directly. I responded to that inquiry because I am the chairman of the board at the time, and that is my duty to respond to the media, and that is why I did. Other board members could have as well in their own capacity if they felt that it was necessary, but it is my duty as chairman to respond to media inquiries. And there was nothing revealed there that was sensitive, that gave away any use of what our security policies would be, and it was all already spoke out into the public. So I was only responding to the information that was already disseminated by the district and at our meetings. So,
Ms.
Madam
Moore?
Chair, can I have the floor, please?
Yes, Ms. Ramirez.
I just think that we should just move on. This conversation, I don't think needs to go on any further unless our attorney feels it's something that needs to go on, or our current chair at the moment. And I think, we can talk about this at probably another time, another meeting, closed session meeting, perhaps. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any other discussion about the office of vice chair? Okay, we will move to a vote.
Sorry. Yeah, again, Mr. Furry, again, this is his fourth year. He has decided not to run again. He's very strong in this position. He's led it as chair for 2 years. So I'd like to support him again, or support him as the vice chair. And again, I would love to support one of you again next year. Thanks.
We will move on to the vote. All those in favor for Mr. Furry serving as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Those, all in favor for Ms. Ruddy serving as the chair, please signal by aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Ms. Ruddy, did you submit a vote?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, short of a conflict of interest, my recommendation is that each board member should vote.
Nay.
Okay, that is 0-4. All those in favor for Ms. Ramirez to serve as the vice chairman, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, unless there is a change in vote, I do think we lean on the fact that this board may select a vice chair and move forward with the selection of a chair. Are there,
Chair has already been decided.
so unless someone's going to vote differently, we have a vice chair named at this time. We do not have, we have a chair named at this time. Please pardon my correction. We have a chair named at this time. We do not have a vice chair. We can definitely vote again.
All right. Well, here's what I'll say, is that I'm honored to have served as the chairman of the board for the last 2 years. And the duties of the vice chair are to step in when the chair cannot be present or carry out its duties. And by experience and tenure, I am the most qualified to do exactly that, to step in when the chair may not be able to carry out its duties. So I'm asking the board to reconsider your vote so we could conclude this tonight as considering me for the vice chair role.
We will move forward with the vote. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those for Ms. Ruddy serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
You can remove my name.
Okay. Thank you. So we will,
Hope that I'm showing that, voting is more than a football team in choosing colors.
remove Ms. Ruddy's nomination. We have Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will go into our fifth vote. We have remaining Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez as nominations for vice chair. All those in favor for Mr. Furry, please signal by aye.
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 And those opposed.
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
And it's fine. I'll take away my nomination if that's, is there a specific reason, I guess maybe discussion, if we can do this for Chair Furry, that you want to continue and perhaps give an opportunity for another board member so we can continue growing and getting stronger and learning more? I think that might be something. So perhaps myself or Miss Ruddy, an opportunity in our second year. It's only a 4-year term. I think it would be something to think about and to continue on. And hopefully we have a new person soon. I was hoping it would be tonight, but apparently not, an appointment. But I think, sharing the leadership, because to me, it is a leadership role, but it's also, like you said, running the show when something happens, if someone is sick or there's an emergency. And I know for a fact I'm fully capable of that. And I know all of us are fully capable of that. But, would you be willing to give someone another opportunity? It's your last year, you're pursuing other things, but you're finishing strong. And
I'm still on the board though,
I know
and
that.
I was nominated. I was nominated by one of my colleagues, and I'm honored to accept that nomination. And it's about experience, Ms. Ramirez. I believe you will build the experience to hold this position at some point in the future, but I don't feel that it is right now is the time. Right now, I am the most qualified person to step in for the chair when their duties cannot be carried out. And that is why I am going I'm not going to vote against myself.
Chair Moore, may I have the floor, please?
Absolutely.
I do not think being a vice chair is about experience. To be honest, it's a great role, and they will run the show when needed. It is a leadership role, but experience of being a vice chair or a chair will not make someone a good vice chair, in my opinion. So I hear you. I hear you, and thank you. But I feel you may be thinking that this role is a little bit different. I'm thinking of our district. We've grown really strong, and I think perhaps an opportunity for someone else to take that position to grow stronger and to continue growing our board, and then soon have another appointment.
It's not about just giving somebody another turn. That's not what this is about. This is about running our business meetings. It's about helping lead the agenda. And that it's an important role. It is not a ceremonial role. It is something that's very important. And I believe that in time that you could fill that role. I do not believe that now is the time.
I think that if this board had foresight, one of the things to think about is continuity and succession, which is what any good leader of an organization does, right? It should be selfless. And so if the vice chair role is preparing to eventually take the helm as the chair, in which case the both of you have just modeled this evening, then it would only be correct in the choice to put somebody new in there whose term is not yet up or who is not at risk under another reelection. And we sit with two brand-new people as chair and vice chair.
Okay, so my term is not up. I still have another year on my term, my 4-year term. I was elected in 22, so my term is not up. And I was nominated. I was nominated by one of my colleagues. So I'm honored to receive the nomination. I didn't nominate myself. I was nominated by my colleague. And so therefore, I'm not going to withdraw that. And so we can keep voting here. You know, unfortunately, folks, this is when we have a board that is only 4, these are some of the things that can happen. You know, it's designed to be a 5-member board, and but it's clear we don't have that 5th vote here to break a tie. So we're just going to work through this here until we, you know, elect a vice chair. So that's all.
Ms. Chong, would you consider revoking your nomination in consideration of helping to groom a newer board member so that we can have continuity over what is inevitably going to be change in the next 2 to 3 years?
I'm not going to revoke my nomination, but as I stated before, you know, Ms. Ramirez, I know you have another 3 years, and I think you're doing an awesome job. And like I said, I would love to be supportive of you in the future, but I'd like to keep my vote at this time for Mr. Furry.
Okay, we will move to vote. Right now, we have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez considered for the vice chair position. We will start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as the vice chair, please vote by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those for Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will vote again. We will start with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry serving as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those who support Ms. Ramirez serving as chair, please signal by aye.
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 And nay. And those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Is there anyone willing to just say, you know what, I'm going to change my mind?
Do we want to have discussion, or we can?
I mean, we're not getting anywhere.
Absolutely.
Chair Moore, may I have the floor?
Thank you, yes.
Thank you. So I guess in Chair Furry, or not chair yet right now, but I guess the point I was trying to make is this is your last year as a school board member, and we are going to have a new member appointed. And then next year, potentially, 2 new ones, potentially not. So I just feel that it makes sense. You work so hard meaning as an elected official, we work so hard to learn and to be here, to sacrifice from our family, friends, work, everything for this role. And it's something all of us enjoy, and we want to do it because otherwise we wouldn't be here. And I guess my point is, you practice something and then you go on. This is going in, like, at least for myself, my second year going in. And I mean, I'm just wondering, I'm just curious, is this something that you're looking to do longer, or are you interested? I mean, are you looking to have other people grow in leadership? This is just discussion, because if we're not, we're here just to talk and see, but because you were nominated, and which is a great
Right.
nomination.
So again, I am still elected. I'm still in office. However long I'm in office has nothing to, the remainder of my term has nothing to do with it. I am a duly elected official. I am on this board. There is no changes happening after this vote here, other than we will have a new chair and a new vice chair. We move on. I was nominated. You nominated yourself. I'm honored to receive the nomination, and I am the most qualified to fill the role.
And I nominated myself because I believe in myself, and I know I'll do a great job. And I'm glad you were nominated, and you will do a great job as well, and you've done a fantastic job as chair. And I think nominating myself just means that I believe in myself, and I know I can do the job, and I know I will. So that has nothing to do
Yeah,
with
and
it.
there's no shame in that. I'm just saying, I was nominated by one of my colleagues, and I'm honored to have received that. And so, and again, I believe I received that nomination because I am the most qualified person to fill the role.
I think we may be taking this like a little too serious. And again, just Ms. Ramirez, you have still 3 more years, and I think you'll be a great leader in the future. But I'd like to give Mr. Furry the opportunity just to serve out the remainder of his term as vice chair.
It just doesn't make sense. People don't step down into a second-tier position after they hit the top. You would cultivate and work to help grow the next set of chairs or leaders in any organization. And so I, again, would beg you to think beyond yourself. You've set your tenure here. We're not saying that it means you're out to pasture. You're an active board member. What we're saying is we're putting the board's health and readiness ahead of our own individual interests. And that is what I ask of you.
Well, that is your opinion, and in fact, it's not a step down. It is a role that needs to be filled, and that is exactly what it is. So, again, I really have nothing more to say about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Well, thank you. You will do a fantastic job, so I remove my name. I mean, unless you feel this is something that you think that this is what you really, truly want to do and not give someone else the opportunity for this role. So I'm
Okay,
just...
you're putting words in my mouth. I have
no,
I
I'm
have not
asking.
given that sentiment at all. I just said that I don't feel that the time is right for you right now to take this position. And I'll leave it there. I've already said that several times, and I don't really know how else to frame it. So
I think that's what we're trying to argue here, that is not a compelling reason. If we evaluate the reasoning for the pro choice of Ms. Ramirez, those were compelling logistical reasons.
So,
The only other reasons I hear is just, it's to give somebody else another turn. And
No, we're
and
not.
that's
In
not
fact,
what
we
these, that's not
clearly
what these roles
argued
are.
that it's not about tenure or time. It's about helping to make sure we do not have gaps in skill or experience for the next phase of this board. And
Board,
so we have two people here who need support in grooming to that particular level. But if it's just going to flip-flop between the two of you, then it's not readying us for your eventual departure. And then, so the next time, we for sure will have somebody who's brand new in the vice chair. Or if Ms. Chong serves for the remainder of her term and she loses her election, then we have two new people. Those things don't make sense.
Okay, Board, we will bring it back to me and back to a vote. We have Mr. Furry. Ms. Ramirez, you do want to continue? Or
I'll continue. Thank you.
we have Mr. Furry that has been nominated for vice chair. All those in favor for Mr. Furry, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay?
Nay.
Ms. Ramirez, we have Ms. Ramirez nominated for vice chairs. All those in favor for Ms. Ramirez, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Yes, sir. I don't know if we shall call a recess for a moment or how we should proceed. We're going into number 9.
Sure, that's certainly an option available to you as the chair of this meeting. So that might be useful for the board members to consider their options for a few minutes while we take a recess.
5-minute recess. our meeting back to order at 6:58. We will continue with the election of a vice chairman of the board for 2025-2026. Currently, we have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez, who are both up for consideration as vice chair, confirming that both individuals want to continue to move forward with the election. Excellent. We will go into a vote if there is no discussion. We will go into a vote. We will start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry being the vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Ms. Ramirez, did you render a vote? I'm sorry, I did not.
Nay.
Thank you. We will now move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
And those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Direction.
Sure. My recommendation would be that the board find the ability to select a vice chair tonight. That is not absolutely required for the board to be able to address the rest of the items on the agenda for this evening. My worry for the board is that if the chair was unable to attend a meeting, the first order of business at that meeting would be for the 3 remaining board members to select a chair before they got to the business at that future meeting. And the board would be in a stronger position if they didn't have to resolve that issue because they had worked out a compromise tonight to find a vice chair.
Ms. Ramirez, would you be willing to withdraw and try again for next year?
I feel that this is the great time to have succession in this board. Are we doing discussion now? I'm just,
Absolutely, you may.
okay. So being a board member in any capacity or any team, baseball, football, cheerleading, band, ROTC, the point is you're not going to learn if you don't try. So we're here for a reason in general for anything. So it, to me, and I came into this thinking that to me made sense. So, and I appreciate that you nominated Mr. Furry, and it's a great nomination because obviously you've been here longer, time-wise, right? But the whole point of having any type of team, and we are a team, is to continue to grow. Just like students, when they're in class, they're supposed to get better, and if they don't get better, what is the point? Even 1 point on a FAST test means the difference of passing and going to another grade. So I really feel like this is the right choice and the opportunity for a different person. It doesn't have to be me, and I wish we had 5 people. I know that's not, it is what it is, and we will have 5 eventually, but I really think that the whole point of having a board of any type and having a chair and a vice chair is to allow everyone the opportunity for that role and for succession. We have to have the succession. We're going to have new people in, and that's why I came in this role. I didn't sacrifice the sleep, the time, the family time to campaign. Like all of us did. That was the hardest thing. And then now the job is here, and it is a lot, but we are here for a reason, and I'm trying to learn, and this will help me learn. And, I've been attending the trainings. I also signed up for the chairmanship because you don't even have to be a chair to take that. And I would have taken it last year, but I had to take the new school board training. So I'll continue to take the chairmanship in this December, next December, and the December after, because we have those tools for us, in front of us. So I'm trying to take advantage of it. And so I think, I would hope everyone would have taken that already. and I'm glad you're signed up for it now. I wish it would have been nice if you taken it already, but I'm really glad that you're in it now for December, and I know you're going to learn a lot. And, I know Mr. Furry took it last year, and, I think really it's just learning and going on. So,
And
all right, I'm done now. Thank
I
you.
didn't take it. I was nominated and voted in. And both times I was nominated for the position. Okay, so this is not something that's just handed down like it's a family heirloom. And I will point out that, yes, we all have one common goal here, but we are all individually duly elected in an individual district. Although we do serve at large for the entire county, it is our duty to vote independently on all matters, including board chair and vice chair, along with every other policy. And that's what we're doing here tonight. And so, like I said, you said in your last statements that, this is your first year, you've been learning, you've done a lot of investment and time there, and I believe you're going to put even more of that into practice in your second year of your term. And I would encourage you to continue to do that. We've both been there, done that, and I think it's wonderful that you worked hard and you got elected, and that's what your role you're serving in. The chairmanship is not is one that's elected by the peers of the board, not by the general electorate. So that's what we're doing here tonight. But I agree. You have served diligently. You're at every meeting. You contribute. I have nothing negative to say about your involvement in your role as school board member. But there's a time for everybody, and your time will come at some point during your 4-year term, of which you're in the first year of.
The vice chair role, as you all know, it's not a huge role, but to step in if the chair is not there. But if for some reason I am not there, Mr. Furry, he is the one who is knowledgeable about this role, so he can easily handle that if he needs to.
I think all of those arguments actually underscore what Ms. Ramirez and I are trying to say. So I think that the term was, this is not something handed down like an heirloom, but in the same token, you're saying your time will come. So she, has taken the courses. I wonder what was the readiness and preparation involved prior to your first role as a chair, and how did you prepare, and what would you recommend different for Ms. Ramirez? And, Ms. Chong, you stated that, well, this role isn't a big deal, but then on the flip side, we're saying that he's the only one qualified. That seems antithesis to each other.
Well, what I would say is that the board at the time that I was elected to chair evaluated all of my abilities, and they came to a conclusion that I was best suited to do it. That's why I was voted in. So it's not a matter, each board member has to evaluate that individually. It's not a group thought on what that looks like. To each board member, that is unique to their own evaluation. And the vice chair is, I don't believe that well, I won't speak on behalf, I won't put words in Ms. Chong's mouth, but when the vice chair is an important role, it's not very active unless the chair is out. That is correct. But when that happens, you need the most qualified person to step into that position, because you have to think beyond even something bigger than just missing a meeting. Okay, it's a very significant role, just like a why we have a vice president and a president. We have somebody that would step into the role if something happened to that person. So it is an important role to be filled in an extreme circumstance, let alone one just for the chair being sick or being absent from us because of scheduling reasons.
Thank you, Board.
The very structure of our board is that we could have essentially a revolving door of team members up here where there's a maximum tenure. So I don't think that it's beyond the capacity of any individual to get up to speed, especially in a vice chair role. And again, I would encourage that we think about not ourselves, but the ability of the board to function smoothly in a continuum. And that's the wisdom in half of us having election years different from the other half of us.
But elections, those elections are irrelevant here. We're talking about the here and now. Our individual elections to our district seats are that's not even.
I understand that, but I'm
One
saying
number at a time, please.
the logic of the taking turns, right, in the cycle of who is here beyond, over the course of time.
Right, staggered elections, yeah, absolutely. So, I mean,
If there's not anything additional, we'll bring it back to a vote. We have Mr. Furry for vice chair. All those in favor for Mr. Furry, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We have Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Ms. Ramirez, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
It is my recommendation that this item be tabled and brought back at a future board meeting, and that we move forward with the remaining agenda with the position of chairman.
I have some concern about that. What I would like to see is that we continue we can recess this reorganization, finish the board meeting, and then afterwards move this reorganization to the end of the agenda for tonight, and complete the vice chair vote tonight. Because I agree with Mr. Delaney's recommendation earlier. That is what the best outcome would be. It's clear this is a little bit more of a challenge because we don't have a fifth vote here to break the tie. But that doesn't mean that we still have to function as a board irregardless of how many members that we have. And we have to get the board's business done. We can't kick it down the road. So Attorney Delaney, is that an acceptable process by state statute? Policy.
Certainly, I mean, the board policies rely on Robert's rules. You've also got policies that are not permissive, but mandate that there will be a chair and a vice chair selected. So you're somewhat at loggerheads on this. My recommendation, because there doesn't seem to be ability for the board to resolve this at this time, would be to go with what the superintendent said, table it for now. There could be an opportunity to request to remove it from the table at the end of the meeting. It would also automatically revolve to the next meeting as unfinished business that would automatically be taken up on the agenda. But if we went forward,
if it was removed from the table at the end of the meeting, then we would pick it up there and continue the vote.
correct.
I'd recommend we do that, or if it does get picked up off the table, so that we can have the business meeting done, and we have a lot of people here in the chamber as well as part of tonight's meeting, so I don't want to hold them up any longer.
Can I ask a question? I feel like there was a situation in the past where we included the superintendent on a vote. Is that a possibility? No.
No.
Not for this issue. So just so everyone's clear, to remove something from the table would require a second and then a majority vote to take that up later in this meeting.
Gotcha.
And Ms. Moore, can I have the floor? Are we still discussing or are we moving on?
At this time, we have it on the table. Do we need to move forward with a vote on that item being tabled?
Yes, to table the motion.
Mr. Ramirez, we are going to move forward with this item being on the motion for it to be placed on the table. Again, it can be brought back later in this meeting. I do want to acknowledge that if it is brought back at later this meeting or another meeting, but at this time, we will be excusing Judge Totten after the swearing in of the chair so that we can be respectful of her time and she doesn't have to stay here for the entire business meeting to see if it is brought back from the table.
And so can I clarify something, Chair Moore? So are we saying it will be tabled? Is that, so,
Yes.
and we all understand when you table something, if it doesn't get voted on, it dies. So like, how does that work if it doesn't happen for the next meeting? So it has to happen at the next meeting.
I would recommend that it be on the agenda at every future meeting until this gets resolved.
So would that be at the next business meeting, the next 6 p.m. meeting? So this would be out in December?
It could be then, the chair, working with the superintendent, draws up the agenda.
From my understanding, tabling though, it has to absolutely be voted on at the next meeting. Is it anything different? Because if it doesn't happen at the next
If it is
meeting-
not brought off the table today, it will be on the next meeting, which is December, the proposed date is December 16th.
Yeah, I think that would be unfortunate to have to carry it all the way out another month to have the vice chair. I really encourage that we resolve this tonight. So, but if we do table it and we bring it back, it will take a vote, a motion and a second, and a majority vote to bring it back tonight. So it will take 3 votes to bring it back from the table tonight if we want to solve this tonight. So if that doesn't happen, then it's automatically going to roll forward to another meeting. So.
Do we need to, I guess we need to motion, okay. I will motion to table the vote on the vice chair till the next meeting.
I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Chong and a second by Ms. Ruddy. Any additional discussion?
I have a discussion. I just want everyone to consider the board and the community and the district and what's best for them for anything that moves on and goes forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. We will move forward with the vote. All those in favor signal by aye.
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 Those opposed? It moves forward unanimously. All right, we will invite Judge Totten to come forward as well as Chairman-elect Ms. Chong.
Congratulations, Ms. Chong. And you've already got your right hand up. Repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and the government
and the government
of the United States
of the United States
and of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
that I am duly qualified
that I am duly qualified
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution
under the Constitution
of the state
of the state
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
perform the duties
perform the duties
of school board member
of school board member
on which I am now about to enter.
on which I am now about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Madam Chair. I'll pass the gavel to you.
Congratulations to new chairwoman, Ms. Chong. Thank you to Judge Totten for being here. We appreciate you and all that you do for Flagler County and Flagler schools. That completes item 2.03, the selection of a chairman. As the customary of the dais, next to the superintendent sits the chairman of the board. Then we will sit in order by districts. So if we could then adjust by districts is how we traditionally sit on the
Okay.
board.
So we've got, I'm two, which district? You're 5?
So you're good. Yep.
Okay, yeah, we're good.
Excellent. All right. The next item for the organization of the board is to approve the facsimile plates. At the time of swearing in, Judge Totten did have we will have our chair to sign the facsimile plates at this time. As she is signing that, the next item in the organization of the board is to establish dates and times for the schedule of the board action meetings for the ensuing year in accordance with School Board Policy 0151. Before you do have a list of recommended board meeting dates to follow the second and fourth Tuesday of the month, as is what the current cadence of the board meetings are. We will give you a moment to review those dates, and then we will open up for discussion and a vote.
What is the first day of school in 2026 for teachers?
Thank you. Let me pull that data up.
I'm
I
just
know
trying to
someone-
make sure that it's not difficult for your staff, if it's, that
We have-
date in August looks pretty close.
Yes, let me tell you. The date in August, let me see. I'm sorry. Yes. That date does not conflict with the beginning of the school year.
Perfect.
I had a question.
And remembering that we can start no sooner than August 10th. That is the soonest we can start a school year.
So Tuesday, April 21st, we have an information workshop and regular meeting tentative on here. But should it be April 28th, since we're doing the second and fourth Tuesday? So that was the only thing that I noted was Tuesday, April 21st, unless there was a holiday that I didn't.
They look concurrent.
Yes, we have spring break that is in there. Let me tell you
But
exactly.
Tuesday, April 21st, it's not
No, it's not spring break.
the
Spring break is
second or
March.
the fourth Tuesday. So I don't know if that was a mistake or if there was a reason that it was put on that day. Should it be actually April 28th?
Let's look. We will make that adjustment.
Okay, so that would, okay, there was,
I also see a special meeting on September 11th at 9 a.m. Typically, we have the memorial activities. Perhaps that needs to be
That
adjusted.
will be adjusted for the AFR. I don't know if Patty Warmick is here. I know that is a strict timeline, so we'll allow her to come forward.
and the only other thing, I know these dates aren't on here, but when we have scheduled special meetings, bargaining, anything specific like that, I know it's not on a day our attorney is there, so that would just be my recommendation. I know we don't know those. Oh, I do see a special meeting. So any of the ones I'd like to see if the attorney, I know he can only attend certain days, but just going through one full year and obviously talking with other districts, I feel it would be important to have him physically present for any special meetings, bargaining meetings, and also shade meetings or anything like that, physically in person and not online, if we can see if that can happen.
Okay, we will do a better job of coordinating that.
And it's usually Tuesdays are the challenge on that. So if the board was available to meet for some of those special meetings on a day other than Tuesday, then I don't have an issue. So
And I know sometimes we get those invites automatically, so perhaps we can just make sure it's not a Tuesday, I guess, for the special meetings, if everyone would agree. I don't know. That's just my opinion on the dates
We
for
definitely
those
will.
specific meetings.
We definitely will do a better job of making sure we can coordinate that as much as possible. Ms. Warmick, will you address the AFR?
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Moore. If the meeting cannot happen the morning of September 11th, it needs to be sometime on Thursday, September 10th. I try to make these meetings for the AFR and the TRIM on a Tuesday. However, that is not possible due to the timing of the calendar. It is way too early to get that project completed.
Totally understand.
So we will make the adjustment for Thursday, September 10th for the AFR as the tentative date.
Either that or instead of 9 a.m., it's later in the afternoon because the stair climb is in the morning.
Absolutely.
And the only concern with that is everything is due on the 11th. So if it's later
okay.
in the day, it's going to be a push to get everything fully
10th.
submitted.
No, that's perfect.
We will make the adjustment for the 10th.
And just for clarification, we do need a quorum on that meeting, so we need at least 3 board members if it's on the 10th.
One moment, I wasn't expecting that date. Let me just verify. September 10th. Is everyone okay on that date? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other adjustments that need to be made, I will call for a motion to approve the board meeting dates and times as amended before you.
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Ruddy. We need a second.
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? It's unanimous. That completes items 2.05. We will move to item 2.06, which is the establishment of board liaisons. Before you are a list of all of our board liaison items. We will go through these as quickly as possible. We have Belterre Elementary School. We have Ms. Ramirez. Do you wish to remain?
I wish to remain if unless anyone,
Okay. Bunnell Elementary School, we have Ms. Chong.
I would like to keep that.
Okay. Oak Kings Elementary School.
Yeah, I can stay with that.
Excellent. Rimfire Elementary School.
Since that's open, I'll volunteer to take that
Okay.
liaison position.
All right, we have Miss Ruddy there. Wadsworth,
I'm happy to keep that.
excellent. Buddy Taylor,
I'd love to keep that.
excellent. Indian Trails,
I'll keep that.
excellent. Flagler Palm Coast High School,
I'd like to retain that as well.
excellent. Matanzas High School,
I'll keep that.
excellent. Flagler Technical College,
I'd love to continue to work with that group.
excellent. Flagler with Rise Up.
I'm happy to keep that.
All right, Ms. Chong, you will remain there. Legislative Liaison Committee,
Yeah, I'd like to stay on that.
okay.
I'd like to join as the backup. I believe we have two people on
Yep,
that.
so it will be Mr. Furry and Ms. Ruddy. Flagler County Education Foundation.
So that would be for the chair. So that would be Ms.
Yes,
Chong.
I'm sorry, thank you. That will be Ms. Chong. Chamber of Commerce,
That is also for Ms. Chong as well, for the chair.
Flagler County Value Adjustment Board,
Happy to continue with that.
excellent. Ms. Ruddy. Flagler Auditorium Governing Board,
That will be Ms. Chong as well as chair.
Department of Juvenile Justice,
It's open. I think that was Derek Barr's
It was.
before. Yeah, I'll take that one.
all right, Mr. Furry. African American Mentor Program,
I'd love to stay on that. I've had conversations with the president, but their meetings haven't been communicated. Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't missing
Yeah, no,
anything,
you
so.
won't. Yes.
so
Yes,
the
I'll
both of you
continue.
will remain?
Yes, we've-
You
Perfect.
can leave it as
Made
is.
some growth.
School Health Advisory Council,
I'm happy to keep it unless anybody else wants to, just to.
all right, Ms. Chong will
I think you're
keep.
best suited for that.
Carver Governors Board,
That will be for Chair Chong.
Small School District Council Consortium.
I could stay there.
Okay, Ms. Chong, do you want to keep that as well?
If somebody else wants to, they can.
Back up.
I can take it if you want
All right,
to
Ms.
flip it.
Ramirez. So it will be Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. EPAC,
I'll keep with that unless anyone.
excellent. Community Traffic Safety Team.
I could take that one.
Oversight Committee, we have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ruddy. Do you want to continue to remain? And
Yeah.
then it's open. We need another individual to take that spot.
I'd like
Happy
to
to
stay.
continue.
I can take the third spot.
Okay, Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you.
Boys and Girls Club, Ms. Chong, will you continue?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Focus on Flagler Youth Coalition.
Yes, please.
Okay. Florida Tobacco Prevention Partnership.
I'm happy to take that. I've attended a couple of meetings.
Okay, Ms. Ruddy. Flagler Historical Society.
Yeah, I'm happy to keep that.
Excellent. Virtual Teen Town Hall.
I'll keep that in. Thank you.
And, okay, and then the Volusia Flagler Transportation Planning Organization.
What exactly are they doing? The role of that that board? Or what's the, let's see, let's say meetings on the fourth Wednesday of each month, the exception of July.
And if no one is assigned, we can bring that back to the board again at a future meeting. Mr. Freeman is going to address your question.
Good evening, Chair, Ms. Moore, School Board. This is a new planning board, or it's a board that we serve not as a voting member, but as just a member of the board. And it is for the Flagler, Volusia transportation, for any transportation needs for either Flagler or for Volusia County.
Okay, is this a community oversight board or input board? Or is it the staff of the school districts?
And there are members of the board, and then our school board and Volusia County School Board are not members of the board. They are
Liaisons.
like liaisons or associate members. Yes, correct.
Well, I can, if no one wants to take it, I can take this one on, so.
Okay, we have Mr. Furry. Okay, we have addressed all items on the liaison list. Board members, we need a motion to approve the liaison assignments.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Ruddy, a second by Ms. Ramirez. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by aye.
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 Oppose? Unanimous. Board, at this time, we need to select a FSBA Advocacy Committee member and alternate. Would any board members have interest in serving in these positions?
I would like to nominate myself for FSBA, please. If anyone else
I
is
don't
not.
see any attachment regarding the meeting schedule or commitments required. Is there any additional context to that? Is it just virtual communication?
And Ms. Ramirez served on the position last year and can provide some
So
updates.
virtual?
when you attend the conference, so when we attend in summer and winter, they kind of pull you to the side and just make discussion, and then there's emails and virtuals.
Oh,
and
okay. So
yeah, so
it's already the meetings that we're pretty much going to,
Yeah.
and then they are looking for focus
And then
group
they- yep.
people. Okay, got you. I'm happy to serve as a alternate.
thank you.
Okay, we have Ms. Ramirez as the member and Ms. Ruddy as the alternate. Are there any discussion? If not, we need a motion to approve.
Move to
Move.
approve.
Oh, second.
We have a motion by Ms. Chong and a second by Ms. Ramirez. If no discussion, we'll call for the question. All those in favor signal by aye.
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 Those opposed? Unanimous. Board, at this time, we would like to select a value adjustment board member. Would any board member have interest in serving in this position? Oh, we did.
already
I'm sorry.
on the
Yes, we
liaison.
did that one. Yes, so we've already done that and approved that. We're going to the value adjustment business members. Here in our audience, we do have Mr. Joseph Wright, who is an owner of many Benel-based businesses, but the Quantum family since 2005, and is willing to serve as the business member as well as the alternate, Miss Chelsea Bernie Herbert, that is in the audience as well, who is the owner of 4C's Trucking and Excavations. It is our recommendation that we accept these business members as the value adjustment business member as well as the business member alternate. That is our recommendation. Is there any questions?
No, not at all. I know Quantum Electric has been really a valuable partner in many facets, and I think 4Cs and them together would be a wonderful addition.
Okay, if no other discussion, we will call for the vote. I'm sorry, we will call for a motion to approve.
Move
Move
approval.
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 We have from Mr. Furry, a second.
Second.
From Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous? We do ask them, because they are here, if we could give an opportunity for them to come forward for a picture, because we don't often have this opportunity, and they have been faithfully serving in this role. So we will just take a brief moment for a quick picture. And please bring your little ones if you would like.
And thank you for the golf cart for Belterre. There will be naming it soon.
Sorry, we brought all of our activities.
Thank you. That concludes item 2.09. We will move forward with a motion to close our reorganization meeting. Do we have a motion to close?
Move to close.
We have from Ms. Ruddy, and do we have a second?
Second.
Excellent. We will call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. I'm sorry.
I was wondering if we could take just a brief recess, just a couple minutes. I wanted to confer with Ms. Warmick on one thing before we started the COPS portion of the meeting.
Absolutely. We will take a 3-minute recess. we change the order of the agenda. We move into our regular board meeting, and that we complete the COPS last on the agenda, as we anticipate if there will be a vote of vice chair, because that individual typically serves as a vice president for the COPS. So my recommendation is we go into our regular board meeting and we do our COPS last. Is there
You want a motion for that?
yes, please.
So move approval to move COPS to the end of today's agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? If no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? It moves forward unanimous. I would like to say congratulations, and I will turn the rest of this portion of the meeting over to our new chair, Ms. Chong.
Thank you. Thank you, Board, for your confidence in me. Any other additions or changes to this agenda?
We do not have any.
Okay. All right, seeing there are no changes, we will move on to 5.01.
I'll move approval for to move forward with tonight's agenda.
Second.
Call for the question.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all.
Okay.
Can we all please?
That was my fault. We are asking for the acceptance of the agenda for the regular board meeting.
Okay, we'll call the vote.
Aye.
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 Okay, so we will move on to 4.01. Ms. Moore, do you have any spotlights tonight?
We do have a great spotlight. We will first start with the superintendent spotlight, which is the Sunshine State Scholar. Before you, we have Ms. Heidi Alves and Ms. Sarah Lombardo that will bring forward our Sunshine State Scholar and alternate.
Good evening, School Board Chair, School Board members, Superintendent Moore. We are here to share a little information about a wonderful program that we showcase every year, the Sunshine State Scholar. Every year, we identify a scholar and an alternate who excel in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics with hopes to pursue a STEM career after high school. These high school juniors must meet several criteria. They must have expressed interest in a STEM-related field after high school. They must have a weighted GPA of 3.9 or higher, and they must be on track to receive the Florida Bright Futures Scholarship.
The Sunshine State Scholars event will occur on March 5th and 6th, 2026 in Orlando, Florida. The Commissioner of Education, the Senior Chancellor, and representatives from Florida's colleges and universities will be at the event to discuss higher education opportunities available to them in Florida. There will be workshops for students and parents related to college applications and funding. This year, we had two very worthy applicants who went above and beyond the criteria for the renowned program. I would like to introduce our high school administrators to brag a bit on our 2025 Sunshine State Scholar and alternate. In the event that the Sunshine State Scholar cannot attend in March, the alternate will take their place. This year's alternate is from Flagler Palm Coast High School. Principal Bobby Bossardette is here to introduce Suki Liu.
Good evening, Superintendent Moore, members of the board. I am truly honored to be here tonight to introduce a remarkable student who is still sitting with us right here. Our school's nominee for Sunshine State Scholar, Miss Suki Liu. Suki is an exceptionally high-achieving scholar in the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program at FPC. She demonstrates a deep passion for STEM, taking on some of the most rigorous courses we offer, including dual enrollment physics through the University of Florida. She currently holds a 4.0 weighted GPA and a 5.05 weighted or unweighted GPA and a 5.05 weighted GPA, and she has earned perfect scores, 5s, on 4 AP exams. Her primary academic interest is computer science, a field she explores well beyond the classroom. She often draws connections between complex programming logic and the sophisticated strategies of competitive bridge, a game in which she strongly excels. As the vice president of the Flagler Youth Bridge Club, she has qualified for national finals and has won multiple sectional tournaments. On our campus, Suki is a leader in every sense of the word. She serves as secretary and division coach for Mu Alpha Theta, a section leader in our marching band, and is the junior class vice president. In each role, she consistently demonstrates initiative, integrity, and the ability to lift up the students around her. Suki embodies the tenacity and drive of a bulldog every single day. She doesn't just excel, she elevates everybody around her. She is without question one of the finest bulldogs at FPC. Please join me in congratulating our Sunshine State Scholar nominee, Miss Suki Liu.
Come up for a picture.
And if you stand to the side for just a moment, we're going to bring up our Sunshine State Scholar, and then we will do a collective picture then
Sorry,
together.
hold
Yes.
that thought. So this year's Sunshine State Scholar is from Matanzas High School. Principal Mike Rinaldi is here to introduce Ethan Tincher.
Chair, Board, Superintendent Moore. I'd like to introduce Ethan Tincher, a junior at Matanzas High School. Ethan is an outstanding student with a 4.0 GPA and is on track to earn his ACE diploma with merit. He consistently earns top grades, and his dedication has earned him the Principal's Award for all A's since his freshman year. Ethan is a proactive and engaged member of our school community. He competes at the state level in speech and debate and mentors new team members and is currently the assistant editor for our school newspaper. His passion for STEM and medicine is evident through his participation in the University of Florida's summer pre-medical program and his volunteer work at UF Flagler Hospital, where he has gained hands-on experience in patient care. Ethan is organized, collaborative, and reflective. He's truly a model student. We are proud of his accomplishments and the leadership he brings to the Matanzas High School community. It is my honor to present to you Matanzas High School's and Flagler County Schools Sunshine State Scholar, Ethan Tincher.
Ethan, will you hold yours open? Nope, stay still, guys, stay still. Congratulations.
We are so proud of those two scholars, and we thank them for being here, as well as their school administrators and their families. Thank you very much. That concludes our spotlight.
All right, congratulations all. Thank you, Superintendent Moore. Next, we will have Miss Madison Astle from the Flagler County Education Foundation.
Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, cool. Good evening, Chair, Superintendent Moore, and members of the board. I'd like to share a really quick update about two incredible events that took place this past week. Both of ours were focused on helping students discover their pathways and pursue their dreams. Last Friday, we hosted the second annual College and Career Fair, where 800 students had the opportunity to meet 27 colleges and universities, 35 businesses, and 17 government agencies. Students explored next step options in every direction: college, career, military, and community service. Thank you to everyone who helped make this event possible and for creating an experience that truly opened doors for our students. On Saturday, we held one of the Foundation's signature fundraising events, the Josh Cruz Gala. Supporting our Josh Cruz Writing Project in all of our schools, including Imagine, it was announced that we now have 188 students participating in creative writing clubs after school, working alongside dedicated educators who guide them through their writing journey. This program continues to grow every year and inspire thanks to the support of this community. And finally, we want to remind our students that the Senior Scholarship Platform opened yesterday and will remain open until January 17th. Instructions and application walkthrough video are available at flagleredfoundation.org and on all of our social media channels. Please don't miss out on this opportunity. These scholarships can make a meaningful difference in your next steps after high school. Thank you for the continued opportunity to share these highlights and for your continued partnership as we work together to make it happen for Flagler students. Also, if you're watching, you can scan the QR code and just hop right on to register for senior scholarships. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 6.01 through 6.03. Do I have a motion to approve these items?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Furry and second by Ms. Ruddy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. We already did the adoption of the agenda. So 8.01, do we have anybody for public comment?
Yes, we have one person for public comment on the agenda. We have Mr. Ron Long for item 14.01.
Good evening, Chair, board members, Superintendent. I'm Ron Long, and I'm here tonight to address a concern with policy 0169.1, specifically the section outlining the public input process. This is not specifically about the technical correction coming before you this evening. This is more about protecting the meaningful access to public, for the public to be heard. The policy lays out the basic guidelines that we all know: completing the public input form, speaking in order of submission, and the 3-minute time limit. These rules help maintain structure and keep the meeting efficient. But I want to address items D and E. Item D states that individuals cannot delegate their allotted time to someone else, and item E encourages groups with a shared viewpoint to select a representative to speak on their behalf. Now, I understand the reasoning for item E, to streamline the meetings and eliminate repetitive comments. However, there's a real challenge here. When one person is asked to represent several people's interests, the strict 3-minute time limit can be a little bit limiting. It may be difficult for that representative to accurately and respectfully convey the concerns of the entire group. As a result, people may be discouraged from using the very option that this board is trying to recommend. Other governing bodies have recognized this and made provisions and reasonable solutions. Flagler County Commission has allowed extended times in these situations. In some cases, they even go up to 10 minutes. Palm Coast City Council has adopted similar flexibilities. They understand that public input is not simply a procedural formality. It's a core component of open, transparent, democratic governance. My suggestion is simple and modest. When a designated representative is speaking on behalf of a group, allow that speaker 5 minutes instead of the 3. This small adjustment ensures that the group's viewpoints can be communicated clearly and completely without overwhelming the meeting schedule. This may seem like a small, minor detail, but it has a major impact on the accessibility of this board to the community it serves. Public input is not a burden. It's a cornerstone of democracy, and it's one of the things that makes our community and our country so exceptional. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to 9.01 through 9.06, do I have a motion to approve these items?
Move approval.
Moved by Mr. Furry,
Second.
second by Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries. All right, moving on to 11.01 through 11.03. Do I have a motion to approve these items?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, moved by Ms. Ramirez and second by Mr. Furry. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries 3.
I just thank Mr. Reeves for also ensuring that additional piece in the Wilson MOU, helping to protect our brand and giving first right of refusal for any publication of our name.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 13.01 and 13.02. Do I have a motion for these items?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Furry and second by Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries 3-0. Okay. 14.01, do I have a motion for these items?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Ramirez and second by Mr. Furry. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries 3-0. All right. We're down to 21.01 for our school board attorney contract. Do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Furry and second by Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Wanted to make aware to the public that the cost for the services did not increase, as well as the services, if any increase were to occur, it's in alignment with the increases allotted for teachers, and I think that's very admirable and more than fair.
All right, the motion carries. Okay, and 23.0, anybody else for public comment?
We have Mr. Edward Fuller on Veterans Day.
Thank you. Good evening, Ed Fuller. It's a privilege to, even as late as it is, to say what I need to say. Congratulations on the chair. Congratulations on the board members. Congratulations, students, school board members. I'm with the Veterans Day Parade committee, and I'll tell you what, a week ago, Flagler County Schools just absolutely made me proud, but made our country proud in the way they conducted themselves, in the way they participated, and the way they just absolutely engaged. We had your engaged, empower, and educate. Well, they knocked it out of the park. Well, first of all, everybody remembers it's 27 degrees, right?
Can't forget that.
Great day for a parade. It really was. That said, I had the personal privilege of meeting 700 of the finest young men and women at the end of that parade. Band members, JROETC members, Pantherettes, love Wadsworth. If you're listening out there, I gotta shout them out. And before I forget, that Indian Trails Quartet over there, we want them in that parade next year. I told the principal I'm going to get a float for them because they don't march. I get it. They were amazing. But let me talk about what's going on here. Lieutenant David Freeman, unbelievable member of that committee. Don Foley, Marcus Sanfilippo, Doug Glasgow, Matanzas band director Ryan Schultz, FPC band director John Seth, the Pantherettes, the JROTC. What you're building here, LaShakia, is culture. Culture, community, respect, honor, and dignity. Look who's leading in that parade. Yeah, I'm going to be unabashed, and I'm going to say, amazing. You ought to be very proud. I was crying, okay, when I saw those young men and women coming here after, look, they just performed at a band competition, I believe, a week before. They came in at a day off to perform for our veterans. Talk about self-sacrifice, talk about self-awareness. What are we teaching our kids? That's culture. That's not in a book. That's by example. And she's right over there, and I shouldn't be pointing. It's impolite, but I'm going to do it anyway. Ms. Moore, I love you. And I'll tell you what, I saw your evaluations of Ms. Moore. Look, you don't let a college basketball coach go. You don't let a football coach go. I'm saying you need to move forward with that contract and sign her up before somebody snatches her up. And for all those kids out there and those band members, God bless you. I was never more proud as a father and a grandfather to see those kids out there performing. Not one of them complained about the cold. I'm telling you, they were so polite. Thank you so much. And my suggestion again, don't sleep into that chair. You need to go forward with that contract. Somebody's going to snatch her up. You can do it. You have a new chair. You can make it. You can make that happen. You can go forward. Obviously, you're going to have discussions, but I would suggest you do that. I didn't mean to ramble, but I'll wait here any day to talk about our kids. And you all do a great job. So thank you as well for participating. We had the largest parade in the history of the Veterans Day. And that's because of everyone up here. So if you're all listening at home, God bless you. Thank you. You're amazing men and women. What an example, LaShakia Moore. And I do pray for you, and I do get LaShakia Moore every night. Thank you. God bless you. I know I went over the time. I apologize. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else signed up for public comment? All right, we'll move on to board member requests. Do I have any board member requests?
I would like to address the group speaking time on 0169.1. I think for future discussion or workshop, I think it's more than fair to think of maybe there's a minimum group size in which we do extend the time limit, how we monitor the number of people who are affiliated with a group to ensure that it's not taken advantage of. It sounds like there's a couple of models we could take a look at.
Okay. Any other requests? Okay. All right, we'll move on to closing comments, starting with our school board members.
Oh,
Student school board members.
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Superintendent, and School Board. I would first like to thank you all for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak on the dais on behalf of all students of FPC. I'd first like to give a special thank you and acknowledge the incredible AFJROTC cadets who presented our colors tonight, so thank you to them. I would also extend a huge congratulations to Ms. Suki Liu. Tonight, I would like to share some special events that have been happening at FPC. FPC Thespian Society is holding their annual winter play, which was student-written and titled I'll Figure the Title Out Later. I would like to extend a huge congratulations again to FPC Thespians for a successful district festival. They scored all excellent and superior ratings, with a special shout out to Laura Lee Kilmer, Reagan Golf, Caleb Flynn, Isabella Bond, all for receiving perfect top honors for Small Ensemble Musical. Our formality singers, jazz band, and band have been up to some incredible things as FPC held their annual Pops concert, where listeners got to experience what it's like to be in the band. A super special shout out to Oliver Novick, who is selected for Florida's Bandmaster Association All-State Concert Band on soprano saxophone. FPC clubs are holding the standard of the county as Art Club makes their Christmas board. FPC Future Chef Club is now catering. Yes, that's right. Students are catering. Bunnell FFA, for the first time ever, participated in the Farm and Agribusiness Management Contest and placed 10th in the state. And SGA is holding their annual Dinner with Santa, where all proceeds go to those in need. So huge congratulations to FPC SGA again for being selected to host the 2027 state conference at FPC, which is incredible. Some other incredible initiatives happening at FPC are the FPC DECA and AFROTC Holidays, which all donations and proceeds are going to the Giving Store to help those in need. FPC SGA is collecting socks and funds in collaboration with OC FPS for Tiny Toes Initiative, as well as a FPC IB CAST project titled Seeds of Hope, is teaming up with FPC Athletics to fight food insecurity in Flagler County. FPC sports are displaying incredible athleticism as our varsity girls soccer team goes undefeated. An FPC cross-country team is not only breaking state, but FPC records as well. As well as some of our state qualifiers and champions, girls golfer Sophia Switch qualified for the state tournament, and the FPC swim team qualified in 10 events for the Florida Regional Champions. As for some other incredible students, a huge congratulations to Malika O'Neill for being named CET Student of the Month, Lania Walker for being the reciprocant of the Daughters of the American Revolution Good Citizens Award, and Ava Hatton for receiving the Great Kid Award from the Flagler County Sheriff's Department. As well as a special congratulations to FBC's Teacher of the Year, Mr. Giovanni, and Rookie Teacher of the Year, Mrs. Mead, as well as Employee of the Year, Mr. Grant. A special thank you to the Flagler County Ed Foundation. As you all heard, they held their second annual College and Career Fest, which students were able to experience college and other events, as well as a special thank you to the Flagler Cares in collaboration with the Florida Counter Drug Task Force to present in the Great American Smokeout tomorrow. Just some important announcements. Our Autumn Adventure had record-breaking attendance, as well as FPC teachers continued to make education great through the Toyota Beaver Foundation grants, which 8 FPC teachers received, so huge thank you to them, as well as just a super big thank you to all of those who made Autumn Adventures available, so our clubs, our faculty, our staff. So as the semester comes to a close, FPC Bulldogs show no signs of stopping with all of the great things they're up to. Thank you to our coaches, faculty, and staff, club organizers, and security team for making these things possible. Once again, thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, Olivia. As this meeting comes to a close, I'd like to take this opportunity to share some great things going on at Matanzas High School. Last Wednesday, our August, September, and October Kiwanis Senior of the Months were recognized and received their awards at the Kiwanis Luncheon. These students were recognized for their dedication to their school and their own success in academics and beyond. We had lots of pirate participation in the Community Veterans Day Parade, which was recognized at tonight's meeting. Just again, thank you to our very own band of pirates, cheerleaders, and Army ROTC for representing Matanzas High School and showing up to support our veterans. Congratulations to girls and boys cross country on their successful regional meet. Both of them will be competing at states. MHS swim team also earned their way to state competitions, and winter sports have begun, and we look forward to watching our pirate athletes compete this season. The ViStar Credit Union interns at Matanzas High School are hosting a reality fair this Friday for our students. Here, students will be assigned a career and salary and get to work through and around different stations, simulating day-to-day expenses and budgeting. This is a great experience and opportunity provided by our ViStar interns. This is something we've done before, and I participated, and I think it's really great to see our students go through the simulation. With holidays around the corner, MHS students are getting into the giving spirit. On Friday, the National Honor Society donated baskets of food they collected through donations to the Veterans of Foreign Wars organization here in our community. SGA is currently hosting a sock drive for hospitalized children. They are accepting slightly used or new socks until December 12th and appreciate all of your donations. The career fair, again, to thank you to Flagler Education Foundation. This was a great success. It was a wonderful opportunity for our juniors and seniors to learn about opportunities in their community and educational opportunities as well. Some exciting upcoming events include the Key Club's annual Breakfast with Santa. This is open to the community, and the members serve breakfast and gift-wrapped books to children to attend. This event will be taking place at Matanzas High School on December 13th from 8 to 11 a.m. On behalf of Matanzas High School and our student body, thank you for your support, and I look forward to our continued collaboration. Thanks.
All right, well done, and a happy birthday to Miss Ava. So she's here on her birthday night. And I know we had Olivia's in September, so we missed that one. But I did want to congratulate these two young ladies. They are a part of our virtual teen town hall, and I was able to sit in on that hour-and-a-half discussion, and they were fantastic. We had a lot of students involved. It's middle school and high school students, so if you're a student watching or you're a parent or a guardian, keep your eyes out for those emails for the virtual teen town halls. They're amazing, and I learned quite a bit, and even things to bring back to the table to try to, help and promote things. So well done for the ladies. And I did want to just thank all of my liaisons that I had last year, and then the opportunity to work with you again this year. So Matanzas High School, Belterre Elementary, the virtual teen town hall, Focus on Flagler Youth Coalition, EPAC, and of course, Florida School Board Association. And those liaisons are very meaningful. So if you have any questions or concerns about any type of activity going on in those specific campuses or schools, definitely reach out to the dedicated school board member. This past year has been amazing. I'm looking forward to my year 2 to represent District 5 and the whole county. And I hope everyone has a wonderful evening, and thank you all for your attendance tonight.
So I just want to inform our community members of some troubling changes in the legislature that have come upon us that, again, public schools will have to navigate through. Schools of Hope. It sounds like a really great marketing title. However, when you look underneath the hood of that, it is most probably should be named Roommate from Hell. I don't know if you've ever watched that series, Netflix. So think of if you invite somebody to your house and they never leave, and you have to pay their grocery bill, their electric bill, the repairs to your house. That's exactly what Schools of Hope is. Schools of Hope will allow charter schools, which on the surface are nonprofit, however, are often operated by for-profit educational management companies. And they will allow those organizations to take root into public schools, ignoring the space needs for ESE, other sensory rooms, rooms for special programs, and burrow their way into schools without paying rent, electricity, and put administrative burdens on the school as well as food services, I believe, as of the latest rendition I've read. Yet I hear and see no uproar or objection from community members who are saying, why are they taking my taxpayer money for-profit organizations to essentially parasite off of public schools? So maybe it's lack of clear understanding of what that Schools of Hope really means. And so that's why I'm sharing with you tonight. Your voice matters. We need your support. We need you to be contacting your legislatures. We need you to speak up because this is going to be another administrative oversight that we will have to handle. So when you ask, why do we pay substitutes $15 an hour, the rate that they're hiring at Taco Bell? Or why can't we pay our bus drivers more? Or why is the family of 4 on our insurance policy paying a $1,700 a month premium? It's because we will have to absorb the additional costs of these impacts with the lower funding that our state provides. Additionally, we've worked really hard to overcome some of the drama that's come around mistrust of teachers indoctrinating or people assuming they're indoctrinating students in schools. And so recently a Phoenix Declaration was posed. It is not a bill. However, it is a movement that will most assuredly, again, put people under scrutiny and push one set of ideology over another. And I thought that's what we're moving past. So when we also look at the public officials that you're electing, please not only look at the support that they're putting on Facebook pages or coming to school events, but look at how they vote. Because we recently had up for a vote a policy where we could have taken a stand in our local community against some of this movement to, again, provide excessive oversight to teachers and build distrust. But yet, the majority of the board voted against those interests of teachers, and again, fanning the flames of mistrust between the public and the teachers. So pay attention to how people vote, because they most assuredly are voting as if this is a football game, and they will never change their jersey, no matter what the item is to vote on and how it may hurt you or the people that they're supposed to represent. Thank you.
Well, that's just one perspective. When that board member says that we need to do something about this, that doesn't speak for every board member here. You know, the School of Hopes are specifically for chronically low-performing schools. And so this is not something that should affect Flagler County based on these benchmarks. So these efforts are to improve the quality of education in underperforming districts. And yes, they will be able to move into underutilized facilities. But in my view, if the school is failing the children, this is a hope opportunity. So it's all a matter of perspective at the end of the day. So on another note, I want to just again highlight, I don't know why I've got feedback here on this, but I want to again highlight the great effort of the Veterans Day Parade and Flagler School's participation, and truly grateful and honored that we had Mr. Freeman as the Grand Marshal. We really appreciate his service to our country. You've served our country with honor, and you served this organization with honor, and for that, I'm grateful, sir. And for as far as tonight's voting, you know, these are the things that happen sometimes when you have a 4-member board. So my hope is that tonight we could resolve that, because it will affect our organizing our COPS, which is our financing corporation, because the vice chair is going to need to be listed to serve in that area. So my hope is that we can pick that up tonight and finish that out. And just grateful for staff and all their efforts, and I will yield my time.
I just want to thank our board for your trust and your confidence in me. I really do appreciate the opportunity, and I'm grateful to serve in this capacity in my 4th year. So thank you very much. Yes, the Veterans Parade. Yeah, I'm just thinking back to, it really is incredible that it was so cold out, but all of our kids came out, and we had such a great show from Flagler schools. It really is just a testament. And, you know, that's part of the fun of this job. It's not always fun, but I do love to just be a part of our community that way. So that was such a great event to be able to support our veterans. Let's see. I'll just touch on the Phoenix Declaration. You know, you can look that up yourself. Don't read into news articles. You can go on the Florida DOE and you can read what that's about. I will just quickly just name the points on here: parental choice and responsibility, transparency and accountability, truth and goodness. Consider the alternative there, I guess. Cultural transmission, character formation, and academic excellence, and citizenship. So take some time to look that up. It is on our Florida DOE website, and you can read that. Other than that, yeah, I know it's been a very busy time. Everybody's trying to be out there, be involved. Next week is Thanksgiving break, so I really do hope everybody gets some time to just rest and enjoy family. And yeah, just be thankful for all the blessings we have here. Thank you.
I will be quick, as I know I stand in between us and our reopening of our reorg meeting, so I will be very quick. Today is the 69th day of school, and guess what tomorrow is? It's the 70th day of school, exactly. And so we cannot wait to celebrate the 70th day of school. So dust off your 70s attire. I think I'm going to go disco, 70s disco tomorrow, possibly. I'm not sure. But tomorrow's the 70th day of school. And I always like to just remind us is that we celebrate each and every day because it is its own individual opportunity for us to do great things for our students. I want to thank Flagler County Education Foundation and all of our business partners and colleges that participated in the College and Career Fair. I also would like to just call out Four Cs and Quantum just for your support over the years, for the work that that you do to support what we do, because a lot of the things that we see within our schools and our school district is made possible by local businesses and local individuals giving to our foundation and giving to our school district to make great things happen for our students. Progress reports are coming out very soon, so please, parents, take mind to that. And then the scholarship platform is open. So please go onto the website, have your seniors apply for those scholarships, apply for as many of them as you can. I know that our student school board members will do that as well. Again, today is the 69th day of school. Cannot wait to celebrate the 70th day of school. And good night for this meeting. And thank you so much for the opportunity. Okay, so that was the hit your gavel. Adjourning of the regular meeting at 8:26. We will resume into our reorganization meeting. Because we now have a chair, will the chair be serving or will I continue to resume? Okay.
Yes, and if I can be recognized for a minute. In some discussions I've had with our chief financial officer, we just really wanted to emphasize to the board the importance of selecting a vice chair because of the implications for the finance meeting that we have still on the agenda. We certainly wouldn't want to do anything that could have a negative impact on any bond ratings or the stability of the district. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Hornick for.
Thank you. Yes, that has been confirmed that if we do not have a vice chair for our COPS board, it could potentially impact our bond ratings going forward.
Okay, well, I motion that we pick the election of the vice chair from the table.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And any discussion before we call for the vote? All those in favor to remove it from the table and back into discussion, please signal by aye.
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 Excellent. As of the item being tabled, we are going in for vice chair. We have two nominations on the table currently for vice chair. We have Mr. Furry as well as Ms. Ramirez. I want to first confirm before going into the vote and any discussion that both individuals want to continue to move forward with your nomination.
I will continue forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That being stated, we will start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
Nay. I don't know how we can keep going back and forth here, so I don't know.
It needs to go, this is the process. It has to go until we have a vice chair. There's no other way to do it.
We can't bring this back at the next business meeting.
That would be a question for the attorney. We've just been informed by our bond counsel that this could negatively impact our bond ratings if we do not have a vice chair to serve on the COPS committee.
That's my understanding as well. This issue can have significant real-world impacts on the finances of the district, and it's an issue that we are recommending that the board get resolved tonight.
At this time, we currently have 2 individuals nominated for the role of vice chair. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. If there is no additional discussion, we will move forward into the vote. We will start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please vote with a signal of aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
For Ms. Ramirez, we have a nomination for Ms. Ramirez to serve as vice chair. All those in support, please say aye.
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 And those opposed?
Nay.
At this time, we have the item of vice chair of the board for the 25-26 year. We have 2 individuals that are nominated, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. At this time, we will move into the vote. We will start with Mr. Furry and then move on to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please vote by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will move on to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Ms. Ramirez to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 And opposed?
Nay.
If I'm recognized by the secretary of the board right now, the superintendent, I want to choose my words carefully. I'm not your bond counsel, and I don't claim to be in that role. But I have significant concerns that the appearance that this board is not able to resolve this issue could have significant negative impacts on the finances of the district. The ongoing lack of resolution of this issue will be available for the public to see, will be available for anyone who is looking at doing business with the district for their loans and so forth. And it has the potential to give those banks pause and or charge a higher rate because of concern that this board is not able to resolve its governance. I don't intend to put any particular board member on the spot, but I just feel like I'm not doing my job if I'm not as clear as possible on that.
Is anyone willing to withdraw?
If no additional conversations, we will move on to the vote. We have two individuals on for consideration for vice chairman of the board. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair of the board, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Oppose.
Nay.
Nay.
Ms. Ramirez, we have Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 And oppose.
Nay.
For the sake of the cops, is it permitted that the vice president of the cops be someone other than the vice chair? I don't know that that will resolve the issue, but does it allow for someone other than the vice chair to be the vice president of the cops?
Madam Superintendent, I apologize. I would want to confirm the answer to that question by a quick check of our policy. So if maybe we could take a brief recess and let me confirm that.
We will do a brief recess for that consideration. We'll come back together in 45 seconds. Okay, thank you. We will come back from recess. I will ask for Attorney Delaney to provide some insight, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. I apologize to the board. I do not have a definitive answer to the question that the superintendent posed. Our policies, I don't believe, address that. I think that that answer would potentially be contained in the bylaws of the leasing corporation, which I don't have available to me. We have also reached out to bond counsel for advice on that, and we're hoping to hear back, but we're not able to make contact.
So that being said, we will not deviate from our regular order. We will continue to move forward with the hopes of being able to identify a vice chair and then move into our COPS meeting. So at this time, we have two individuals that remain up for consideration for our vice chair position. We will start with Mr. Furry and then move on to Ms. Ramirez. All in favor for Mr. Furry to be the vice chair, please vote by a signal of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please vote by a signal of nay.
Nay.
We will now consider Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez becoming the vice chair, please signal by in favor by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
We will move into the vote again. At this time, we have two individuals up for consideration. We have Mr. Furry as well as Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and then go on to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay. Nay.
We will now move on to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Yes, we can open up for any discussion, or we can have a moment of just reflection before we go into the next vote. Do you want to be recognized? I'm sorry. What Ms. Chong was saying, our student board members, we know that especially it's your birthday, and if you guys are welcome to stay or excuse yourself at the point that you need to be excused. We know that you do have school tomorrow, and we don't want you to think that it would be rude for you to excuse yourself.
Thank you for recognizing that. We do represent our school, and we're grateful for the opportunity, so we will choose to stay. Thank you.
Okay. For the public, we are not in recess at the moment, but we are waiting additional clarification from legal, as well as continuing to proceed with the vote for vice chair. That is where the silence is. We are still in our reorganization meeting. Again, for the sake of the public, we are in our reorganization meeting. We are not currently on recess, but on a brief pause. And we'll resume the vote for vice chair. But we are still in our active meeting. We will go for another brief recess as we wait for further direction. So we will recess. We will be back together shortly. Okay, we will come back from recess from our reorganization meeting. We are currently in a position of selecting the vice chair for the board. We can continue with this item, or we can table this item for a later date and then convene our COPS, our leasing corporation. So that is where we are right now. We can continue with the vote for this item, or we can table this item for a later meeting and convene our leasing corporation meeting. So we can have a motion for how this board would like to move forward. Right now, we are in the process of voting for a vice chair. And we can continue that if that is the desire of the board, or we can go into,
I'll motion to continue voting for a vice chair. I'd like to have this resolved tonight.
We have a motion for a vice chair. Is there a second? We do not have a second. This item would not move, that motion would not move forward. We'll go to the attorney.
Sure. I do want to remind the board that the board has adopted policies that say that the chair and the vice chair shall be selected at the organizational meeting. So that is not a permissive, it's mandatory language. I'm making the board aware of that. Shifting gears, let me talk to you about the additional information I've received, because we were able to confer with bond counsel. We were able to reference specific portions of the bylaws regarding the leasing corporation. And the board does have the discretion to select a vice president of the leasing corporation who is not just been selected as vice chair of the board. So put another way, the board in its role as the leasing corporation has discretion to select someone as vice president who has not just been selected as vice chair. So the COPS meeting, if the board's willing, could be resolved this evening without the selection of a vice chair for the board.
That will not put us in any financial
That was the opinion of bond counsel, that going that route would comply with the leasing corporation bylaws and should not have a negative financial impact.
But just to clarify, you said that in fact our policy is that we elect a vice chair at this meeting.
Yes, the organization meeting policy references that, and the officer meeting policy. So 151 and 152 both state that.
So hearing that our board policy calls for us to elect a vice chair tonight, I once again motion that we continue the selection of a vice chair to stay in compliance with our board policy.
I do have a question. Since we're already actively in that item, we don't need the motion at this time? We can continue to move forward?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so I withdraw my original statement asking for the motion. So we're currently selecting a vice chair for the board for 2025-26 year. We are going to move forward with a vote. We have two individuals for consideration for vice chair. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will start with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 And oppose.
Nay.
Ms. Chong, did you register a vote? We can continue with the vote for vice chair or recess the reorganization meeting to convene the lease incorporation meeting. If the board believes it would be able to identify a vice president, or we can continue to remain on this item. And so unless there's any other direction, we will continue to remain on the item of vice chair.
Well, my view is that if we just follow board policy, the other one solves itself,
Absolutely.
right? So there's no reason to move on to do that when otherwise we're going to have to go against our board policy tonight. And I don't think that sends a good message.
So,
Well, we're still in the vote.
No, we're still in the vote. So we have two individuals in consideration for vice chair. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. We will begin with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. Ramirez, starting with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
We'll move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice president, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose.
Nay.
nay.
We will move forward with the selection of a vice chair. We have two individuals for consideration. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We'll move on to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
We will move forward with a vote for vice chair, two individuals in consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and then move on to Ms. Ramirez. Starting with Mr. Furry, all those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will then move on to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
We will move forward with the selection of a vice chair. We have two individuals for consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and then move on, Mr. Furry and then move on to Ms. Ramirez. Beginning with Mr. Furry, all those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as the vice chair, please vote with a signal of aye.
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 And those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will move on to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 And those opposed?
Nay.
We can move forward with another vote. We are selecting a board chair. A vice chair. We have two individuals that are up for consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor for Mr. Furry, please signal with a vote of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal with an aye.
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 And oppose?
Nay.
Outside of continuing to repeat, which I will gladly do, I don't know what else to do other than to suggest potentially moving forward with the lease incorporation meeting and coming back to this item. Again, we can gladly continue with this measure of a voting process, or move to the leasing corporation. If we go to the leasing corporation, we would have to identify, we would go out of our common practice of the chair being the vice president.
Board, I don't know, I just have to say something, I guess. We have members that have nominated themselves tonight and members that have been nominated by other board members, and yet people are refusing to budge. Consider how this looks to our community. It's already going to be out there and look very bad.
I will share that initially before I had put my name, because again, I was voted against for board chair, that when I initially submitted my name, that I did submit Ms. Ramirez's name. So let's not discount, and I don't think that if I were wishy-washy in terms of who I really support, that I would vote this many times. for Ms. Ramirez. So let's not discount how the nomination occurred. I also would implore you to say, as experienced board members, you've just seen two people get elected. Number one, me winning my seat with a 2-month campaign and outfunded by $35,000. Another individual who is very well connected in our community, again, an underdog won. So if you look at what the community is trying to tell you and what your aspirations are, perhaps it is the more mature thing to ensure that consistency and listen to what the community is telling you they want to see in this board.
Well, I'll respond to that. I wasn't running against either one of you in that election. So therefore, they spoke to those seats that you are in. You continually try and draw things from the outside to this vote tonight that are not factors. This is a vote amongst the board. The board chooses its chair and its vice chair, and that is it. There's no other outside influence here. And so that is how it's always been done, and that's how our board policies have set it up tonight's meeting. And if we don't elect a board chair, vice chair tonight, we will leave this chamber out in violation of our policy, or not fulfilling the policy at the very least.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
To say that there are no outside influences on this vote and that this vote is to serve our interests and purpose alone is discounting that we are a servant of our community. Everything we do is in the name and service of our community, including creating our chair and vice chair. It should be a representation of what our constituents are saying and wanting.
Well,
And so,
okay,
yes, I
continue.
100% believe that this should not be self-serving, and some of the behavior tonight in not relinquishing a tenure on those leadership roles is indicative of, I don't know, a grasp that you don't wish to cultivate that next succession line. I don't understand it. It's to me, with the warnings that we've heard from the lawyer as well as others, and as you've said, Ms. Chong, the visibility to the community at this point, I don't think it's Ms. Ramirez who is being seen as not being flexible, because we've actually had a very strong argument. And the other side of the argument is, well, I'm the most qualified, but yet nothing was identified in terms of what made you qualified in the first place that Ms. Ramirez doesn't already have.
Well, I'll answer to you that I have constituents also. They're not just your constituents. So if it is a reflection of the electorate, we all were voted in by the people. So if that is the case, then my view from my vote is the vote from the people that elected me, and that's what we're supposed to be doing here. What we're seeing here is a democratic process playing out, but unfortunately with a lack of one board member, which likely would have solved this evening. So we should we concede to what we think is right just because we are down one board member? Well, that's an individual choice. But the reality is, it is clear that I have the experience for this role. I am I am more tenured than Ms. Ramirez for this role. She has plenty of time to develop her skills and earn the vote from the board to be the chair in her remaining 3 years of her elected term. I am in my last year of the 4 years that were given to me in 22, as Ms. Chong as well. And so I was nominated, and so therefore I'm moving forward with accepting that nomination and voting for myself.
I'm just going to second again that, once again, you all have 3 more years, and you will definitely most likely be chair at some point. but he is finishing up his term, and I just think that he is the most experienced right now for this position.
Chair Chong, may I have the floor, please? Yeah. Thank you. So, one, I just want to, Chair Furry, or excuse me, not Chair Furry anymore, Mr. Furry, I know you feel you have the most experience, and, yes, you have been a school board member longer. Experience, though, for this role, it entails many things. I'm a business owner. I'm going to another country tomorrow to present at a conference that I was invited to. I have experience, okay? I have experience in this community and with Florida School Board Association that our community is paying for us to attend and go to, and I did not miss one. And it's because I have the support of the community to assist with, and my husband, thank goodness, watch the children so I can go do this, do that, whatever it may be. There's things that I have just because I haven't been here for going on 4 years, like you're saying. I'm voting for myself because I know and I feel that I'm the right person for the role. And I hear what you're saying, but I don't agree with it. And I still think, you have the experience, but for this role, I feel like I have done more of the experience, at least this past year. So many of the meetings, the conferences, the liaison updates, and this vice chair role saying so if Ms. Chong is out sick, which I hope not, or if something happens, I will be able to fulfill
Stop making me sick.
Excuse me?
Can we stop saying if I'm sick?
Excuse me. If something happens, traffic, right? I know I came prepared to run the show tonight because I feel like I ran for this position because I care a lot about it and I'm trying to help and assist with it. And I feel that I would do a great job. So I feel that it was great and the right thing to nominate myself because that's what you do. If you know you can do it, then you're going to push yourself to do it. So experience-wise, I definitely have the experience. I would not say you have more than I do. Yes, you have going on 4 years, but experience, it comes from many different aspects of life. So I just want you to know I do have the experience. Yes, you are nominated, but I'd like to know, I know Ms. Chong, you nominated him, but we're supposed to be thinking about this board and the community. So nominating someone else, just from the beginning, we need a successor. We need people to continue so we continue to have a strong, strong board year after year after year after year. And I really feel this has been a strong board from the beginning. And it's going to continue that way. And the only way to do that, and I'll say what I said earlier, is to let people try. Sports, if they don't have the basketball to shoot it in practice, they're not going to get better. And that's why I keep going to these meetings and conferences and ask questions, set up meetings with district staff so I can learn and understand it. So, thank you.
If no further discussion, we will continue to move forward with the selection of a vice chair. We have two individuals that are for consideration. Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and then go to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry being the vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez being the board chair, vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
So think about this. You're saying that when Mr. Fury, your year is up, okay, so now we're in the same spot next year. You're not here, right? We now definitely do not have somebody who has the experience of a vice chair to, let's say, move into the chair if Ms. Chong's seat is not upheld, right? So again, your argument of experience is actually counterintuitive to what you are actually voting.
We don't vote on what's happening in the future. We vote on what's happening today. This vote has nothing to do with the outside elections of our individual district seats. This is an election amongst our peers on this board, and you have to convince the other board members to vote you in.
So
That is how this works.
You don't see the value in looking forward and grooming the next individual for a chair seat as sitting right next to the person who's the chair, who can see more intimately and be, mentored for that particular seat as being valuable. I understand that the elections don't have a role in this. Obviously, we're not casting ballots here from the public, but what we are doing is thinking about the continuity of the experience to run these meetings and the next in line to do so. And so that's what we're imploring both of you to make the mature choice to think about the continuity of the understanding of that role, because we don't want to be in a situation where we've got 2 people left potentially in the future and 3 new board members and nobody's ever done either role. That's what I'm trying to get you to think forward and understand the position. This is not a personal argument against your role, your time, or what you've served. We're simply saying what typically happens in a system that you want to continue to be successful. You ensure that you have that mentorship in the next one to come up. It's simply a safety situation.
Well, can I have the floor?
Good.
Okay. Where your argument is flawed is you're making an assumption that if Ms. Ramirez was the chair, or vice chair now, that she would be nominated by the next board to hold either one of those roles. So the reality is, that's my point, is that you have no idea how that future board is going to vote on who's going to be their chair or their vice chair. So to say that I'm setting us up for failure by accepting the nomination that I've received, then I'm sorry, I don't agree with that.
We understand that there isn't a way to 100% control the future. However, what you can do is set up the system so that you are reducing the risk around it. So, yes, you're right. Somebody could say maybe Ms. Ramirez did not do a great job. Maybe, you know what, she's not the one to go into that chair position. But to your own argument, where you're looking to take that role on from experience, we're shooting ourselves in the foot just because we're saying, well, the future board could choose not to vote her into succession or continue the vice chair. That doesn't mean you don't do the right thing today.
Well, there's nothing wrong with what's happening today. So that's what you're trying to say, is that something is wrong here. If I am wrong, then Ms. Ramirez is wrong. There is no right or wrong here. We're voting for this position amongst the board. That is what this is. So you're trying to say as if I'm the one that is holding things back. I've been nominated for a role. I've accepted the nomination, and I'm voting. I'm voting just like you're voting. So you could say, I could make the same argument for Ms. Ramirez to withdraw her own nomination and end this right now, and we've solved the problem, and then look for the future to hold one of these roles if the future boards agree with it. So
You keep saying mature choice and the right choice, but that's only her opinion.
Right. I mean, you're saying that our choice is wrong because we feel this way, and you're saying yours is right because you feel your way. I just
Okay.
don't understand the logic behind it.
Everything, so there is opinion, which is just how you feel, and then there is an informed decision. What I'm proposing and what Ms. Ramirez has proposed is not an opinion or a conjecture. It is a progression plan looking at risk in the future, as well as the health of the board. I did not say anybody is right or wrong. What we're saying, it's not wrong for you to have, say, yes, I want to be vice chair. However, what we're asking is, does the logic and the strategy lean towards a more common sense approach here, rather than you serving another term as vice chair and then what?
I've never
You
served
are
as vice
already,
chair.
you are
I've never
already,
served.
you are already leaving this position and chose not to rerun. So,
But listen, that is. okay,
excuse me.
One board
Okay,
member at a time,
I
please.
apologize. I will pause and I will respond.
So when you take back to this kind of, well, shouldn't she just drop out? Well, yeah, either one, it doesn't matter. But what we're saying is one has a preponderance of an argument that makes sense as founded in something that is beyond her own wish, whereas the other side, your position is, well, I was nominated. You were nominated 3 hours ago. You've been given information. You've been given logic here. You've been given an argument to grow somebody else in that role for the longer-term betterment of this board, as opposed to the finite 1 year that you have here.
Well, I don't see my remaining year as finite, okay? I mean, Ms. Ruddy, you use such rude terms, and you were so condescending.
Mr. Delaney, I want to.
One board
I
member
move
at a
to-
time.
But I make a motion that he is disparaging me and
You're
saying.
disparaging me. You're sitting
Is
there. You're
called
not
me
listening to-
rude, and that is not appropriate.
Well, I think that's an adjective that is not out of line. You
That's what
you are
think.
constantly
I do not- I
marginalizing
think I
my
have a
views.
very
Point of
strong
order, point of order.
argument.
Point of order. Point of order, Ms. Ruddy, please.
Ms. Moore, I would
I
like.
understand, and I will give you an opportunity to speak directly to the attorney, but I do ask that we remain in an orderly manner. This is a board meeting. So, Mr. Furry was speaking. We will give you an opportunity to address the attorney with your concerns, Ms. Ruddy, at the conclusion of his comment. Please. Thank you.
I was elected to a 4-year term, and that is what I was elected to do, and I've served faithfully for the first 3, and I am completing what the people have elected me to do. Whether I decide to run for another term, I am not guaranteed anything beyond 4 years. And the remainder of my term is just as important as the first 3 years. And that this is not a job where you get to decide if you're just going to stay on. You have to run again if you want to stay in that position. But I was given 4 years, and I'm finishing 4 years. I will serve the people of Flagler County for 4 years, and I won't let anybody diminish any part of that time because I take it very seriously, and I have since the day I was elected.
Ms. Ruddy?
Ms. Moore, if I may.
We will give Ms. Ruddy an opportunity to address, and then we'll go to you, Ms. Delgado.
So when I say finite, that is not a rude or derogatory term. The definition means it has a specific end. And my understanding is that you've chosen not to run again, and therefore that is the context in which the term finite is used. Mr. Delaney, can you please advise on my motion to call Mr. Furry out of order in terms of his disparaging remark, especially after just, I believe, one workshop ago, we discussed some of our norms.
Sure, I'm going to refer to Robert's Rules of Order 4-30 that says debate must be confined to the merits of the pending question. Speakers must address their remarks to the chair, maintain a courteous tone, and especially in reference to any divergence of opinion, avoid injecting a personal note into the debate. To this end, board members must never attack or make any allusion to the motives of other members. As already noted, speakers should refer to officers only by title and should avoid the mention of other members' names as much as possible. So that's the guidance from Robert's Rules regarding that issue.
So, Mr. Delaney, I've now been subjected specifically by name and referenced as being rude. I would like to essentially make a motion that he's out of order, if that is the correct procedure, and have that noted.
It has nothing to do with anything.
So that motion would require a second, and then a majority vote.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
I think let's just get through with this and not call anyone names and just be adults. I just, this whole point of this meeting and this board is for our children, the kids. They're all our kids, all of these kids. So, all of the learning opportunities, we just need to just keep them in mind, but.
Ms. Moore, may I?
We're going to do the vote on the motion, and then we will be coming to you. So we have a motion, we have a second, we've had discussion.
All in favor of the motion?
You oppose the motion? I'm sorry.
I think we should find out. We need to take the vote.
Yes, so the motion was about order.
I think the motion was to say that Mr. Furry is rude. Can you clarify that again?
The motion was Mr. Furry is out of order and not following Robert's Rules of Order regarding etiquette and calling names or personal remarks against fellow board members.
I did not hear him call anybody names. Did he call you a name?
Okay, we are out of discussion. So we've had a motion, we've had a second. We are going to vote on that motion. All those in favor signal aye.
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 Oppose.
Nay.
Hey.
It fails. We are going to move to and acknowledge our student board member that has a comment around the topic that we are discussing.
Right, thank you, Ms. Moore.
One moment, Ms. Delgado. He said, we're going to wait on that. Okay, perfect. Okay. We're going to go back into our same vote position. So we have two individuals for consideration for vote. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will start with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We have Ms. Ramirez considered for vice chair. All those in favor for Ms. Ramirez to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We have before us the consideration of vice chair. We have two individuals that have been nominated. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those who are opposed,
Nay.
Nay.
we will move to Ms. Ramirez. Those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 And those opposed.
Nay.
We will move forward with consideration of our vice chair. We have two individuals before us for consideration. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We begin with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed.
Nay.
Nay.
We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed.
Nay.
We will move forward with the consideration of vice chair. Before us, we have two nominations, one for Mr. Furry and one for Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
Nay.
Nay.
Ms. Ramirez, all those in favor for Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed.
Nay.
Mr. Delaney, if we were to recess until tomorrow night, would this be considered one continuous meeting?
I think it depends on the context. I don't believe that there would be any negative impacts on the other issues that I addressed earlier if the board were to recess. And I think that a coherent argument could be constructed that the meeting was continued to another meeting and as opposed to tabling it to a future meeting.
I am unable to serve as chair for that reorganization tomorrow.
I will not be in the country tomorrow.
We will move forward with the consideration of a vice chair. We have two individuals up for consideration for vice chair. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
For Ms. Ramirez, all those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
We take a 5-minute recess.
Absolutely. 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 9:50. Water? There's a water fountain. together in 1 minute. Okay, we will bring this meeting back together at 9:53. The item that we are considering is the individual that will serve as vice chair of the board. I want to confirm that we have two individuals that are moving forward as candidate for that position. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. If no additional discussion, we will move right into the vote. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we will continue to move forward with the selection of a vice chair. We have two individuals up for consideration. If no discussion, we will move forward with the vote. We have Mr. Furry that we will begin with and then go to Ms. Ramirez, starting with Mr. Furry. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
We will continue to move forward with identifying a vice chair. All those, we have two individuals that are for consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor for Ms. Ramirez to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Once again, just putting it out there if anybody wants to withdraw.
We will move forward with a vote. We have, we'll start with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will move forward with the selection of a vice chair. We have two individuals for consideration. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay. Nay.
We'll move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
We will move forward with the consideration of the vice chair for the 25-26 year. We have two individuals for consideration. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay. Nay.
We have Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Mr. Delaney, though I am chairing the board, am I able to add comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because this has been kind of going on for some time, which, that's just a part of the process. I think it's important that we refocus on, or we just bring back to the forefront of our remembrance what our core mission, vision, and guiding principles are as the organization. Those individuals who've never heard or watched a board meeting, and maybe they're listening now because somebody said they're voting over and over for this item. This may seem like theatrics to those individuals, but those who come to these board meetings on a regular basis, they know that we typically in these meetings looking at our vision, our mission, and our guiding principles. So those people who are locked in with the board, our board meetings, will not find this out of order. They will find it common practice. And so as we continue to move forward with the selection of a vice chair, I want us to, I'm just going to read to us our mission, vision, and our guiding principles. And so our mission says that Flagler Schools ensures educational success through high expectation and innovative thinking in a safe learning environment to empower students to reach their full potential as responsible, ethical, and productive citizens in a diverse and changing world. Our vision is to be a courageous, innovative leader in education. Flagler Schools will be the nation's premier learning organization. Those of you who have heard me read this mission, this vision before, you know that I say before we can be the nation's, we have to be Flagler's premier, Florida's premier, and then the nation's premier learning organization where all of our students graduate. And they graduate as socially responsible citizens with the skills necessary to reach their maximum potential. And then our guiding principles, our way of work says that we're going to always keep our children first, trust and respect for all. We're going to empower others. We're going to operate with teamwork. We're going to have excellence, quality, and consistency. We're going to be committed to individual needs. And then, of course, you know my favorite is get to yes, right? And so we're going to get to yes within a system that will allow us to continue to say yes. So as we have this, I just wanted to add that to the forefront of our discussion as we consider the position of vice chair for the board for the 25-26 school year. If no additional discussions, we will move forward with the vote. We have any discussions? I'm sorry. We will move forward with the vote. We have two individuals for consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as the vice chair for the 25-26 school year, 25-26 year, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay. Nay.
We have Ms. Ramirez for consideration. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as the vice chair for the 25-26 organization year, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Didn't we talk about convening the rest of the meeting and then coming back to this? What was that option again? Is there another option?
The other option is to recess this reorganization meeting and then convene our lease incorporation meeting in hopes that we can identify, we have a president as our chair, we can identify a vice president in that lease incorporation meeting.
The only problem I see with that is that, again, our board policy says that we need to elect a vice chair tonight, and the vice chair goes on the COPS board as the vice president. Therefore we still have we may or may not elect somebody to that seat in that if we do that. And again, so we'll still have to come back to this and then maybe even redo the COPS to put that person back in place. I don't know. But one problem solves the other. The other one creates more of a problem if we jump over it and come back to this. So that's my concern. All it's doing is delaying the inevitable need, which is to elect a vice chair tonight.
Mr. Delaney.
Sure. Based on the review of the leasing corporation's bylaws and discussion with bond counsel, it is permissible for the board to have different people serving as vice president of the leasing corporation and vice chair of the board. So if it were the will of the board to go to the leasing corporation portion of the meeting, resolve that or the slate of officers or determine who those officers were, they don't have to be the same people serving as the chair and vice chair, according to the leasing corporation's bylaws. But I would recommend that the board, if it decided to go that route and deal with the leasing corporation officers, it still come back to this issue.
Well, the only way I would support that is if we're concluding that we're not going to elect a vice chair tonight, because otherwise there's really no reason to move on unless that happens, and that we would have to reconvene at another meeting to elect the vice chair. So I still think it's prudent that we complete what we're supposed to do tonight and elect a vice chair to this board before we leave to go home tonight.
Unless there is a motion to go in a different direction, we will remain in the item of selecting a vice chair for the board. If no discussion, we will move into the election of a vice chair for the board. We have two individuals for consideration. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. Ramirez. We will start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as the vice chair for the board for the 25-26 year, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
For Ms. Ramirez, all those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
We will move forward with the consideration of a vice chair for the board. We have two individuals for consideration for that position. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as board chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
If no discussion, we will move forward with the consideration of a vice chair for the board. We have two individuals for consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as the board chair, please, vice chair. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
We will move forward with the consideration of vice chair for this 25-26 organization year. We have two individuals for consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as the vice chair for the board, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as board chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
We will move forward with consideration for the vice chair. We are now at vote 40 for this position of vice chair. We have two individuals for consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay. Nay.
We'll move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Mr. Ramirez, I know you are very well liked in our community. You know, you have a lot of respect, and I just ask you to reconsider, because I know in the future you'll definitely have an opportunity to serve in one of these leadership capacities. I just want to try to, have us all come to an agreement.
And thank you. I appreciate it. And I know a lot of us are very well, liked from the community. We see them day and day. And I know you keep asking for me to reconsider, or someone, but specifically me, which is fine. But I would ask that you may reconsider your nomination, because not saying that who you nominated would not be a great vice chair, but we're going into, a new year. You saw the dedication that I've put in as a board member into this board, and I will continue to do it. And that's, I said if I won this campaign, I was going to work so hard for it, because it meant that much to me. And I know everyone said the same thing. And I worked for it, and, I nominated myself for it. And this would be going into my second year. That's not uncommon for a second-year board member to be a vice chair. And for me, so you asked me to reconsider, but I would ask you to reconsider, this is for our community, for our board, and it is a board decision, like you said, Mr. Furry, it is, and we are the board, and we have 4 people, and this is a role that I worked for. I feel like I worked really hard for it, and I think when you're asking me to reconsider, I can't reconsider how much work I put into this role, and I would never I would never go back, and I'll keep working harder. Like, I can't wait for the next liaison assignments, but so I can't reconsider, because I know that I earned this. I worked really hard this year for that role, and I would think, for someone to nominate someone, it would be on reasoning of, their hard work and dedication and how much they put into the role, and, what being in that position could do. So if there was, not a chair present, then the vice chair would step up, and that I would be able to fulfill that duty, and as well as all of us, because we're in it day in and day out. But, I appreciate that you're asking me to reconsider, but I want you to think what you're asking me, because to me, it doesn't make sense. So how you're asking me that, but I do appreciate you asking me, but I worked really hard for this role, and I really feel like, that the whole point is that. And I would just wonder, I guess I just question, your nomination. I understand, Mr. Furry will do a great job, and he will, and he has. He's been our chair, and he was the chair prior. And, it takes dedication, and you're in this role now, and you're going to do a great job, and you have support for that. But I just ask you to think what you're asking me when, this is a role that you've seen the work that's been put in from everyone. So, but thank you.
Well, I will say that, I believe every board member up here is dedicated, has put the work in, including Ms. Ramirez. That's part of the job. That's part of being in this role. And I'm grateful that we have a board member in Ms. Ramirez that is dedicated. I've seen in the time that I've been here, you can be a board member that does the bare minimum and does nothing, and that's not an effective way to lead. But no one was campaigning or running for chair. There's not a process of you saying, hey, there are elected chairmanships that are at large in different communities, but this is a position that is elected amongst the peers on the board. And it's not about how much you do in your job as school board member. We all have those roles. We all do those things. But it is to earn the vote of your fellow board members on your ability to lead the board in the role of chair or vice chair, which is an important position. It's not something that we just say, hey, give it a try. It is a role that keeps this organization going. And when we talk about experience, we both have memory resumes off this dais, right? I know you're a very accomplished business person. I could argue I have the same credential in business. So, and many other things in the 50 years that I've been on this planet. So, but on the board, it is clear that in the last 2 years I've been elected the chair. If I have the most experience in running and keeping this board moving, and we've done that, and that is why I feel I'm the best person to take this position at this time. I believe that in the future, Ms. Ramirez, and I'm just speaking to you because I have a vote here, and this is not a personal thing about your character or who you are or your efforts as a school board member, but I have to consciously make a decision here on who I feel is the best qualified for this position. And again, I'm just trying to make a point here. I didn't seek out the position. I was nominated for it, but I don't disagree that it was not a good nomination if we're looking at the best person to fill the job. So I'm hoping you're not taking this personal, because it has nothing to do with that. I don't really think you do, but I just want you to know that from my heart, this is not personal. This is really about the position itself. And the FSBA is one area where you can grow, and there are other areas where you can grow also. And in the future, I believe if a future board decides, then you jump right over vice chair. Maybe you get chair. But as of tonight, I think if we really look at it, if we were just looking at it on paper, right, I think that it would show that I'm the best qualified to take this role as vice chair for the 25-26 board year. So I'm just talking to you as a fellow board member and a person, and that's why I'm voting the way I'm voting.
If no other discussions, we will move forward with the selection of a vice chairman. We will begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed.
Nay.
We will move.
Nays.
Thank you. We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed.
Nay.
Board, or Ms. Chong, Chair Chong, what was the second option that we had? We needed, if you can remind me, the motion that we would need for the other option?
Mr. Delaney, will you review that again for clarity?
Sure. What the board is looking to do is go to temporarily recess the organizational meeting, go to the leasing corporation meeting, vote on the officers for that, and then come back to the organizational meeting. So it could be a motion to recess the organizational meeting for the board in order to go to the leasing corporation meeting.
But this would still continue tonight.
That's, for the reasons that we've discussed before, I would recommend resolving this issue to be in compliance with your policies.
Are we for the cops, are we holding up other people out here in the audience?
The audience is our staff, and then community members. Yeah, no, I mean, our staff is here. They're here until we finish.
Well, like I said earlier, it doesn't make any sense to move on to the cops unless we table the chair vote, because we have to come back to it anyways, and the chair is supposed to be the vice president of the cops. So there's no point in moving on and then coming back to this. It doesn't solve anything.
Mr. Delaney.
Sure. I was just going to recommend to keep us on track from a parliamentary standpoint to see if we have that motion, see if it has a second, and then see if discussion is warranted. So I'm not sure if Ms. Ramirez was making a motion to recess the organizational meeting to go to the leasing corporation meeting.
May I ask a question? But we would also need, as mentioned, to vote in like a president for that, as opposed to a vice chair.
So
But you don't
leasing-
recommend it, but it's an option.
The leasing corporation has a president and a vice president, which traditionally those spots are filled by the chair and the vice chair. But in reviewing the bylaws of the leasing corporation and in discussions with bond counsel, it was agreed that the president and the vice president do not have to be the same people as the chair and the vice chair for the regular board.
Yeah, I don't think that would solve anything.
What was that?
I don't think that should be the route to go.
So at this time, there is not a motion to do anything differently than where we are. And so I'm just going to reiterate what Mr. Delaney is saying, and then we will move forward with where we are. In order to conclude, in order to establish our obligations for the leasing corporation, we can move forward to that meeting without a vice chair. Traditionally here in Flagler, the vice president of the leasing corporation has been the vice chair. However, that is not required. We have the recommendation to continue to identify a vice chair in order to be in alignment with our policies. However, it is possible for us to table this item and it be brought forward at a later date in order to select a vice chair. Those are all of our different options. Okay. Right now, where we are is with voting for a vice chair. If any board member wanted to make a motion, you could motion any of those items that we have just explained. It would, of course, need a second, and then we would go to a vote.
I think the concern was the length of the duration between being able to make that or reconvene for the vice chair, because she's out of town and you cannot chair the meeting unless that can be done remotely.
We cannot do it tomorrow, but if it were tabled, we can bring it back to our next scheduled meeting, or a special meeting be called for this one item.
I just wanted to get clarification on that, because my understanding, as you read earlier, Attorney Delaney, that if we tabled the appointment of the vice chair, that would be in violation of our policy. But if we recessed the meeting and reconvened at a date certain to continue the meeting, then that would be acceptable. Without violating our board policy? Was I understanding that correctly?
I think that would be the best way to characterize what the board's actions would be, is that the board is recessing the organizational meeting to a future date where it would continue to take up this work. And then you could say that the board is complying with its policies because it's just doing a recess or a continuation of the organizational meeting at a future date.
Mr. Ramirez, how long will you be out of town?
Till I'll be back Monday. The date is the 24th of November.
I move to table the organizational meeting for a later date.
I second.
Okay, well.
We have a motion for a tabling of the reorganization meeting and a second. Is there any discussion?
And this is a reset?
I'm sorry. There is a motion to table it was a table, right? I'm sorry. Will you restate your motion?
Correct, to table it. And then my understanding was that allows us to pick it up at the next meeting.
So we have a motion to table the item of vice chair by Ms. Ruddy. We have a second by Ms. Ramirez. Is there any discussion?
But does this fall within our policy to recess?
Yeah, if we table, then that seemed like it was in conflict with the policy.
What I would recommend doing is that when this item, whenever the meeting is scheduled, if it's in conjunction with a regular meeting of the school board, you have a section on there that would be the organizational meeting, like the continuation of the organizational meeting that would need to be gavelled in, address the business of the organizational meeting, and what had the item that had been tabled, conclude that business, gavel the organizational meeting out, and then go into the regular business meeting.
Is the COPS stand on its own? So, for example, even though tonight if we did this, we could move on, appoint a vice president. Would that close that out, that the COPS is in place and it won't be affected by the?
Correct.
Okay.
I just don't know how we. But at this point, I'm getting concerned about everybody's safety and driving home tonight. I can see that some of you are very sleepy.
Well, it's my view that I would like us to complete what we, every year that I've been on this board, we've elected a chair and a vice chair, and I'd like this to not be any different. So that's my view. I don't think it's a good idea to table this or to postpone it. I believe we have a duty to hash this out tonight. Of course, I would rather it not drag on till who knows when. But I don't know that it's a good idea to table this and postpone something that is inevitable that we have to solve. It's just kind of kicking the can down the road.
Any other discussion?
I would hope that tabling it for a later date allows people to essentially have conversations outside of maybe their current mindset to be able to evaluate the position from a different angle. And also, if somebody were to wish to rescind their nomination, I think it's difficult to do so when, let's say, you're voting on something 50 times. So I think it helps to separate the emotional element that may be at play here. So the combination of the consulting and the breaking of the emotional element that may be at play, I think will allow maybe a vote to play forward in a more productive way on a second date.
May I have the floor?
Yes.
I would argue that the only discussion in this vote is the discussion that we have here with all of us, and we can't discuss this outside of this room because of sunshine. So the only discussion for voting is between us four board members. And that's the discussion that will get us to where we need to be. An outside discussion is not part of this vote tonight.
Mr. Delaney, when we say discussion, and I would imagine that people could still, not with this board, but have conversations regarding this decision or their continuation in their nomination with people off of the board. And that was my intent in that statement. Is that correct in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Ruddy to table the item of selecting a vice chair. We have a second by Ms. Ramirez. If there aren't any more questions, we will call for the question. All those in favor signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay, and I'm saying nay because I don't
The motion dies.
see how we go forward if we don't.
If there are no additional motions, we will remain where we are in the selection of a board vice chair.
I'd like to motion so I can have discussion.
What is your motion?
A motion for this same last motion we just did for tabling it for the next, so to proceed with discussion.
She's asking for the same motion. You don't have to make an adjustment.
Or unless, if we can have further discussion without the motion.
We are in an item that you can discuss, which is the selection of a vice chair. If you want to go outside of that and propose something else, then I would suggest you make a motion for what it is that you're wanting wanting the board to consider.
Okay, so just discussion. May I have the floor, Chair?
Yes.
Potentially, we have 4 board members now. We hopefully will have 5. I know we don't know when, timing, you just don't know, but that could make a difference with anything as well. So I just wanted to kind of I know this doesn't happen often, but just wanted to.
I'd just like to speak to that. Thank you. Again, we cannot vote today on what might happen tomorrow. And I say that because, yes, in the last time the seat was vacated, we got a speedy appointment from the governor. But we are getting closer to the next election. And the governor could choose to not appoint, or that appointment could come at a later date. So again, that's absolutely a possibility, but we can't govern ourselves on things that may or may not happen in the future. We have to vote on the here and the now, and that's my position when it comes to that. Because again, there is no guarantee that we will have an appointment in a timely manner. And I have called the appointments office, just so you know that I've made the effort to try and get an appointment. I really wanted a third vote a fifth vote for this meeting, because that's how a healthy board operates. But at the end of the day, it's at the governor's discretion, and so. But he definitely knows that we would like that appointment sooner than later.
And I was just bringing that up too, just because you said you haven't seen this before, but I don't know if you had a board of 4. So, and it's a tie, and ties can happen, and so.
Right, a tie. But again, we have to operate whether we are 4 or whether we are 5. It's a disadvantage, 100%. But we are still a functioning board. But right now we are divided on a decision, and it is for us to keep voting until we get somewhere, because tabling it is not going to solve the problem.
I guess the argument is, though, if you're resolute at this moment in time, and Ms. Ramirez is resolute, then that doesn't make any progress either. And sometimes reflecting, thinking, consulting, and, again, removing yourself from an emotional decision can help make progress.
Okay.
I don't see how we're going to make progress tonight, because clearly after, 5-6 hours, and some hearty debate, I'm not seeing any movement in either side, which to me, in order to progress towards this beyond this impasse, it looks like the only way to do that is for somebody to remove their nomination or to remove their name from consideration. I don't see that happening under the current confluence of events right now.
Well, every vote stands on its own. Every time a board member votes, on any motion or any call, they have to decide, am I going to vote which way? You can't guess what the next vote's going to be until it happens. And I would agree with you, Ms. Ruddy, on moving it to another date if it was something else. If it was something that did not violate our board policy. That is the problem that I have with moving this forward. If it was just a vendor payment that we could move on from and revisit it at the next workshop, I'd say let's not hold this up any longer for something like that if we are at an impasse. But this is something that is clearly written in our board policy that tonight we are supposed to elect a vice chair to this board. And if we don't do that, then we have violated our own policy for our reorganization.
Mr. Delaney, I'm wondering if you could provide some advice in terms of policy and law. Sometimes it's about the spirit of the law, right? It is in order to provide a recommended time. Hey, this is the date in which you have your organization meeting. And often when we craft policies or laws, we can't predict every permutation of what may occur. So the spirit is that in a timely fashion, we will annually elect these individuals and not let it linger. So would we really be in blatant violation of our own policy when we're putting forth good faith effort to comply and make a decision, and we're not saying, hey, we're going to let it float out there in the wind? We've sat here for a good 6 hours, and now we need to have some time separation in order to hopefully overcome an impasse.
I can't point to specific authority to support what you're saying. This is unprecedented to me to experience a reorganization meeting where the board has not been able to select their chair and vice chair. So there may be unintended consequences or just consequences that we are not aware of because we're in uncharted waters by continuing that to another date. Having said that, in order to comply with the spirit of the policies and the recommendation that I would suggest if the board were interested in going that route would be to reschedule for a date certain the continuation of the organizational meeting. But I will leave you with the fact that in 28 years of representing school districts, this is the first time I've ever come across a board that was not able to complete their organizational meeting in one set time period and had to look into a continuance. And there may be issues that I have not come across or have not thought of because it's relatively unprecedented.
Do all school boards determine their chair and vice chair in the same voting methodology, or do they take, let's say, seniority or in account? Is there a different model? You know, there are different models for superintendents. Some are elected, so I'm just curious.
As far as I know, all of the board members, all the boards across the state hold a vote and they select their chair and their vice chair. There are certainly some boards that attach more importance to those roles than other boards. Some do simply rotate them based on seniority. Not as an official policy, but that is just how I've seen the vote play out over decades. So there are different approaches, but it's still ultimately determined by a vote of each board. And I would also add, because I think this does follow up on what you're saying, I would remind the board that the vice chair only has a role if the chair is unavailable to attend a meeting.
If there are no other discussions or a different motion, we will move forward with a vote for consideration of the vice chair. Are there any discussion? Any additional motions? Excellent. We will begin with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Ms. Chong, did you register vote?
Nay.
If no discussion, we will move forward with the election of a vice chair. We have two for consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Again, I'm getting concerned about everybody's safety driving home. Do we want to consider bringing this back again? Moving on to the cops.
Yeah, so,
If there's a motion
yeah, there's
to
no
consider that.
motion on the table, so I
I'll
won't discuss.
motion to recess this item and bring it back at a.
Second.
And just, Ms. Laney, can the chair motion while they have the gavel?
We're still in the.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, I'm
chair.
sorry,
Yes.
my mistake.
Yes.
It is getting late.
So we have a motion by Ms. Chong to recess the
Second.
organization meeting, and a second by Ms. Ramirez to recess the reorganization meeting. Any discussion?
Yes, I'll just restate that by doing this, we're not solving the problem that we were intended to solve through this discussion. I do have a question then for Mr. Delaney regarding the cops. So if we did do that and then we appointed a vice president, would that be a temporary, and then we would reappoint the future vice chair? They would just stay the vice president for the term?
They don't have to be the same.
There would be no reason that the vice president would need to be changed.
Okay, so there wouldn't have to come back and revisit that, okay.
Could we just leave the configuration from before our reorganization event on the cops so that, because I don't want that to turn into another stalemate.
There would have to be a nomination for that. So essentially, you would have to nominate the former president to be the current president and the former vice president to be the current vice president in order for that to happen.
And we'd have to vote on that separately. We couldn't make a motion to just say, can we all agree that we keep that as is?
Yes, I think the board could choose to go the route of a slate of officers, essentially, as opposed to voting for officers individually.
Okay.
We have a motion to recess the reorganization meeting. That motion was made by Ms. Chong and a second by Ms. Ramirez. Any additional discussion?
I just want one more piece of clarity on that too. So if we do it this way, and I know I may have asked this before, but I just want to be very clear on this. If we do it in this fashion, we won't be in violation of our own reorganization policy because we're not concluding it tonight. We are just recessing and reconvening, correct? So we're not going to be in violation of our board policy. I want to be very clear on that.
I think a coherent explanation that explains how the board is in compliance with its policies can be constructed by saying the board was unable to finish that business tonight, therefore it's continuing it on to a date certain and is going to finish the reorganization meeting at that time. That can be explained. I am going to give you the caveat that this is unprecedented and I cannot guarantee that I have thought of every single permutation because we're in uncharted waters.
Can we make a decision about the date to make it a little bit more solid and not seem like we're not adhering to the spirit of the policy? For example, setting it to reconvene on Monday?
I won't be here next Monday for Thanksgiving break. We could go to the next week.
So, yes, we would need to set the meeting because it would, a date, I'm sorry, because it would be a special meeting in order for us
Have to advertise.
to do that.
Okay.
And I do want us to consider that within 2 weeks of the selection of the vice chair and vice chair, I am to submit that information to the Department of Education. So with that recommendation, I would request, once the board is considering, if this passes, once the board is considering the special meeting, that we consider not December 9th, but before December 9th, possibly December 1st or December 2nd, so that we can get that.
That week of December, I will be out of the country, so I can't
This-
do that.
That's the FSBA.
FSBA is December 2nd through the 5th.
We could do it on the 1st.
What week,
Not if
Mr.
we're
Furry,
driving.
are you out?
Not if we're driving to Tampa, we can't. We can't, because December 2nd.
I thought it started on the 2nd.
I know, but just the chairmanship starts at like 7:30 in the morning.
Oh, I see.
Yes, Mr. Delaney.
I would also remind the board that policy 151 regarding the organizational meeting says that in November of each year, the board shall organize by electing a chair and a vice chair.
Has to be this month.
So, Ms. Chong, do you want to continue forward with your motion, or are you rescinding your motion to recess?
I don't know how this is going to work. People are leaving the country, going out of town. I mean,
Yeah, it really should be resolved tonight.
we can't sit here on Thanksgiving and when people have plans and family coming over.
Are you rescinding your vote, or you are?
Send it.
Rescinding your motion. So Ms. Chong is rescinding her motion to recess the reorg meeting until a later date. Is there a motion to recess the meeting to convene the COPS and then come back to the reorg? Nope, no problem. All right.
Can you say that one more time? I apologize.
I wanted to just clarify Ms. Chong's recess was for recessing until another day or recessing to the cops?
I mean, we're recessing this vote to another, no, we're not doing that now.
Yeah, so that's not there. So I'm making sure that there's not another motion on the floor to recess the reorg to the cops and then come back to the reorg. We're going to continue with the reorganization meeting is where we are right now. We will continue with the reorganization meeting unless there is a different motion.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. So we have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez to consider for the position of, I'm sorry, I need to just write this down because I'm keeping notes to not have to go back and rewatch the whole thing for all the votes. So excuse me. We have before us a consideration for the vice chair. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll start with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. Those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We'll move to Ms. Ramirez. Those for Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay. May I have the floor, Chair?
Yes.
Okay. One thing I'm just a little confused over about some of the comments tonight from Ms. Ramirez is that she claims that she's worked so hard for this tonight. And I'm a little disconnected with that statement because I have never heard in the last year once at a board meeting that her desire to seek either of these seats, chairman or vice chairman. So the first we're learning about it is this evening. And so the intention that she was working toward was not made clear tonight for us to consider that, which that could have been brought up at a workshop saying, hey, you know what, I really would like to seek the chair seat. I mean, that is something that doesn't have to be done, but it's tonight we just discovered your desire to take either a chair or vice chair seat. And so that's where I'm at here, and it's clear that you're fighting hard to get one of these positions. And so we've heard everything. We've voted several times, and the board has not been convinced. And so again, you're in your first year, completing your first year, going into your second year. You have 3 years left on your term. Ms. Chair Chong and I are the most tenured on the board, and she is now the chair, and I've been nominated to do vice chair, which, as Mrs. Delaney said, the vice chair only steps in when the chair cannot do their obligation. So the experience part is kind of moot because unless the chair is not there, you're not going to be chairing the meeting. So therefore, being the one who has chaired the board for the last 2 years, have chaired other boards outside of the school board throughout my career, I am the most qualified, and I believe that's why Chair Chong nominated me to take that role to fill in when she is not able to fulfill that duty. And I think that does speak some volume that, as her, the newly elected chair, is seeing that I'm the best candidate to do that, to fill when she's not in that place. So again, she's only one vote, but I think there's some merit there.
Thank you. May I have the floor?
Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you. Second, discussing if you want to be chair or vice chair during a workshop or any of those meetings, it's not on the agenda. That's not, I'm there to workshop information on the agenda, and then I use my free time for my liaison updates, and then my board request, and then closing comments, which I always focus back to our schools and our community and our parents and our teachers. I don't focus it on myself, on what I want in this role. And second, if you weren't clear that I would potentially want to be a vice chair or even a chair or none, then I'm sorry you feel that way, but I have been going to every training, and there's a reason, because I'm learning and I'm trying to learn, and I'm going to continue. And I know, like, some of you will be doing that as well, and you can only do whatever training you can. But if you didn't know that I would at least want to be a vice chair or a chair from that, I mean, that's fine. But we don't talk about that. Have you ever seen? Well, at meetings, we don't talk about that. You don't ask, oh, would you like to be chair one day? I mean, this is something we work together, and the opportunity is here. And in my personal opinion, you've already been the chair twice, and even though you have the experience, I have the hours. How many CBMs hours have you had documented? And you don't have to answer that. But the point is, I'm learning the material, whether it's in the time frame you've been a school board member or the time that I've been here and I've been going and learning and researching, and that's fine. You know, that's who I am, and I can't change that, and I won't change it, and that's fine. But I'm not going to vote for, in my opinion, not myself. I know I worked hard for it, so I don't understand your question about not hearing it, because that's not what we talk about at board meetings. But I appreciate your comment. I'm here to support the community and to be a chair. And when I know that you're leaving, we're going to have a brand new appointment. I'm almost done. We have to have a strong board. The whole point of that is, so why would I not want to be a chair? Because I'm here to be a leader for our community, and I've been training for it, and I'll continue. So I appreciate your comment, but
We
thank
keep
you.
going back to this, he's leaving, he's still a board member, but Ms. Ramirez, you will have other opportunities. This has been blown like way out of proportion.
Ms. Moore?
And I'd like to respond to that, because
Okay, let's give Ms. Ruddy ask first, and then Ms.
But I would like to respond, because it directly is in response to the last comments. I think it's prudent for me to be able to respond to Ms. Ramirez.
I would recommend that each board member get an opportunity to speak and then come back to additional board members who would like to address the issue. So we don't have too much of a back and forth, and each board member gets recognized serially.
Fair enough.
Okay, so Ms. Ruddy?
So I think to ask a newer board member that they must, at board meetings and workshops, let their intention known for a reorganization meeting means that we have this idea that it is a foregone conclusion that the most tenured people or the people currently sitting as the chair and vice chair are essentially going to automatically swap. So that argument to me is not the basis to determine whether or not Ms. Ramirez is qualified or has the capacity to perform the duty. The other item is I would encourage our board members to listen to the logic that was just communicated that this position is not to the extent where robust experience is needed, and therefore the argument that the length of tenure is also a moot point and only underscores the point that Ms. Ramirez is making, that we want to ensure that people have experience while we have the current support of those who have served in those roles.
May I have the floor now? Okay, thank you. First off, I just want to say that this was on the agenda. This was in our workshop earlier this month. There was an opportunity to talk about it. It was on our agenda. But again, I'm not saying, as it has been stated, that you must do that. I was just saying you've expressed in this meeting how much you really want to take this role on because you feel you earned it. And I don't know what the benchmarks of how you earned it, because the only way you earn it is if you are voted into it. And so that's what I was referring to. I just did not know that was one of your attention. I'm not saying that would have necessarily swayed my vote either way, but I was just making an observation that I did not realize you had such a passion to capture this role, either chair or vice chair at this meeting today. And so I did not nominate myself. I was nominated, so I'm responding to that. And I feel that it was merited, as I said earlier. And I really wish that the conversation about I'm leaving would be dropped, because I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for another year to complete my 4-year term. That has nothing to do with what we're doing tonight. I don't know why that keeps being used as an argument. But this is more than just the experience of chair. There's other things that I have evaluated about Ms. Ramirez that make me feel that she's not ready for this role. And I don't need to air that all out. I know where I stand on those things, and therefore those are also played into my decision. So it's not just that can you slap the gavel? Can you move the meeting along efficiently? There's more to that, and I honestly feel that you're doing a great job, as I think all of us. But I think there's some more growth that's needed. But that's just my opinion, and I'm only stating that because we're doing a vote, and we're evaluating each other, right? I'm not trying to say that I'm any better board member than you. But what I am saying is that I have to evaluate the individual for this particular role. And that is part of the reason why we are at a stalemate here. So I'll yield my time.
Okay, any other discussions? If not, we will move forward with consideration for the position of vice chair. We have 2 candidates, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll begin with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We'll move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
May I have the floor?
Yes.
And Mr. Furry, with reference of my statement of it's your last year, what I meant by that was next year is your last year. It literally is your last year in the school board. So the next year we will have new people. So it's not saying, I mean, you have a whole year. That's what it's referenced, and meaning there's 1 year from now until next year to have the two individuals, chair and vice chair, and then the other two, everybody, us four, whether or not we have a fifth or not. We may not have one, who knows? That's what that references. So I don't know, I just want you to be aware that's what it means, because then the following year, it will be new people, potentially a new one in between. So that's what that is. So I don't want you to be upset about that. That's what I'm referring to. It literally is the last year of you in that term.
Right,
So-
and I'd just like to respond. We've already hashed out that conversation. You will have a new board, whether they, of 3 board members, whether they are re-elected or newly elected. And there's no telling who that board is going to choose for the future direction of this board. It has no relevance on what we're doing here tonight. Tonight, we have to decide who is going to carry this board forward for the remaining year, regardless of elections, regardless of anything. We all have to individually evaluate these positions. I take this very seriously. I see this. I do not see this as a ceremonial role, or that somebody just gets it because it's their turn. It is something that most qualified individuals should be in it, and I'm accepting the nomination, and I'm voting to take that position.
May I present, just for optics, if I were to nominate myself to a seat, which I would not do because that is not in my character, but if I did not have the votes, then I would humbly concede and move along and hope that next year that I would be able to have that chance again. Just consider that optic as well.
Neither side has the votes right now. So maybe there should be a humble concession and acknowledgement of the strategy we're trying to communicate here, that it's not about turn, time, person. It's about being able to have somebody in one of these roles with those who are experienced serving as a safety net during that year, because there is for sure future transition that comes after that year.
But all I'm saying, just for clarity, is that I nominated Mr. Furry. Other board members have nominated themselves.
May I have the floor?
Yes.
And nominating yourself is fine. It just means that you believe in yourself and that you would do a great job at it. So I don't want you to, think that that's a bad thing, or for people to think that's a bad thing to nominate yourself, because if you don't vote for yourself for something, and we're taught that in school all the time, if you don't vote for yourself, why would you not vote for yourself if you don't think that you would do a great job? So I just want to clarify that. And again, to me, coming into this, I would not have thought that Miss Chong, like that, the way, I don't know, I guess the whole point of this board, it's for Flagler County. And we've already done so much. So building up on it, everyone should have a chance and an opportunity to be in some type of role. This is a great leadership role. So that's what the point is. And then Mr. Furry, or I believe Miss Chong, one of you mentioned, Mr. Furry, there's no guarantee that you would be chair or vice chair the next year. Of course not. And that doesn't mean I would even want to be it again. It's giving people the opportunity to be in a role, to show and put back to what we are here for. Like, we are public servants. We're here for our kids, our schools, our teachers, and making the board run and getting the policies done, which we did a really great job at. And, but it doesn't mean the same people should be in that role. I mean, they can if that's what the board would want and that's what people want. But there's also an opportunity for people to be in a role. It doesn't matter if it's their second year or their first year or their third year. I mean, we see it at every different school board. It doesn't.
Oh, sorry.
So anyway, I just wanted to point that out, and then it's okay to nominate yourself for things in life. So I just wanted to let you know that, Ms. Chong.
I'll respect your viewpoint.
Yeah, and I'll just say that it's not a matter if it's that year, the first year or the second year. It's convincing the board that you can fulfill that role. And what Ms. Chong was just pointing out is that she appointed me because she felt I would be the best one to fill that role in her absence, and that you nominated yourself for the role and didn't have the votes. I don't have the votes either right now, but she was just making a point of that in itself. There's no shame in nominating yourself. I'm not trying to discredit that, but I'm just saying I believe there is a difference here. The fact that I was nominated here, and we are the most senior in tenure on this board, and I really do think it would be in the best interest of the board for you to concede tonight, so that we could move forward, and there will be other boards coming forward and can take a shot then. So we're at 11:20 tonight, and if you withdraw your nomination, we can close this out tonight and move on, and we will continue to win as we have been winning for the last 3 years, and we've been winning together. I would say this is the only impasse we've had of significance since you were both elected and joined this board. So I think we'll continue that going forward as well.
Thank you. And you also have the opportunity to take yours away as well. And
we do, but I was.
But of course, we all have choices and options. But the end game, I think, what do we feel is really best? Not, you keep saying the board, but we work for Flagler Schools. We work for these kids. So what's best for the kids right now? So I would just think about that. And, you keep saying for me, if you want to take it down and, yeah, I could think about that too. But I would also like you to think about that as well and just think, okay, how would it be if I potentially was vice chair? And I could see how would it be if you were vice chair. But I know, I've seen you, I know how it is. So there's other people on the board that maybe the community may want to see in the role. And that's just, something to think about. And it is a tie vote. So it's not that either one of us would do better or worse, or anyone on this board, but I just want to point that out. You could also think about that as well.
Well, I would say that you say what's best for the community is for us to come to a vote tonight. That's what's best for the community. It's not what's best for the community is that we elect a vice chair tonight, and that is speaking for the community. And I believe we all have this organization as our priority, and that's not an issue here. But again, this is not a community ballot. This is a vote amongst the four of us, and that's just plain and simple. And I was nominated, and so I'm just responding to the nomination.
If no other discussions, we will move forward with our vote and election for vice chair. We have two candidates to consider, Mr. Furry and Mr. Ramirez. We'll start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Are we on a break, a recess?
No.
We are not in a recess.
Can we have a recess if we're taking restroom breaks?
Yes. Recess 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. We will return from recess at 11:31 p.m. The item before us is the selection of a vice chair for the 25-26 year. We have two individuals for consideration. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We can move forward with a revote, reconsideration, unless there is a motion to do something different. If not, any discussion? Okay, we will move forward with a vote for vice chair. We have before us Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
We will now consider Ms. Ramirez. All of those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
We will move forward with consideration of a vice chair. We have before us two individuals. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
We will move forward with the consideration of our vice chair. We have two candidates, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll start with Mr. Furry and move to Mr. Ramirez. Beginning with Mr. Furry, all those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay. Nay.
We'll move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
I would like to know from, I can understand the self-interest Mr. Furry has to continue, however, and also honoring the nomination that he was provided. But I would like to know, what is the vehement objection to Ms. Ramirez's taking the potential helm of this vice chair, to the point, Ms. Chong, that you have to continue this beyond what is reasonable with the arguments that we've laid out? I mean, Mr. Furry's argument, to my understanding, has been tenure, but then we've discounted that. It's been, experience, we've discounted that. And the last item is really his honor to the nomination that he's received. So in essence, that's putting it in your lap.
No. First of all, we're all continuing this, okay? We are all sitting here because
Okay,
nobody
Delaney, I'll
refuses
ask
to
her
let
to
up,
be in order,
okay?
please.
Don't put this on me.
Mr. Delaney, could you please remind Ms. Chairman Chong, Chairwoman Chong, of our norms?
I would recommend that all the board members wait to be recognized by the superintendent before they speak.
I'd like to have the floor. This is not about anything about self-interest. It's very clear that I was nominated for this role. I have the experience. You say you discounted all those things. I don't know that everybody agrees with you. All I can say is we have to keep voting because there has to be an outcome here at some point. There has to be.
I've already said it, that Mr. Furry, he is experienced, he's capable for this. This is not even that big of a deal. Ms. Ramirez will have other opportunities. And at this point, all of us are being stubborn. This is not just about me.
But that argument, quote, if it's not a big deal, then why not provide some of that experience so that we can extend that strength among the board members in what will inevitably be transition. And so that's kind of the curiosity that I have at this point. What are you objecting to with the logic that we're trying to grow another arm, right? If we are going to inevitably lose some experienced leadership, I don't understand the fundamental flaw that you see in growing and cultivating that next generation, that next, sorry, midnight, losing my words, but that next succession.
Because
while Mr. Furry's here, while you're here, that we have somebody who has had that experience.
I do think in the future you all will be able to handle that, but tonight I believe that Mr. Furry is the most qualified. I'd like to see him finish out his term as the vice chair and support me in my role as chair.
So again, if it's not that big of a deal, I'm trying to understand your need to say, well, he's the most qualified. If that role is essentially a role to help groom potentially an individual to take the chair role at one point,
because
it doesn't.
Because I do not think anybody needs to be groomed into this position. I would like him to back me up as the chair.
So that's, I think, what we're getting at in the crux of the argument is that right there, when you say it doesn't need to be groomed, it doesn't need to be trained, then we can remove the argument that experience and tenure is essential for this. So then your next piece, which is the new argument you're placing on, is you want somebody to support you as the chairperson. And so I'm wondering, what is that support that you need? Because otherwise, if the role is only to be active in your absence, and that's the extent that I've seen.
You're putting words in my mouth.
No, I actually used your exact quotes to make sure that I could understand. And that's what I'm trying to get, because I'm trying to understand your motivation
Trying to understand y'all's. You could spin this however way you want
I'm not
it.
spinning.
One
To me,
board
it's
member, please, at a time. Ms. Ruddy has the floor.
I've made very clear logic, very clear arguments that are outside of an individual's, soft interests, meaning think soft skills, right? These are hard kind of facts that I've placed on the table here. And what I'm trying to, so I think that's a very solid argument. I'm trying to get at the crux of your motivation to continue to vote after vote after vote and not rescind your nomination, because that's the only way Mr. Furry has made clear that he will move beyond this impasse. And I'm really just trying to understand, is it that, what support that you feel you need?
Can I
Is that
answer?
something that Ms. Ramirez can assure you of in some way? Is it that we're colluding on votes? Because that's not appropriate.
It doesn't matter what I say at this point, you're going to manipulate it. Okay? It's not like he's going to be, texting me what to do or anything, but I think he is the most qualified person to be the vice chair if I was not here.
Yes, and I'd like the floor. And implying something like colluding votes, that is just uncalled for. The reality is that this position is not a training ground as you see it. I understand that's the way you see it. I see it differently. And I don't feel that Ms. Ramirez is ready for this role. And that's my determination, my evaluation. This is not something you just get. You have to get the votes of the other board members. I really don't, I think everything that can be said has already been said here. I really don't know what else to say to you. I've laid out the case. I think it's pretty clear that Chair Chong has clearly stated that she feels I'm the best person to fill that role, and that's why she nominated me. So, and I think if you look at the resume and the experience, I believe she's right in making that call. And I do think it's the best thing for the direction of the board going forward. So that's my response to what you just said.
May I have the floor, please?
Yes, ma'am.
When you say resume, what are you referring to? Our personal resumes? So I don't think so. I have a lot of experience, and as well as you do. So you can't. It's like apples and oranges. It's completely different. But also, and I said it, and I'll say it again. But being a school board member, we're a part of Florida School Board Association.
That's a voluntary thing, just so you know that.
Being a school board member, our district is a part of Florida School Board Association. We are a member. So we are an active member. We pay a membership fee, and they provide everything that we may need to know in addition to what we learn while we're here with our district staff, our fellow school board members, and Ms. Moore. So with Florida School Board Association, they provide everything you need to know how to be a school board member, okay? And providing the training they provide and going to that's what we have, and that's what I've been doing. So you keep saying you don't think I have the experience. That's all I've been doing. And the amount of hours I've put in just this year, actually it's over 70 plus hours, and it may be more. And it's not just going in person, but there's things you can read, articles, research, and that counts as points. I just want to make it clear that the experience, the time that you've been on the board, that has nothing to do with your experience, and you have the right to think that way, and that's fine. We all, that we can think that way, but I want to make sure. I mean, I don't know if you not been seeing us all going to trainings together, and then continuing to go to training. So for you to think, Ms. Chong, you mentioned you don't think I have the experience, but that's all I've been doing. And I think if we pulled up the amount of hours of the training, you know, it would be interesting to see. And I'll bring up again the Chairman Academy. It's an opportunity. They actually want all school board members to attend these. And I was like, okay, I can't wait to attend, even though you're not a chairman. And they want you because you learn more. And I know you're going into your 4th year, and have you had the opportunity to attend any yet? You know, and it's just, these are things like, I've been doing it. So I just want you to know I do have the experience because I have been given the opportunity and I'm taking advantage of using it. So I just wanted to make that clear because you keep saying that. And then, the resume, and then the resume aspect, I don't know what you're referring to, but if we need to provide resumes, I will gladly pull it up. That's fine with me, but it has nothing to do with this. But all right, thank you very much.
I'm simply saying that Mr. Furry is the more experienced person, and I appreciate that you have gone to all of the meetings and that your attendance is perfect. I really do, but I don't think that that's the only qualifier here. We both have been here 3 years now. We have the longer tenure, and again, I would like to see Mr. Furry fulfill this role, and to see you have. I believe in you. I think, maybe next year, you know, or in the future, that you will definitely step into one of these roles. But right now, my vote is for Mr. Furry, and I'm not going to change on that.
Okay. We have done this vote multiple times. Multiple probably is a bit of an understatement right now. And I think that you as board members may need to consider looking at other opportunities, be it a motion to move on to your COPS, to address an additional area. If we will continue to go forward with this, I don't mind continuing to call it over and over again, but it definitely appears to me that no one's changing their mind. I mean, we're going into over 50 times we have called this vote, and I will gladly continue if that is the desire of this board, to continue in that manner. Okay. If there's no additional discussion, or
Can we discuss the dates again? I know people were saying dates that they were here or not here, but I wasn't quite sure which dates, because potentially maybe there is a date in November. I'm just curious. Is this?
There is no motion on,
But
in
in the
regard to
discussion.
this. Because the only discussion right now is on voting for the next vice chair.
So I motion to move to COPS and then potentially discuss dates.
so we have a motion to recess this meeting, move to COPS, and move to the COPS meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion.
I know we were talking dates earlier, and maybe we can see if there is potentially a date in November that all of us are here. That obviously is not Thanksgiving, because we didn't really we can look at our calendar potentially and just see. I know that was an option at one point, but we didn't really look at the date?
I'm not willing to postpone.
Would anyone like to look at dates to see if there was an opportunity?
Saturday or Sunday, I mean.
Oh,
I made
okay.
a full plan of of next week.
Can you say those dates again? Maybe we can all look at our calendar.
November 29th and 30th.
Yeah, I'm good.
I am available.
We have a motion to recess the reorg and move to the COPS meeting. We have that motion made by Ms. Ramirez, a second by Ms. Ruddy. Any additional discussion?
Yes, I don't think this is the appropriate thing to do. I think that we should do what we set out to do tonight and finish it. Rescheduling this is not going to, it is not what we should be doing, is moving this vote for another day.
Our attorney, I'm sorry, go ahead. Our attorney's saying he's not available.
Yeah, this is the holiday season. Many people are down. I mean, it's going to be very difficult to get back here to do this.
Did on November 24th, which is Monday, did someone say?
I will not be in the state.
Got it.
And I was thinking Friday evening, but you will not be here.
No.
Yeah, I cannot do it.
So we have a motion to recess to the COPS meeting. That motion was made by Ms. Ramirez and seconded by Ms. Ruddy. Any additional?
So is that just to move to the COPS meeting and then reconvene, or is that to move to the COPS meeting and table this? Has that been addressed in the motion?
We can't table it, but no, I don't.
Ms. Ramirez, can you clarify your motion?
So now that I mean, do we have to have this done by November? Is because that's per the policy? Is that what you were stating the last time? Because that's what I was trying to find out was if it does have to be November. I was first trying to see if there was a date in November that everyone would be able to attend. And again, that was the step one of this, so.
The board's policies say that the organizational meeting will be accomplished in November. And there's some other obligations in terms of reporting to the state that should also occur on that timeframe.
So I think the motion is to table this, move to COPS, identify a date in November that we can reconvene regarding the reorganization meeting. That's essentially what.
Well, is that the motion? Is that your motion?
Ms. Ramirez, please restate your motion.
I motioned to move to COPS, and then it was second, so then we could discuss a date, because we wouldn't be able to move to COPS if we did not have a date. So it appears that there is not a date, that those that need to be in attendance, is that?
Are you rescinding your motion?
Well, I want to see, I want clarification, is everyone able to attend a date or no? Because if not, then I would rescind my motion.
I'd have no date available in November.
So then I rescind my motion.
Ms. Moore?
Go ahead.
Yes.
You know, part of governing and leading for your constituents is about compromise, meeting in the middle many times. And so far what we're seeing is that there are some recommendations in order to alleviate this impasse or to have folks kind of understand a different logic other than a 10-year succession. And so far, we've heard, I refuse to change my vote. I refuse to meet on a different date in November. These are all things that are not conducive to really serving our community, right? We want to be able to move past this. We want to be able to come to a decision. But if we're saying, well, we can't do anything else unless we come to a decision, but you're also saying that I refuse and I'm unwilling to listen to a different side or perspective, and I refuse or unwilling to find another date to reconvene so that I can think about this, that both parties can confer with members not of the board in order to determine if they're going to rescind their nomination. We're essentially just kind of trying to force something that is not going to happen then this evening.
May I have the floor? First of all, nobody's refusing.
Wait, Ms. Ruddy, were you finished with your statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes, Ms. Chong.
Nobody's refusing. Everybody has clearly stated that they have plans. Okay, and I would like to ask y'all, Ms. Ruddy and Ms. Ramirez, the same question you're asking me. Why don't you want to change your mind?
We've made arguments. What we haven't said is that we're unwilling to change our vote. And the arguments on the side, and that's where I was trying to get to, well, what is at the crux of your diehard support to have Mr. Furry as the vice chair, is to understand what that argument is besides, well, he's the most experienced, because you've already, both of you have refuted essentially saying that this role isn't that big of a deal or needs that much experience to execute on it. And so I'm trying to really understand what your logic is in order to not essentially provide some extension to a newer member, again, while we have some experienced members on the board. And I haven't received a clear answer, other than I want him to back me as the chair. I want, or I would like to see him finish his term as vice chair. Those are not compelling reasons that help, that are based in setting us up for success. Those are personal reasons.
I asked you a question and you are not answering it as well. I have given
I'm sorry,
reasons.
then I thought I did. What is the question?
Why do you all not want to change your vote?
Because your argument has not been substantial.
Okay, I think that yours is not either.
I've also not said that I'm not willing to meet in another date in November. I've also not said that I'm not closed-minded on the vote. Those are all comments that and I don't believe I'd heard Ms. Ramirez say either of those comments either.
But you're accusing me of that.
I'm not accusing, I'm stating you said it. You said I'm not going to change my vote.
And I'm stating
So that's where I'm trying to come up with, okay, what can we do to break this moment so that perhaps at another time we can, but then Mr. Furry is not available for any day in November.
we voted 50 times and nobody's changing.
The date for this vote is tonight. That's why it was scheduled. This has been scheduled for over a year from the last reorganization. This is the night that we take care of this business. And as Mr. Delaney said, it is unprecedented for us to not elect a vice chair in the night of the scheduled reorganization meeting. And we are here to do that. And I believe this is the night that we're going to do it. And we all have commitments outside here to reconvene for something that we can solve tonight is just not necessary. We need to finish this in this meeting. It's the way it has to be.
You know what this is indicative of to me? So over the course of the year, the only time that I have tried to compel people or convince people to vote on a particular item different from maybe what their mindset is, or even bring certain opportunities to workshops. And many times those are maybe asked 5 or 6 times for additional information. This, to me, tells me that something as what you guys have already said is relatively minor. Unless, even if Ms. Ramirez were to vote with me, we will never be able to move on any issue outside of what essentially you're saying the two of you believe in. And so that it's essentially saying you're unwilling to kind of work across the board. And that's probably more concerning to me than anything else that's going on here.
Well, I'd like to have the floor. That is not true. The two things don't have anything to do with each other. This is merely a role that steps in the event that the chair cannot fulfill it. All right? Whether that be for one meeting or many meetings, whatever the case may be. That's what this role is. Okay? It has nothing to do, and to imply that how many votes have we had as a board that have been 5-0, 4-0? That's not true. What you just stated about the fact that this is a divided board. It has not been. As I said earlier, this is the first impasse that we've really had as a board. So I would argue the contrary, that things have been going very well. Now, the votes may not turn out always the way we did, but we discussed it, we moved on, and we've moved this organization forward. So that is not a fair characterization. And this is not a glimpse into what the future holds when it comes to voting. We vote based on you bring your argument, I bring mine, we look at the policy, we get input from staff, and then we make our final decision. It has nothing to do with who's the vice chair or the chair. And as a matter of fact, as in the dynamics of things that you're alluding to here, is that, the chair doesn't typically make motions, right? So there's no some type of collusion that you're trying to put out there. I just don't think that's a fair characterization in your argument.
No, the argument isn't about the chair siding one way or another. It's about us as a board in being successful in voting on items with the missing 5th member. What the observation is many votes have been 4-0 because they haven't been necessarily outside the norm or what are typically business administration things that we vote for. The few times where there has been some difference of opinion, and I've tried to take and bring in the spirit and information that's happening in the classroom, I've been outvoted because of whatever. But what I'm saying is that even if I were to convince one person on this board, would it be that we would continue to have this type of a deadlock? That's what I'm worried about.
That has nothing to do with the voting. I mean, what you're presenting has nothing to do with voting on policy.
No, it is. What I'm saying is it's our ability to compromise, work together, see each other's arguments. Again, you're saying, hey, we're not listening to your argument. I listened to your argument. I tried to dissect it. I questioned it, and I still don't see it as being anything but personal. So if you give me a better, more compelling argument, then we could break this tie, right? But I have not seen that. And so to become essentially stating, you know what, this is it or the highway, and it's going to be tonight and never. You know she's got to be out of town tomorrow. She's clicking on the clock here, or the clock's counting down for her. Then come up with a better reason. Then come up with an argument.
That's what we've been doing for hours here. I've made it very clear there's nothing personal about this, okay? I've made that clear. You just don't accept. The thing is that you think that your view and your argument is so wonderful and so well constructed that you're discounting everything that the other people on this dais are saying as if it doesn't hold any weight. So I would argue that I disagree with your arguments. And as I had said, I have measured Ms. Ramirez on the merits, and I do not feel this is the time for her to take on this role.
So what merits?
Ms. Ruddy, I'm going to bring it back to myself. We are going to take a brief recess again. We will come back together shortly. So a brief recess. Bring this back to the dais at 12:10, coming back from recess. The motion before us is the selection of a vice chair to the board. We have two individuals that are nominated to serve as the vice chair. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Ms. Furry. Mr. Furry, I'm sorry, and then shift to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
Are there we will consider the position before us of vice chair. We have two individuals for consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will start with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay. Nay.
For Ms. Ramirez, all those in favor signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Anyone willing to rescind their nomination?
We will consider the position of vice chair. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay. Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. So again, I will put it out there. What are your reasons for not wanting to change your vote, Ms. Ruddy, Ms. Ramirez?
Did you need me to explain what I?
Okay, you have Ms. Ruddy. I don't know if she has answered my question.
Wait, can you say that one more time? Sorry.
You have stated your reasons.
Okay,
don't
I
know
just
if-
didn't
I
know
don't know
if
Ms.
if
Ruddy
you needed.
has.
Okay, so let me know if you need anything further.
So my reason is, and I'm sorry, Mr. Furry, I know you've requested that we not reference this before, but it is the foundation of the argument, that this is Mr. Furry's last year, point blank. He is not up for re-election. He does not wish to be. He's moving on to something else. So it's not a question of if he doesn't get elected. So in the abundance of information you've shared where you're saying tenure and experience and resume are important, neglecting the certification hours that Ms. Ramirez spent preparing, then that means we need to ensure we have that knowledge of those proceedings to ensure continuity. When Mr. Furry is here over the next year, he can help support the both of you in giving advice on how to run the meetings. Because once he's gone, right, it's the three of us and you potentially, and I know it's been said we only need to think about the here and now, but I'm sorry, that's where my brain goes. My brain goes to long-term consequences of decisions. So if you do not get reelected, now we have 2 people who've been here for 2 years who've never served in that role, and 3 brand new people. That's my argument.
Well, I'd like to respond. I'll just once again say that I don't vote on hypotheticals. And those, a lot of the things you keep bringing up are hypothetical arguments, and they're not, they should not be considered when voting today. We're talking about a vote today, not a year from now, not 6 months from now. We look at what we have in front of us today. We are a board that was called to make this decision, and we are now on the 50-something vote, so we need to keep voting until we have a vice chair. This is what tonight was for.
Ms. Chong, did I fully answer your question and resolve any concerns you have over the logic that I'm voting on?
I don't know.
And so, Ms. Chong, most of what I said was not hypothetical, right? The only hypothetical is if you do not get reelected. Even if you do, that is one experienced board member who has sat in one of those 2 seats.
I just don't agree with the logic, because I'm sure in the past there have been other board members. I don't know if Ms. Massaro served before Will and I showed up. I don't know. This is not uncommon. Like I said, I feel the most comfortable that if I were not here, that Mr. Furry could do the job, and that in the future, one of you will also be able to and have the opportunity.
May I have the floor, please? Thank you. Is there a reason that you feel just because now we're basically still going back and forth about things, but the training that I have completed and continue to complete, I have already received a certification, and I'm getting very close to the next one, which is the goal of this organization, which shows and proves that you have the training and the expertise. So, and I understand, Mr. Furry, a lot of people, you're not going to go to the same training over and over again, potentially, but things change. And I will tell you, those 2 budget ones I went to, I'll just use those as an example. There were school board members there that have been a school board member for going on 16 years. And I was like, oh, what are you doing here? And they said, things change, especially this year, right? But so I get what you're saying. I don't like watching movies over and over again either, right? But there's always new opportunities. So I just wanted to make sure, I hope you understand that. And, I'm going to these, if it works in my schedule, I go. And I make it work in my schedule basically because I chose this role. So I don't see how you would not feel comfortable with anyone that has gone through all these trainings and the hours that covers exactly what this role entails. So, and, maybe, I know we don't hang out, we don't talk other than at meetings, but I'm sure you're aware that we're going to these meetings or these trainings and then, learning more and, obviously and attending different events. And that's the whole point of this role. And I know it's optional, and I know you mentioned that, but we're already paying for this opportunity. And if you don't do it, what's the point of being in this role? We have to learn the tools, and we're given them. So I just want to make sure you understand, I don't know, I don't see how you don't feel anyone else would be able to run in that position. So I don't agree with you, and I know you can, but I guess my hope is that you would understand that for that position, you have to know things and train for it, and that's clearly what I've been doing, and you'll be going to your chairmanship, but I just want to make sure.
And I've already stated that while I respect it, it's that you attend the meetings. It's not the only qualifier, and that I believe in the future you will have more opportunities. If I had attended every single FSBA meeting that is available, I still would not expect to that I would be nominated into something. I appreciate that y'all have voted me in as chair this time around, but I do not see it as a guarantee.
And Mr. Furry, were you were chair your first year or was it your second year?
I was chair second year and third year.
Mm-hmm. So, but I just wanted to clarify, I do have the training, so for the role, but, we're a team, everyone here is. And another thing, I guess I'll bring this up, I feel the last, few months, some of the roles, I know we're all very busy, everyone is, we all work, we all have children and doing things, but at these meetings, we have to stay on top of things, and I feel that I would be able to stay on top of things. And, all the liaison updates, like we are expected to present liaison updates. That's part of our role. And if we don't, then no one knows what's going on in the community. And so I feel like that has lacked a lot, and it shouldn't, because then a lot of campuses, they are the ones that hurt from it, and the families that are supposed to get these updates.
So even now we're just attacking each other.
No, I'm trying to explain that I feel I will be able to keep up with that. So I'm just trying to understand from what you're saying that you don't feel that anyone else on the board would be able to fulfill that position. So I'm just trying to let you know that clearly other people can also do it as well. So it doesn't have to be just the same person over and over again. So
if I relent my vote, then you are also saying you are not going to give up your nomination for yourself. Does that make sense?
Wait, are you asking me a question?
If I were to say, okay, you know what, I give up, you have stood your ground and said, I nominated myself and I deserve this position.
Well, I already mentioned why I think that I would be great for the role. I have the training for it, and I would hope that you as the chair would see the training that has been taken place by all the board members. And when someone works hard and they have the training, how are they not ready for that role? So what you're saying, it doesn't make sense
because I've
in a
already
way.
said
And then also,
that in the
also, and then
Ms.
also,
Chong, let Ms. Ramirez finish, please.
and also, as the chair, your role, you're supposed to govern the board, the board, and you have to feel. I mean, I would think everyone on here would be a great fit for the role. So, if there's more than one, and then we have two really great candidates for the role, and I'm just sorry, this is getting louder. So yeah, I already said I nominated myself because I know that I can do the role, and so hopefully that answers your question.
And my logic is, like I've said, that you will have other opportunities in the future.
And I don't think that's a reason. I don't feel like that's a good reason. Like, oh, you'll get your chance next time. It's not about a chance. It's, this has been going on. I've been working hard as much as everyone else. And I just want to let you know, you keep saying that, she doesn't have the experience, but I clearly do for that role. The role is what we've been trained for and what we're continuing to train for.
Please understand, I'm not saying you do not have the experience. I said Mr. Furry is more experienced and qualified.
And we just have to, may I have the floor? Are you done? Okay. This whole thing comes down to two things. One, you were nominated, and two, you were either voted in or not voted in. And that is it. So, you know, you've nominated yourself. The votes were not there for your nomination. Ms. Chong nominated me. And we're voting, but you don't want to concede because you really want this. But I just you want this more than the board is seeing you for this position right now, and so I can only assume that that's why you're not conceding. I think Chair Chong has made a compelling argument from her side. I've spoken to why I've accepted the nomination, and so that's where we're at. So again, the next thing to do is to vote again.
Ms. Moore? Yes. I feel that statement discounts my vote, that, you know, we're clearly split. This isn't that she doesn't have enough votes, she doesn't have the majority of the votes. And again, I stated earlier that when we first went around, I said that I was nominating myself for chair and Ms. Ramirez for vice chair. I only removed that nomination when I was not chosen as the chair to nominate myself as vice chair. So it's not that she did not have a nomination of another board member either. And I believe it was 3 hours ago that I made that point clear.
I'd like to have the floor. So if we go back, the reality is that you voted for yourself for chair, and you tried to choose out of the gate your vice chair. So you made it pretty clear up front the way you wanted to see the board look like. And then when you had the opportunity to nominate Ms. Ramirez as vice chair, you nominated yourself. So I would argue you never really did nominate Ms. Ramirez there, so I don't think that's a fair argument. You had that opportunity to do that at the time when we were nominating candidates for this, and you chose yourself and didn't carry. So that's the reality of what took place.
I did care, but I nominated myself because I did not win the votes of the chair. What I'm clarifying is that if we had gone through and then did another nomination round after that, we would have had, because I even withdrew my own name. I voted against myself so that she would get it, right? So how else is that not a nomination?
I respect you for, you know, you did not hold things up. You withdrew your nomination when you did not have the votes. And, you know, I just hope that someone would also do the same.
It's a different situation. I had only my vote, clearly.
And may I have the floor, please? Thank you. And I don't know exactly what you said, Mr. Furry, but of me, oh, I really, really want it. And, you know, it's not that I have earned it. It's not that I want it. I earned it, the training, and I know I would do a great job at the role. So that's why I am voting for myself, because this vice chair role, it is important, because if the chair is not there, we need someone to run the meeting, and you're representing our district. So, and it's not saying you wouldn't do a great job. I'm just saying I want the role because I have worked hard for it, and I know I would do a great job. And that's what we do. We tell kids, you do what you want to do, what you know you're going to be good at. And I have been going to all these trainings. Why would I not want to even try? So, and I don't know if that answers your question, but it's not like, oh, you really, really want it. It's not that. And it's not meant for everyone, all the time anyway. So like you could have a school board with an individual that may never want to be vice chair because they may not want to hold that responsibility. That may not be what they enjoy to do. But I just feel that after this year, the training that I had, so the opportunity for myself to nominate myself, because that's what we do. And at a lot of school board districts, that's what individuals do because they're small boards. Right now we have 4. If we had 5, you still sometimes have to nominate yourself or or only one person's voting or 2 because it's a small number. So that it's just the math. Math is math. So that's just how that works. But, so just wanted to clarify that. It's because I worked for it. I haven't been learning all this for nothing. And you want to put what you learn into practice. So I feel that this would be the opportunity to put everything that I learned into practice. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I mean, these are, you got certificates. That's great. You put in the time, but there are other measures to decide when voting for the person that's going to hold this role. It's not just, you keep saying that I worked for it. I earned it. And you have not convinced the board that that is the case. We have all educated ourselves in different ways. I've been members of board of other associations that are not the FSBA and got education from them along the way. FSBA is just one organization. It's basically a trade organization for the school board. And some school districts aren't even members of the FSBA. It's an optional thing. And yes, we do have those trainings. I've been to many of them and traveled to the distant places that they have them. And mind you, every time we go, we have to pay more to do those things. So I don't necessarily duplicate it because if I'm going back, if I don't feel I need it, I don't need to put the district at an expense of, $500 for my hotel, for the cost of the class, the plus that they charge us, right? I would go if I felt if I needed a refresher course, right? But I'm 3 years in here, so and these updates, we get them in real time now. So yes, the FSBA is really great for a new school board member. I appreciated all that because when you come on, there's a lot to learn about school governance, and they do provide a robust education there. But then you also have to look at your leadership as a board member and going into the role of either a chair or a vice chair. And you sought both tonight, and neither one has panned out, both by individual nomination of yourself, and we don't have the votes. So I agree with Chair Chong that there's going to be opportunities in the future as you continue to grow as a board member. But in my view, right now is not the time.
Thank you. And I disagree with the training because not knowing the training that runs this district will affect the district and the students and the faculty and the staff, and things do change. So I disagree with you. So I would, consider that, with things change every year. So I would just possibly rethink that. But, I appreciate your comments, and, thank you.
Okay. We will consider the item of vice chair of the board for the 25-26 organization year. We have 2 individuals for consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. Beginning with Mr. Furry, all those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Going on to Ms. Ramirez, all those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Nay.
Nay.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. We will call.
Mr. Delaney? If we were to make a motion to table at a specific date this vote and only a quorum of board members were able to be present, are we allowed to still vote and proceed on the vice chair decision?
The board can hold a meeting as long as a quorum is present. So
Then I
that
make
would be
a
legal
motion to table the vice chair decision for a date where the quorum can be present and move to the COPS decision where the standing names on last year's COPS roll forward to this year.
We have a motion from Ms. Ruddy to table the reorganization meeting to a later date and proceed to the COPS meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, so what date? We've already discussed that already. We don't have the availability to come back in November.
We're allowed to hold the vote as long as we have a quorum, which means as long as three of us can make any date in November work.
So
you
at one point, Ms. Ramirez will be out of the country, and then the next week, Mr. Furry will be out of the country, is what I understood.
If we want to, that's what I was trying to get at earlier.
So, Ms. Ruddy,
I say put
you
one
want to
of the.
schedule the meeting when you can get the favorable outcome that you
No,
want.
I didn't. Did I specify a week? I did
Yes,
not specify
very
a week.
clear, though, with
So,
your-
Ms. Moore, what I
with your,
recommend is that we
goal
put
of
all the
quorum.
dates in a hat, that you are available and Mr. Delaney is available, that are in November, and we pull that date, and that's the date. And if it lands on a date where one of us is out of town,
Should we vote
that's
first,
lady luck.
then do that?
So we have a motion before us to table the reorganization and proceed to the COPS meeting, table it to a later date and proceed to the COPS meeting. That motion was made by Ms. Ruddy. We have a second by Ms. Ramirez. Any other discussion before we call for the question?
I thought, if I may, I thought I heard the motion also said that the previous year's officers for the leasing corporation would roll forward.
Correct.
I'm sorry, yes.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, I will repeat the motion that we have. We have a motion to table the selection of the vice chair and proceed to, until a later date. We have, and proceed to the leasing corporation meeting with the previous officers serving again this year as the leasing corporation officer. So the president would be Mr. Furry, vice president would be Ms. Chong, I would be the secretary, and Ms. Patty Warmick would be the treasurer. That is the motion that we have on the table at the moment. It has been seconded by Ms. Ramirez.
If we're going to put names in a hat and y'all agree to that, you might as well just flip a coin right now, as Mr. Tucker's suggesting. I'm not saying that we should, but that's the same thing.
Well, I think this solution is more elegant, and if somebody really wanted to be there, they'd find a way to even be there remotely. So it also is indicative of somebody's interest and passion to serve in the role.
Okay, we have A motion and a second. We are going to call for the question. All those in favor of tabling the selection of a vice chair to a later date and convening the leasing corporation with the former members serving in the same positions, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed,
Nay.
Nay.
the motion fails.
Again, unwilling to work with a compromise.
Can I?
I'd like to have the floor. You know, I find it just comical that you continually say
Mr.
that we are
Delaney?
not, that we are
I
not
make a motion that he's
compromising.
out of order. Again, he's referencing me specifically.
You just said
I'm
that
comical,
I'm not,
and now
we
on
will
top
not
of that, rude.
You just charged something at us saying that we will not compromise. And so I would argue that is the case on your side too. So
I have come up with 3 different configurations of compromises, and all of them have been shot down.
well, because they're just not
May I
acceptable.
have the floor, please?
Yes.
We talked, I don't know when it was, but potentially a date in mind, so then if we can find a date, it sounded like everyone was willing to potentially, if there was a date where we could have a quorum that we know. So if that's an opportunity, we
Have
just,
an attorney that I know of that's going to be willing to chime in on this on Thanksgiving weekend.
And that motion failed, so we're back to voting on the vice chair. So shall we call the vote?
Before us for consideration is the position of vice chair. We have 2 candidates, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose.
Nay.
nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose.
Nay?
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. We will begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed.
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose.
Nay.
Nay.
we will consider the position of vice chair. We will begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Moving to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will consider the position of vice chair. All those in favor of Mr. Furry, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
Ms. Ramirez, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
Is it the desire of the board that I continue to call the vote?
We must. We have no other option unless another motion is on the table.
We will consider the item before us, which is the assignment of vice chair. We will begin with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Mr. Furry, I'm sorry, did you?
Nay.
Thank you. I agree with what has been stated multiple times tonight, that this board has been extremely high functioning and successful. Definitely great civility in the role that you guys have, and it has been an honor to work with you guys this past year. And I will continue to call the question. We're on the 60th time with multiple recesses and motions that have failed. We have to find a way forward. And if that is me just keep calling the question, then absolutely I will continue to call the question. We are going into time 60.
I would just like to agree with Ms. Moore. I think we've worked very well together considering our previous board. And I think we will continue to work well together. Again, I can only state it so many times. Mr. Ramirez, I believe you'll definitely have an opportunity in the future, and you'll be a great chair or vice chair. But I choose to continue to support Mr. Furry in his last year here as the vice chair.
We will call the question. We have Mr. Furry. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed.
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed.
Nay.
We will move forward with the consideration of vice chair. We have two candidates before us, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. Starting with Mr. Furry, all those in favor that Mr. Furry serves as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed.
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed.
Nay.
We will move forward with the consideration of a vice chair. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed.
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed.
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. We have two candidates for vice chair, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed.
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed.
Nay.
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. We have before us Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll start with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay. Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Is there any I mean, I hate to do this, but can we make any alterations to our own policy to roll this into December?
To make a change to policy, you would need to go through rulemaking, which is the multi-step process and notification. So we don't have sufficient time to change the policies.
Did we want to look at the dates again? I mean, like, was it, Mr. Delaney, none of those dates for you? I just wanted to state dates, but I just want to clarify.
So I had conflicts on the Saturday, the 29th, and Sunday, the 30th. At this point, I would hesitate to know how much time to reserve for this meeting. And I think that necessarily is a consideration if we try to reschedule it, because I don't know how many hours it would take.
Thank you.
We will consider the position of vice chair. We will begin with Mr. Furry and move on to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Nay. Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Oppose?
Nay.
We will consider the position of vice chair. We have before us two candidates, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will start with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
Madam Chair, can I be recognized?
Yes.
I would point out to the board that policy 0152 regarding officers states that normally officers, the chair or vice chair, will serve for 1 year until their respective successors are elected and qualify. But in the event that the office of the chair, or in this case, the vice chair, became vacant, the school board shall fill the vacancy for the unexpired term at the ensuing regular or special meeting in the same manner as the election conducted at the organization meeting. I would just put out for the board's consideration, there is certainly, it would not be a violation of policy, although it would be highly unusual if whoever was selected as vice chair, made a commitment that they would resign from the office of vice chair at some point halfway through the term and timeshare the position. That's another option that's available to the board that would be within the policies that currently exist.
Interesting. It's definitely an option if you all were willing to share.
I move to motion that we vote on a timeshare option for vice chair.
We have a motion to timeshare. Can you identify specifically the members you want to consider for that timeshare?
I apologize. I move to, vote on a timeshare for the vice chair role for Ms. Ramirez and Mr. Furry.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Ruddy for a timeshare between Ms. Ramirez and Mr. Furry. And it was seconded by Ms. Ramirez. Discussion?
I'd like to hear how you all feel about that.
Yeah, that's not okay. That provision, although yes, it could be used for some sort of compromise here, that's not what it was intended to do. It was intended to fill a vacancy, not to split a chair seat or a vice chair seat. So I do not like that. Again, it's creating something to do something other than what we're supposed to do tonight. And what we're supposed to do tonight is elect a chair and a vice chair to a one-year term, and that is it. That was what we're called to do, and that's what we need to complete tonight. I do not support any type of timeshare just because I know that's not why that was intended to be written that way.
Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion before us for a...
Sorry, Ms. Moore, I was just going to add. No, it's all right.
I'm so sorry.
Do
you have a discussion?
Yeah, I was just going to bring up, thank you, Mr. Delaney, for looking into that. And I think it would be a great compromise and a different idea. And it may be a great opportunity depending how the timeshare works. I don't know the logistics, but just in making sure that the board runs the way it needs to run and it's thinking outside of the box clearly. So just that's interesting. So thank you, Mr. Delaney, for looking into that.
I don't love it, but perhaps it could help us come to an agreement so that we are functioning as a board together.
It definitely builds the experience component that I'm hoping for, even if for half the year. So that's essentially what I want out of it because I don't really care who it is.
Are we talking about just the vice chair?
Correct.
Yeah, and that is not what that policy was intended to do. And I don't support it. I think it sets a strange precedent within this reorganization that is not why that was intended to be in there. We should keep going as we always have. There is a term for each position, and that is what I believe it should be.
So we had a motion, we had a second, we've all stated our opinion. We should be able to vote on this, correct?
You're ready for the question. So we have a motion for a split timeshare between Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. The motion was made by Ms. Ruddy and seconded by Ms. Ramirez.
Can I offer some?
Yes.
I think it would be best if we had some clarification on this. So, by my rough calculation, whoever would be serving in the first half of that term would serve through the beginning of May, the first meeting in May, I believe. And I think so it is as flexible as possible that whoever is selected by the board to serve would just agree that they would resign the position as vice chair, not resign from the board, but resign the position as vice chair at the first meeting in May, and then the board would vote to fill that position from amongst its membership.
Mm-hmm. And I think additional clarity would be that it would be Mr. Furry as the most experienced to then move the baton to Ms. Ramirez at that turnover point or date that we establish in order to provide further clarity.
Yes, ma'am, and I don't want to undermine that. What I would also caution or be somewhat concerned about is by the time the board gets to May, there may be a fifth board member at that time. So,
right, but wouldn't we have already voted on this as the requirement, unless somebody were to bring it up again and make a motion, because we have now 5 people. That is definitely within the purview of individual board members to do, right?
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Is it possible to settle this tonight, vote, and like, as you mentioned, if we get another board member and you want to bring it up again, that is also a possibility. I don't know, is that a consideration?
well, I don't think that there could be a way to remove, for the board to remove another board member as chair or vice chair without those persons resigning that office.
Okay. Right.
I've seen other counties do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here is that the way that it is designed and written is that the chair, vice chair, and the chair are given a 1-year term. It's just unheard of for anybody to pre-resign without a specific reason. I just don't see the logic behind doing it this way. And we can't even commit a future board member's decision on that, on who will take it on after the resignation, because that person has an individual vote. We can't vote for somebody that will be duly appointed or elected, depending on when that happens.
But again, we may not have a 5th person at that point. So that's also conjecture. So I think that's we've all said our piece on this. I think we should vote.
Sure.
And that, again, anything can be revoted when another board member brings it up. And if there's, even without 5 people, somebody wants to bring it up and feels like it's going to go a different way, it's going to go a different way. But it's also unheard of that a board would sit here for 70 votes and 5 different compromises come and go without folks budging.
So, I mean, again, I'm just putting it out there. We just settle this and move on tonight. And if we had another board member, we could do another reorganization.
But no, you can't. From what I understand, it would be for a specific term. Whoever takes the term has to agree right now to resign on a date certain, and then at that time the reorganization would take, or the vote for a new replacement would take place.
For that one role.
Correct.
Yes, that's
correct.
What
But the solution, we're offering this up as a compromise to let two people, just to say, hey, let's just give a little bit to everybody, and in the end, the other person might get the short end of the stick anyways if they're not voted in as the replacement. This does not compute to me as a solution.
No, we're not saying voted in the replacement. We're saying date certain May, one person resigns, the other person takes over. We're saying if we do get a fifth board member, if somebody wanted to then bring it up for a vote to reverse the decision, they could do that. But then we have a year-long solution should we not have a fifth board member, and we still have this stalemate. And this is what I think when we have a motion and we second and we all say our piece, then I think we need to vote. Very often we have situations where there's
we can call a motion to close public comment, and we can vote on it if you want. But until then, this discussion is open.
But we called a motion for the proposal, a second. These are just comments in order to try to get your piece out, and then we should vote on it.
We do, if you want to end, you are within
Okay, I
your
make
right
a motion
to
to vote on this right now, this option.
And you don't have to make a motion, you just call for the question. Say, we're ready for the question.
I'm ready for the question. And I thought I had. That's what I'm like, what Simon Says thing, tiptoe dance do I need to do?
So we have before us a motion for a timeshare. The motion was made by Ms. Ruddy. It was seconded by Ms. Ramirez. We've had discussion. Now we will call for the question. All those in favor, signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
It fails.
I think Mr. Delaney's come up with options. I've come up with options. Mr. Ramirez, I would like to hear then what is the solution, a compromise to move forward from some of the other team members, because I feel like anything that we propose or we try to support in order to move forward from this, if it comes from certain individuals, it's not going to go anywhere. So I just would truly like to hear, what we're not realizing is what if there's a permanent impasse here? What is your suggestion?
The only solution is that we have a majority vote for a vice chair tonight. That is what we are here to do today, and that's what we have to get to. There is no other outcome. We have a 4-member board. We still have to conduct business, and we have to come out to an outcome, and it means that somebody on this board will have to change their vote or withdraw. These are the ways that we get somewhere tonight. The compromises, I don't understand why we're being asked to compromise. If that is the case, we're compromising because we lack one board member. We've taken our position. If you feel that you want this to move along, then you can change your vote. That's your option. But we have to get to a majority vote tonight to elect a vice chair. That is the only outcome that we can do today.
But those compromises were also validated by our attorney. So it's not that there's the only option. We just proposed something that was very reasonable.
Those were options to kick the can down the road to another day, and they were options to manipulate the policy to accommodate the impasse that we have right now. Now, I understand it may be okay, it may be legal, it may be acceptable and under certain circumstances, but I don't think that we don't need to do that. What we need to do is do what we're called to do today and elect a vice chair, and then move on and continue the great things that we've accomplished so far and even more in the future.
I'd like to motion to reconsider the split chair role again.
To call for reconsideration of a motion, you have to be on the prevailing side of the outcome of a vote, and since the vote did not pass, that wouldn't be possible for anyone who voted in favor of it.
What about, I guess my, Mr. Delaney, there was 2 different options though, I felt, 2 different types of split roles, so
So if you wanted to suggest a different motion than the one that just failed, you're certainly would be able to do that. Something that changes the elements of what just failed.
Would our, and I mentioned it before, but would our policies allow us to reorganize should a fifth board member join us? But I don't.
I don't believe there's any reference to that in the policies.
Because the way I understand it is that November is when this needs to take place, and the only time that we would appoint somebody new if there was a if the seat was vacated. So therefore, it would take a vacation or somebody to vacate the seat in order for us to do anything. And again, that person would have to agree to now to resign to a date certain. And again, the future of that appointment is in limbo as well. So I don't know. That doesn't really solve the problem at hand. It just kind of, again, kicks it down the road.
Is there an option to not have a vice chair at all? And, you know, if I can't be present, then we have to vote again for somebody to chair that meeting.
That's not what the policies call for. And Robert's rules, which are incorporated into our policies. And I would just caution the board that that seems like a difficult strategy depending on what business may be before the board at some future meeting. If the chair's not able to be there, we've got 3 remaining board members that constitute the quorum. And if the first order of business, they have to select someone to run that meeting in order to get to the other items, which may be, you know, of critical importance, I think that would put the board in a difficult position.
I apologize. I'm just trying to do anything here.
Yeah. So there's no motion on the table right now, right?
No.
Okay.
no.
So should we resume voting?
And
Are you ready for the question?
I was gonna, like, for discussion for this, just, I know we're all coming up with different ways and compromises, but to consider all the ideas and compromises that have been discussed and talked about, perhaps, and reconsider, you know, any compromises that we have discussed. So I just wanted to discuss that.
What I'd say is every compromise that has been proposed tonight is only so that we don't complete the job that we're supposed to do tonight. Every single other reorganization has solved this problem on the night of the reorganization meeting. And the idea of moving this to another date because we can't do our job tonight, the halving the term because we can't do our job tonight, I'm not for that. We are here to elect a chair and a vice chair. And we need to get that done today for this organization to move forward efficiently.
And may I have the floor? And we have an opportunity to do that because clearly what we've been doing isn't working. So that's why our attorney came up with another idea, and it's there for a reason, for whatever reason. You or anyone just in general, one could imagine why it was there. But if our attorney has presented multiple opportunities, I think it's something to consider.
It's very clear. Sorry.
No, it's all right.
May I have the floor?
Yes.
Okay. It's very clear why the policy is there. Attorney Delaney spelled it out. It's for a vacancy of the seat, meaning that person resigns for some reason, they can't perform the duties, then the board appoints. You always have to have a way to refill it, just like there's a way the governor will fill this seat at some point, potentially. there's always a way to fill a vacancy. This was not intended to have somebody be appointed and then resign immediately at a date certain so that another person could have a go at it. That's just not what this is about. It is an appointment by the board. I know that you know you had. It's clear that to me, based on the things you've said today, that you clearly had a strong vision that this seat was going, that you would seek this seat, and you feel entitled to it for the reasons that you've stated out already, but we haven't been able to get votes for you to get that. So at this point, I'm going to ask you again to concede or withdraw your appointment of yourself, a nomination of yourself, and let's just end this tonight and move forward. And there's going to be great opportunities ahead for you to achieve, even like we said earlier. Maybe you go straight to the chair and jump right over the vice chair. It's not a prerequisite that you be the vice chair first before you become chair. So.
I have to say, I don't like this kind of talk regarding almost a promise of a future role to anybody. We need to talk about just here and now, because it could sway somebody's vote, or they could misconstrue a statement that's being made for, well, if I concede now, then, Ms. Chong will, pocket my vote for later. And I'm definitely not saying that that's true, but somebody could, at this late hour, misconstrue those things. And that exact statement has been said probably a dozen times, and I'm just not comfortable with it.
Okay, well, I live in a world of optimism, and I think everybody has great opportunities ahead. I don't know how in the world you could think that was some kind of a promise of the future or an exchange for a vote. Come on. I mean.
So again, part of our job is policy. Policy is all about risk and sometimes the unthinkable, what people assume. You never know when you're in their shoes unless you were in their shoes. So I'm just abundance of caution. I think we should avoid those kind of statements.
Can I have the floor, please?
Yes, ma'am. We'll go to Ms. Ramirez and then Ms. Chong.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Furry. I want to just let you know I do not feel entitled to the position. I would never feel that way. I just wanted to state that. And it's not that I don't have the votes. You don't either. We're tied. And so the reason that I am going for this role is, and I'll say it again, it's not for entitlement. It's because I feel that I would be the right person for this role at this time for this next year of this board. So I just want to, let you know that's, so just wanted to clarify.
I hear that, but the difference is that you've appointed yourself, and we keep going around in a circle, and you're not getting the votes, and you've appointed yourself. I've been appointed by another board member, and so I'm just saying, if I was in the other side of this here, I would at some point say, you know what? I tried. I appointed myself the chair. It didn't work. I appointed myself the vice chair. It didn't work. It's time to move on. So, but that's at your discretion.
We'll go to Ms. Chong and then Ms. Ruddy.
Nobody's promising anybody a vote, and we can't do that. I hope I'm here next year, but we are in the sunshine. That's why we're talking about this now. And again, I've stated multiple times, I would love to support one of you. I still can't say which one at this point, but this is where we have to hash it out. But nobody's promising anybody a vote for next year.
Ms. Moore?
Yes, Ms. Ruddy.
So with the argument that was just stated that Ms. Ramirez doesn't have the votes and that Mr. Furry had a nomination, one might argue that the only vote he has is the one who nominated him, while Ms. Ramirez, who, yes, nominated herself, she was able to convince another board member to withdraw their own nomination, which is a more compelling argument of swaying votes or sentiment on the board than only carrying the vote of the person who did nominate you.
May I have the floor? So we're in a different circumstance. We have 4 board members, and we are going to have to figure out a plan, and whether that's coming up with plans that we've already discussed and came up with and were creative and that were legal and went with our policy, and Mr. Delaney as well giving out ideas. So I don't know how many, but I can't imagine there have been many 4-people boards. I mean, at one point, but they still probably had to compromise or think through it. And clearly, we've been thinking through it for a while, but this is not a normal circumstance. So I know, you've been a board member a few years longer, and you haven't had this exact situation. So we have to expect these, different ideas, and like, how can we work through it? How can we get to yes, right, within reason? So I just wanted to just remind us all that this is a different circumstance this evening. Thank you.
Well, I will say that we did have a vacancy before, although it wasn't at a reorganization meeting. We did have a vacancy on the board, and had a 4-member board, and we were able to operate just like we have done, ourselves. Like I said, this is the one impasse that we've had since the time that we've been working all together that is significant. Most everything we've come to a majority vote at the very least. And again, there is nothing personal or any hard feelings after tonight from my perspective, but we have to fulfill our obligation tonight, and that is to elect a vice chair. That's the remaining thing, and finish our COPS corporation. So it's now 1:28. How we're going to get there is that there needs to be a majority vote one way or the other to one of the 2 nominees at the moment. And that's how this ends.
Or potentially reconsider other opportunities that we've already discussed and think through that. So there's a few options for tonight.
I mean, we've already brought motions, they've failed. Those are not options, because all they do is delay what we're supposed to do tonight. That's not the way we should be leading on this board. We should solve the problem that we're set out to do today. It's very clear on everything. This reorganization is very well written and very black and white. And this is what we're supposed to do tonight. Not tomorrow. Well, it is tomorrow, but we're still running through in the same meeting. But we're supposed to do it within this, gavel to gavel. We're supposed to finish this reorganization. And that's what we need to do tonight.
Ms. Moore, can we put a board member request to take a look at our reorganization policies so that we can avoid such an issue in a 4-member board in the future?
We will take that down, but that needs to be brought forward in a regular board
In a regular meeting?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
I hope I'm going to remember it.
I don't think you're going to forget it.
I don't think so either, but my phone's dead, so I can't even write myself a note.
Okay, we are going to consider what is before us. And before us, we have the selection of a vice chair. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. We will begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. Beginning with Mr. Furry, all those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All those in favor for Ms. Ramirez to serve as the vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Oppose.
Nay.
Nay.
We will consider the item before us for vice chair. We have Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. Beginning with Mr. Furry, all those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as a vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Oppose.
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose.
Nay.
We will consider the item that is before us, the selection of vice chair. We have two individuals for consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed.
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Opposed.
Nay.
Take another recess.
I'm sorry?
Recess again.
I would move that we don't recess. These poor people are going to have to get up here and come to work in about 4 hours, the more that we delay this. If the intent is that we got to sit here and vote, then I guess our bladders could be the determination.
Well, that's not appropriate.
I'm just
yeah.
making light of it, but
Yeah, I mean,
I'm feeling for these folks.
If somebody needs to take a recess to use the restroom, we're not going to hold them there. That's ridiculous. So can we have a call for a recess?
Sure, 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
back together in we will consider the item that is before us, which is the selection of a vice chair. We have two individuals for consideration, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll begin with Mr. Furry. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
We'll move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
We'll consider the item that is before us, vice chair. We'll start with Mr. Furry. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Ms. Ruddy, did you register your vote for Mr. Furry?
No. Sorry.
All those
I thought you
opposed?
called-
So I have all those in favor. Now we've moved to all those opposed.
For Mr. Furry or
Yes.
Ms. Ramirez?
Mr. Furry.
Nay.
And Ms. Ramirez registered
nay.
her vote as
Excuse
nay.
me.
Yes, I did get that. We'll move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We'll consider the item before us, vice chair. Start with Mr. Furry and then go to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
All those, we will consider the item before us. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay. Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
We'll consider the item of vice chair. We have before us Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. We will begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
We will consider the role of vice chairman. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. Beginning with Mr. Furry, all those in favor for Mr. Furry serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chairman, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chairman. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, signal by aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Nay.
For Ms. Ramirez, all those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
we will consider the position of vice chair. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
We will consider the position of vice chair. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
Mr. Furry, were you going to say something? I'm sorry.
No, I just,
Okay.
sorry, I had to clear
I'm
my
sorry.
throat. No, it
I
was
saw
just a
you
nay.
move your seat
I know.
in my peripheral. I didn't. Okay. We will continue to consider the position of vice chair. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
We will consider the position of vice chair. We will start with Mr. Furry and then go to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
We will consider the position of vice chair. We will start with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye.
All oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
We are going into vote 84. Again, I will continue to call the question.
Do we want to discuss any more compromise opportunities?
If there is a motion on the floor to consider, we would consider any motion at this point. There is a motion that is to appoint a chair. a vice chair.
I don't have any other comments.
Okay. Thank you. We will consider the item before us, the selection of a vice chair. We'll start with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We'll consider Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. We will consider Mr. Furry first and then Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, signal by aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Madam Superintendent, could I be recognized?
Yes, sir.
I would just strongly urge the board to consider the optics of this before we get to 100 votes. Because I am concerned about the misperception of the good work that this board is doing, and that being the news item or the public perception of this board. And if you get to 100 votes, that I think that this becomes a larger story.
So one thing I want to point out here is that we're seeing the democratic process play out, and we are all of us are at a disadvantage for a conclusion tonight because we are absent. So that is what we are dealing with here, and so that's a reality that we're facing tonight, and so we have to do this until somebody's willing to either withdraw or change their vote. We have to finish this tonight. Do I like the fact that we're at this point? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But we have to solve this problem tonight. We have to. It is our duty.
May I have the floor? Sorry. Also, there's opportunity for compromising that options that we discussed. So, and I felt between some of the discussions, it started going somewhere and then didn't. So there's.
I just don't understand. Why are we seeking compromises?
There's other things to consider too. So, all right, thank you.
As far as media goes, they're never going to write anything nice about me anyway, so.
Yeah, and
Really an argument for me?
And the thing is, we should not be seeking compromise on this. This is a cut and dry decision. There has to be one person appointed to this position. That is it. And there is no other compromise. There has to be a person appointed to this position. There is no other compromise. The only other compromise is kicking it down the road and not doing our job tonight, right? Or coming up with some, way to split the term, which I don't agree with that option. So we have to do this. It's unfortunate it's come to this, but this is, until someone's willing to change their vote, we have to keep voting. We don't have any other choice to solve this tonight.
We will consider the item that is before you for a vice chair. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Oppose.
Nay. Excuse me. Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Oppose.
Nay.
We'll consider the item of vice chair. We'll start with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Oppose.
Nay. Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Oppose.
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, signal by aye.
Aye.
Those opposed.
Nay. Nay.
All those in favor for Ms. Ramirez to serve as vice chair, signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed.
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
Oppose.
Nay. Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Oppose.
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor for Mr. Furry to serve as vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye.
Oppose.
Nay. Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
We'll consider the item of vice chair. We will consider the two candidates before us, which are Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
We'll consider the item of vice chair. We'll start with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, signal with aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay. So I think we're going to have to take a little bit of a recess here because we just can't keep, we got to take a little break here. We just can't keep going in a circle here. We're going to have to come back to this, but you know, right now, Ramirez, are you willing to withdraw your nomination of yourself at this time?
Are you willing to withdraw yours or compromise on?
Nominated by somebody else, so I'm just responding. I'm voting as a nominated candidate for this position.
So, do we have a?
You're willing to withdraw. It's 2:06. You have a self-nomination. We've been going around in circles here for quite a while. So the question is are you willing to withdraw the nomination of yourself so we can close out this meeting and move on?
Well, are you or the board willing to discuss the options that we've already talked about?
Those motions have been made and failed.
I understand.
We're not
That's
revisiting
also.
those. I mean, if the idea is to move this to another day at this point, I mean, that I'm not for that because we've gone through all those options. We've had motions. We've discussed them. They're just not viable options to solve this problem. You know, I mean, Mr. Ramirez, all I'll say is that you are 1 year into this position. I applaud your ambition, okay, but it just didn't bring the votes tonight with a 4-member board Who knows what would have happened if we have another one? Who knows which way it would have gone? But right now, you know, I'm sitting here with a nomination and the experience, and the chair wanting me to be that, the new chair wanting me to be in that role. Is it time to concede and say, you know what, maybe there's another day for this position for you in the future, and let's just close this chapter, move forward, and be done for the night? Question?
In the equation.
When what? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Won't be here next year.
Did you want to take a recess? Is that what you asked early before this?
First, I
or-
wanted to, before we do that, I wanted to see if you were ready to or willing to withdraw your self-nomination for the position of vice chair, and so we can move forward and end this discussion tonight and this vote tonight and move on and onward and upward from here.
I feel a recess would be good from what you mentioned first, if we're able to do that.
5 minutes?
Oh, you're meaning like a recess tonight?
I mean,
A break,
Like a-
or excuse me.
yeah, not an adjournment, just a
We're going 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Grab some waters.
I thought you brought Okay, we will come back together. We had a moment of recess, and we are back at 2:14 a.m. At this time before us, we are considering the position of vice chair. We will.
Before Superintendent Moore, before we call a vote, I had asked a question of Ms. Ramirez before we move forward, if she would consider her self-appointment so that we can this forward and close this out tonight. Are you willing to do that?
Well, I'm trying to really think about this just from, I know we've talked back and forth as a group and a board. I'd also like to, just for you to consider too. I'm just trying to think like, and just hear me out, okay? Because I think we all have been a very great board, okay? And I know you guys compare stuff from what you've had, but, so that was your time, but from my perspective, I feel like this board has been really great together. So in reality, I feel that with this position, and it is a big role, whether someone may say or may not say or whatever it may be, but being on this board is a big role. And do you feel that you're ready to do this? Because I know, and just please take this like in a positive way, because I know what you're doing, what all of us are doing, but it's a lot. And I feel that, you have to go with your gut with things. And I feel that this would be the right choice. And just hear me out, because the timing that it takes, the dedication, and then what we have already built so far as a board, building meaning the community, the kids, the teachers, everything that we brought up and worked really hard, all of us, like, first of all, the policies is one thing, but the second all of us got on this board, and I really feel that I have that time to do that in that role right now, and I feel that I can do it. Not necessarily I'm better than anyone or you're better than anyone or you or anything like that. It's not about that. We all have our strengths and weaknesses, clearly, right? Everyone does. But at this moment for this upcoming board, just with circumstances from everyone, I just feel like the role would be a better fit for myself in that role now, with potentially like just what I've seen, with the board. You have a lot going on and you have great things going on, so don't take it negative. And I'm just being honest, because I think everyone here would be amazing at that role. And I want to make sure that what's done is done the right way. Not that anyone does, we all make mistakes, but I'm just trying to do the role that I feel should be done. And that's why I feel so strongly about it. I feel that it's the right decision. And, clearly didn't realize it'd be about this time of the day. But, so that's what I feel. I feel like just the timing and then everything, I just feel like that role is the right timing. But, do you feel, you asked me how I felt with that, and, but do you feel any differently about that? Like, is this, like, the timing and everything? I don't know. And I mean this in the most positive way, And I know it's hard for us, to talk right now with the timing, but I just want to make sure the right choice is done at this time and the right thing is done. And, I'm glad Ms. Chong has decided that this is her time to try the chair, and, make an impact. So, and that's why. So it's not, any other, I just feel like this is the right time and for the role to be done in the way that at least I feel that, that it should be done. And I mean that in the most respectful way. So, I don't know.
Okay, may I have the floor? So
Thank you.
I 100% can perform the duties of vice chair. That's not even a question in my mind. The thing is that I did not seek the chairmanship. I would have, had I been nominated for the chair, I would have declined. Okay, because I know the demands of the chair, doing it for 2 years. To fulfill the role of vice chair, no problem, because I'm at every single meeting. And to fulfill that duty is to step in when the chair cannot fulfill their duties. And we have a new chair that is going to do a great job, has been here on this board for 3 years. And, I'm gonna help her along the way, just like I would help any other chair with the experience that I have, to help build them up when they need it, right? So again, that in itself is a reason why I believe that Chair Chong has appointed me to this, or nominated me, I should say, nominated me for this role. So I've been nominated, and I'm responding to that nomination, and I'm voting toward that nomination, and I'm asking you that with your self-appointment, at this hour, it's gone on for, we know how, can't even count the hours now. Is it time to say, let me withdraw and let's move on and let's continue to do great things? And there's a timing for everything in life, and is right now the right time? I'll leave that to your discretion.
Ms. Moore?
Yes, ma'am.
So once again, the argument is that she nominated herself. The antithesis to that argument is technically she has swayed one additional vote, whereas the vote for Mr. Furry has not swayed any additional members beyond the initial nominating individual and Mr. Furry himself. So I'm just stating that to not discount her equal chance, and not to discount how she entered into this particular vote.
Fair enough, but I just asked a question. I'm just making a request. Either if it's a yes, then we can move on. If it's a no, then we can go back to voting. I mean, that's the options we have right now. So.
And thank you for that. Ms. Chong, and, just wondering, with now, with the multiple discussions that have occurred tonight and different opportunities, I'm just wondering, like, whether it was myself or Miss Ruddy or Mr. Furry or yourself, obviously now, but having, you being the chair, and then knowing that the board is fully capable. So is it something, is it that you need like a specific person in that role, or are you looking for a different, just the skill set? Or I guess after everything that we've been discussing since the initial hours ago, wouldn't you trust anybody on this board to be a vice chair? So you don't have to answer that. I guess I'm just, since we've already discussed multiple things, so don't feel that you need to answer. I'm just throwing that out there that, it's a job, it's a position, and I know we're all doing the best that we can, and just throwing that out there that, there's a reason I feel that this would be a good role, but again, we're a board working together, and
Okay. So I guess I guess I left the question open if you're willing to do that. Otherwise, we got to have superintendent start calling the votes again.
It's nothing personal. I've said everything I can say. I just believe that Mr. Furry is the most qualified right now, and that your opportunity will be in the future. So I can't keep making the same comments.
All right, so call the question.
I think we have to be able to, at some point, to find a healthier way forward.
I agree. We all have patients scheduled in the morning. We have children. Miss Moore has to go to Tallahassee.
So I will gladly call what we have before us. We have the consideration of vice chair. We have Mr. Furry and Miss Ramirez being considered. All those in favor of Mr. Furry being vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
All those?
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez being vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will consider the position of vice chair. We will begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry being the vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay. Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez being vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We'll consider the item of vice chair. All those in favor of Mr. Furry being vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay. Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez being vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. All those in favor of Mr. Furry being vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay. Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez being vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We'll consider the position of vice chair. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry being vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez being vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
All those in favor of Mr. Furry being vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez being vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
All those in favor of Mr. Furry being vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez being vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and then move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry being vice chair, please signal with aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez being vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
We will consider the item of vice chair. We'll start with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry being vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Oppose?
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor of Ms. Ramirez being vice chair, please signal with aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Y'all, this is getting ridiculous. I mean, are we going to sit here till Thanksgiving? I don't know.
I mean, I just don't know what the alternative is. I mean, I would love that we would have an alternative, but we don't have one. We have to vote in somebody for this position. We've discussed these different options. The motions have failed. They don't solve the problem. They kick the can down the road. Some board members can be, some can't. This has to be resolved. It pains me to have everybody here at this hour, but the fact remains that we have a job to do and we have not completed it yet, and we have to come to an end in this vote, and we can't go until we solve it.
Is there a motion to do something different? If not,
The only other thing I could think of is coming back in December, but I'm being told we can't do that. But there seems to be no agreement.
Or the other options, I think we had a few on the table.
Why would you want half a term and 6 months from now? I just don't understand the logic behind that. Is it just to win, just to get something? Is that what it is? I just don't know. The compromise is just that's not a thing.
Are you asking me that question? Or
Yes.
You're asking me that?
Yeah, I will ask you that because we keep coming back to that compromise too, and it's why would you even settle for that? Why would you even settle for okay, I'll take 6 months. I wouldn't say, when I got elected, I wouldn't say, okay, I'll just take 2. It's out of 4. I mean, I just don't understand the logic behind that. So that's why, and I don't believe that policy was intended to be used in that fashion, although it probably could be and pass muster, but it was not intended to do it that way.
Well, it's not settling, so, the way you're, it's not.
I see it that way.
I said how I felt, how, this role, this whole board is very important, and we've built it up, and we've done a really good job, and I just feel, and when I said it, I don't know if I need to say it differently, I guess, but it's not settling the options that were presented, so it's just a different route.
Yeah, but my point is that why would anyone settle for a compromise to say, okay, I'll take it from May on, and there's not even a guarantee that you can do that with the 5th board member coming in. So it's not an option, and it's like I just want to walk away with something if we go down that road. We already know that we have to do it in November, and we're up on Thanksgiving break where you're traveling, everybody, the attorneys are there. Tonight is the night that we resolve this, right? That's how we do it.
Ms. Moore?
Yes.
So the reason why somebody may choose to split is because it serves the dual interests of this conflicting vote. It isn't about winning or losing because, again, this is about us being servants to our community. So the win here is for both parties, not just on paper in terms of, battle of the wills. It's that Ms. Chong would feel that she's got somebody who served multiple years in that role supporting her as she moves into that role and feels comfortable. And then we are able to also appease the need to build more experience on the board. So we're thinking extrinsically, not intrinsically.
Well, that's convenient for you to frame it that way, but I'm not going to take a position and then issue a resignation the moment that I take it. That's not what this role is designed to do. That's my whole point. Trying to compromise in this manner is not appropriate. It is a 1-year term. That is the way that it is written. That's the way it's expected to be. And this policy was not written to do what you're proposing. It's clear that we need one person. This has been done every single year. They do their term, and then there's another reorganization, and then another person comes along, right? So, and that person has to convince the other board members that they are the right person for the job, and that's it. And we're at a standstill right now on that fact. So, again, I'm just responding to the nomination. And if we don't have a concession at this moment, then we'll have to go back to voting.
I just don't see why we can't just allow Mr. Furry to just finish out his term this way, and the opportunity will present itself again for Ms. Ramirez.
So the flip side argument could be, we don't understand why after numerous years sitting as vice chair and chair, we can't ensure that we're building some succession. So again, that's what is at odds here.
Well, the succession thing is anybody can you don't need to be the vice chair to become chair. I wasn't the vice chair before I became chair. You don't need that. It's not a training ground that you keep bringing up. It is a role that is important to fill in. That is what the vice chair is all about. It's not about raising up somebody in the ranks. You can do that on your own. It's not the point. The point is the most qualified person to step in when the chair is absent from that seat. And that is why I was nominated, because it's clear that I have the most experience to fill that role. The succession plan, you can practice being chair. You can continue to take more classes, whatever you think is going to prepare you. Right now, I'm not convinced that this is the time for you, Mr. Ramirez, and that is why I cannot tender a vote for you for this position at this time. I don't think, after tonight, all that happens is that Ms. Chong is now our new chair, and whoever we elect here is going to be a fill-in for her when she's not able to do it. Okay, in the 2 years, you know, I've been at every meeting, but the person that's there needs to be ready to take the seat, to take the seat, right? So I think it's clear that I have that experience, and Chair Chong has recognized that, and that's why she nominated me for this position. And again, if you would have got the chair, great. I mean, that's would have been the will of the board, but Ms. Chong got it. You tried for that, didn't work out. You know, and now we've been here for hours, and you've been trying for the vice chair. I've never been vice chair. I've never held that seat before, so you know, why not? And like it's been said, there's still plenty of time in your term, and you may move on to re-election and be in one of these roles many times in some cases, right? But I just don't know why you're fighting so hard for this here right now as a 1 year in board member that has learned a lot, but I believe still has some to learn. And so that's why I don't feel you're ready for this role at this time.
So if you're saying that, well, you don't need to have any experience to take the chair or the vice chair role, but then you're saying she's not ready, right? So these are the type of opportunities people grab in order to be ready, to also, because, you know, you'll prepare yourself at a different degree when you know that you're next at bat if they need to fill in a meeting. And so, you know, I guess the same question could be asked of you is, why are you fighting so hard, putting everybody here, right, out so late at night to keep something that is what you're saying is more ceremonial?
No, I've argued the opposite, that it's an important position. The person who fills in for the chair has to be ready, willing, and able to do it. And it's not about necessarily building experience, it's about being capable. When I took the chair seat, I've been on chamber boards from 20 some years ago. I mean, I already knew how to do it. Okay, so I mean, I've been around and done a lot. And so when I got to when it was my time for the chair, the board elected me. I was nominated. I didn't nominate myself. I was nominated for the chair, and then I was voted in both times.
We have, just to clarify, you have 2 votes and I have 2 votes, so we're equally fighting for this role just as much. I'm just letting you know that I understand your frustration and everyone's frustration, but I just want you to be aware it's not on me that we're here this late. It's the 2 of us are here because we both feel that we would be the best fit, okay? So you keep referring it, so I just want to make sure you're aware it is equal. All right.
Yeah, I didn't say that you're the
and then-
reason. We are all the reason why we're all here this late. Until we come
Exactly.
to a vote, we are all the reason why we were here this late.
And
It's not
I
one
wasn't,
individual.
done yet, Mr. Furry, but, so thank you. But the compromise that you know, and I'm just, like what Mr. Delaney brought up, it obviously is a legit thing that could be done because he would not have brought it up to us. So I just want you to be aware of that too. So I'm not making things up, so I'm just throwing that out there. And
That's an illegitimate idea, okay? It may be legitimate where we could pass the muster and make it work through you know, keeping with policy, but that's not the reason why. It's clear. I mean, if you want to get the document out and read it, it's to fill a vacancy. It's not to do what this is here. And again, I don't understand why you would even consider that option at this point. After all these hours, you're saying, okay, I'm just going to settle for a few months of vice chair. I mean, I don't understand the logic behind that. You're either all in or you're all out. That's the way I see it. And I don't see that as a viable solution tonight.
well, before I was done, so our attorney brought it up. So our attorney brought up the solution, so it clearly is an option. So he would not have brought it up if it wasn't. And to reiterate, your experience versus mine, and you've done this before, and I've done many things as well, so it's not a competition, so you know, you don't have to keep bringing that up, but also any of us would be ready to serve as chair, I believe. I mean, I think all of us are very well capable, so I'm just letting you know that I am very well capable of that, so regardless of training or not training. So I just wanted to remind you of that you know, you're just bringing up things that...
Well, I was responding to some of Ms. Ruddy's comments at the same time.
Okay.
But nevertheless, it doesn't matter. We can go tit for tat all night long, back and forth. Who did more? Who did what? Whatever. I mean, listen. We've all accomplished things. Great, but you haven't convinced me to vote for you to take the role of this seat. You tried for chair. It didn't work. You tried for vice chair. It's not working. You've nominated yourself for this role, and we've continually gone round and around in a circle, and to no avail. So I'm asking you once again, are you willing to withdraw your self-nomination to the role so we can close this out tonight and move on?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's been a long night, and I think, to be honest, I know who the right person is for this role, and that's why I fought for it. So I'll leave it at that. You're welcome to change your vote to who you feel would be the right person. If you're welcome to that, as well as anyone else here on this board. I came in here knowing that, and with anything, I'm going to vote for what I feel is the right thing to do, regardless. So I know what's right. So, you know, if you want to be the vice chair, unless you want to vote for me, that's fine. Go for it. If not, if you feel that you're more capable, that's your opinion, that's fine. But I stand that I feel like I'm the right vote for this at the right time for next year. But, you know, if you want to take it, and, you know, just know that, and everyone, all my liaison schools and campuses and everybody, I will be fighting for you and working hard. And I know who the right person would be for that role. And I think it was a good night. You know, go for it. If you want to change your vote as well, go for it. I'll leave it at that. So if Ms. Moore wants to go through
Can I add some final comments?
her vote.
As the chair, I would like to have Mr. Furry as my chair, vice chair again. This may even work out better for you in the future. Again, I know none of us have a crystal ball, but for myself, I'm glad I get to end my term saying that I'm the chair. And I, hopefully in a few years, you can also do the same. So, yeah, again, I would just like to have him support me in this role. Thank you.
Can I add something? Ms. Chong, everyone will support everyone because we're a team. So, I just want you to be aware of that. You keep saying it, and I don't know if you mean it that way, but I just want you to know that we're Flagler Schools, Flagler Forward. There will be 5 of us. We are a team. We can't pick and choose who's going to support us better or not than anyone else. It just doesn't work that way. So I don't know if you meant it that way, but I just want to bring that up.
No, we're going to work together. There may be a time Mr. Furry, he has to go to a campaign event, and I don't know. Well, who knows what will happen, but I know we'll all support each other.
Listen, we're all politicians, whether we like it or not. At some point, you're going to have to lead and run for office at the same time. It's just part of the job, regardless of which office you're running for. It's just part of the job, and you get it done. So, So we'll call the question.
We will consider the position of vice chair. We have 2 candidates before us, Mr. Furry and Ms. Ramirez. We'll begin with Mr. Furry and move to Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor of Mr. Furry serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
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 Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All those that are for Ms. Ramirez serving as vice chair, please signal by aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, but I don't know that that solves our problem because we don't have a majority.
No.
She voted nay for herself.
Right, so I think Ms. Ramirez can abstain. I think she eliminated herself by voting no. I think it would be more clear for our minutes purposes, given the outcome of that vote, if we did have a vote just clarifying that Mr. Furry would be the vice chair.
The other option is if she withdrew, and this is again just another option, then automatically there isn't a need for a vote, correct?
That is correct, and given the fact that she voted against herself, that would also be another logical way to accomplish this.
So,
but if she's not willing to,
I just wanted to put the option out there. If she'd prefer to have it just be a withdrawal and have no vote, and she didn't have to vote on it, then it just happens. Or we can leave it as a vote and have it as a vote against yourself, whichever. Right now it stands that as it is, and so are you saying that as it is right now, is it clear for the minutes? Will that pass?
right now what we have is a vote for Mr. Furry for 2-2, a vote for Ms. Ramirez 1-3.
Okay, so then there either has to be a vote for me in majority or a withdrawal to have it official.
That's what I recommend.
So I'll whichever one Ms. Ramirez would rather do, we can do it either one.
I apologize for the confusion. So,
Would you like to withdraw or would you like to vote for Mr. Furry?
I'd like to just withdraw. That's fine. Thank you very much.
So, Ms. withdraws. So Mr. Furry will serve as vice chair for the 25-26 organization year. We will now proceed to convene our COPS. So,
First time as chair, 3 a.m.
Welcome to the job. Hopefully we don't have one like this again.
We will call the meeting, the COPS, the Leasing Corporation meeting to order. We will start off with Mr. Furry as the outgoing president to start the meeting, and the information is Janie. We're under the COPS.
Okay, so I now turn the meeting over to the new chair of the board, Chair Christy Chong.
Because it's
I'm on this page, is
yeah,
that correct?
because it's the COPS, it goes to you as the outgoing president of the COPS, because you're currently the president of the COPS. Hold on for here.
Okay, this is here. I now call to order, or as outgoing president of the Flagler County School Board Leasing Corporation, I would like to call this November 18th, 2025 meeting to order. The time, I have to rephrase that. November 19th, 2025 meeting to order. The time is 2:56 a.m. This morning agenda includes public comment, election of officers, and other business. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Move approval.
We have a motion by Ms. Chong,
Second.
second by Ms. Ruddy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, we will move forward. The motion carries. We will now take public comment. Is there any public comment in regards to the COPS board?
Is that what you were waiting for?
Okay, so,
There now.
so we'll go ahead and close public comment. We will now move to election of officers.
You can turn the meeting over to me, sir?
And
You'll turn the meeting.
I will turn the meeting over to Superintendent Moore.
Okay, the following persons shall serve as the officers of the corporation until removed by the directors or until their successors shall be duly elected and qualified. For president, we would have Ms. Chong. For vice president, we would have Mr. Furry. LaShakia Moore will serve as the secretary. Patty Warmick will serve as the treasurer. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Ms. Ramirez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ruddy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, Christy Chong. You are the new president of the Flagler County School Board Leasing Corporation. Board, you have before you the minutes from the November 19, 2024 Flagler County School Board Leasing Corporation business meeting. And at this time, I submit them to you and for your consideration and approval.
Are there any changes to the minutes?
Seeing there are not any changes, the minutes stand as presented. Board members, is there a motion to accept the minutes from the November 19th, 2024 Leasing Corporation meeting?
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Furry, and was that?
Ramirez.
Mr. Ramirez, second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries. Other business. Superintendent, is there any other business to come before the board?
There is no other business to come before the board.
Directors, do you have any business for consideration? Okay. All right, at this point, having no other business to come before this body, I will entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Furry and second by Ms. Ruddy. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And the motion carries.
For the record, I want to get on the record the motion to close the reorganization meeting. So I ask for a motion to close the reorganization meeting at 3 a.m.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Furry, a second by Ms. Ramirez. All those in favor?
Aye.
No opposed. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so now we're closing. Or is that it? Do I need to close out the meeting? Or- I will now call for a motion to close the reorganization meeting.
Well, I think
We just did that,
Okay.
yes.
So that's,
Yes, because remember, we went out of order.
Right, we were out of order.
Yeah, we went out of order.
okay, so I guess we can just gavel out.
Yep.
We're done, right?
Okay.
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good morning.
Morning.